to talk about. But before we do any of that, roll the intro.
Hold on. Wait a second. That's it.
That's it?
Yeah, that's the melody to Funky Town.
Good morning, Little Towels. Hello! It's me! I'm a Little Towel. How are you all doing? It's Saturday. It's exactly 8 a.m. basically. And we are live. Isn't it wonderful to be up and refreshed and awake and excited to discuss this early in the morning? We have 4 more hours until college football starts. We have time to talk. I'm excited to see you. Hello, Elijah Towel. Hello, Doy Gasgar. Hello, Nancy, my friend. It is wonderful to see some of you. I don't think there's anything quite as nice as being refreshed, relaxed, and looking forward to a wonderful fall Saturday in New England. And you might be saying to yourself, Towel, we know that that is not what you want to talk about today. You might love the fall in New England, but what you want to talk about is the extraordinary, abhorrent, explosive revelations that were only just hinted at, ladies and gentlemen, in a public court filing released on what's known as Take Out the Trash Day in the news world, late Friday, by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. It was a one-liner, I should say a one-sentence, multiple-line sentence, in a court document in the Miles King case related to what was on Michael Proctor's cell phone. Now, we heard reports earlier in the week from the WBZI team and others, Turtle Boy being one of them, that there was racist text messages on Michael Proctor's cell phone extraction. Now, if you're wondering what's going on here, I've seen a lot of people kind of asking, what's going on? Grant, if you've been listening closely, the people who have been really listening to myself and others have been saying, oh my God, Grant, this pattern of text messages on Proctor's cell phone confirms what you were saying about Brian Tully's state police unit. And it also confirms a lot about what the Free Karen Reed movement was saying about that state police unit and the Norfolk DA. But then some other people are saying, Grant, haven't you completely flipped your position? But that's not correct, and we'll talk about that today as well. I have not. For over a year, I have been saying that it's entirely possible, like Hegel's historical form, thesis, antithesis, merge to meet synthesis, okay? Like Hegel's historical form, there was some truth to the allegations that this unit, the state police unit that investigated Karen Reed, had some serious problems. Likewise, I think there was some truth to the fact that Karen did some things on the night of January 28th into the morning of January 29th that were regrettable, and then because of what she ended up against, she took a strategy that was not quite accountability. Now, whatever you want to say about the merits of each position, I have been consistent this entire time. Consistent. Hello, 3 Clerk Monte, and hello, Jay, my friend. I have been consistent. Although I'm not necessarily sure that I can say Jay is a friend, because I think I know who Jay is, and we have a difference of opinion on a lot of things. Anyway, my point is, I've been entirely consistent in this opinion the entire time. What has happened, though, is I ended up in a moral no man's land where I took the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune from both sides for a long time because no one on the Justice for John O'Keefe side wanted to hear that it was possible that Brian Tully and that unit did bad things, including Michael Proctor. And then on the other side, the Free Karen Reed side didn't really love that I wasn't willing to just be like, oh, Karen did nothing wrong. You know, there was a bit of both. And that's really what it is. That's what I've been trying to say this entire time. When we cut through the polemics of it all and the hyper-partisan sort of rhetoric and propaganda, what we find at the core are the kernels of overlapping truth, rare though they may be, shining like diamonds in the rough as if a needle in a haystack. You see that multiple-layered metaphor? We find them. They're not what anybody wants in full, but they end up being what happened. Okay, that's the historical record. And there are a lot of people in the orbit of this case, to bring this sort of into our next segment here, who did not want the reality of any of this to come out. Now, today we're going to talk a lot about Michael Proctor's text messages because this is indefensible, okay? Now, what came out overnight, we're going to watch some videos, we're going to talk about this. What came out overnight is that Michael Proctor on his personal cell phone, 12 years of which were turned over in the context of multiple ongoing criminal cases which Proctor and his unit investigated, okay? Same unit that investigated Karen Reed, same unit that cleared Matthew Farwell for the death of Sandra Birchmore, murder of Sandra Birchmore. We're going to find out that this unit wasn't just using racist text messages, but Michael Proctor's personal cell phone had a litany of other conversations, including the name of an SA victim, intimate pictures, etc. The reason why this is so indefensible is previously when people were talking about the text messages Michael Proctor sent about Karen Reed, using misogynistic language towards her, slurs, in fact, joking about looking for her nudes. It was kind of brushed off by the propaganda apparatus, mostly coordinated by Kate Peter, around Michael Proctor. All right? And a lot of people, even myself, I think, were starting to think Proctor was just a fall guy. It was really Tully, Fanning, others, Yuri Buchanan, who were the issue in that unit, in particular with the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder. And Michael Proctor was being made to look like this boogeyman to distract people. That's what I thought. I want to just say to you all I was wrong. Okay, this is just, if this is what the Norfolk County District Attorney was willing to admit in a court filing that they submitted, right, it's way worse than anyone imagines. Now, one thing I want to talk about before we really dive into this is why did Michael Proctor give this cell phone over, right? What? Oh, thank you, Hell Toupe. I love the word polemics. Yes, Jay, the Cox thing is big. And we'll talk about the Kelly Devers and Cox thing in a second, too. But one thing I want to talk about is, does anyone remember Exhibit O, all right, from November of 2023? It has to do with a conversation that Karen Reed and Aidan Kearney had that Aidan Kearney relayed to Lindsay Gattani in text. Now, it was about what Josh Levy told Karen Reed about why the feds subpoenaed Jen McCabe's cell phone. Now, the reason, now I believe this, the reason Karen relayed to Aidan that from Josh Levy himself that the feds subpoenaed Jen McCabe's cell phone was they wanted to see if what Jen McCabe turned in to the Norfolk DA in the context of Rule 14 for Karen's criminal trial for John O'Keefe's death was the same as what the feds got, okay? The material the feds got via their subpoena. I believe Michael Proctor had some kind of constructive knowledge that his cell phone was already obtained in full by the feds. Now, here's what's weird about this. What Proctor gave over was an extraction, from what I understand, a full extraction. I don't know, unless there's something that I'm just completely unaware of, how the feds could get a full extraction of someone's cell phone via a subpoena. You can go to third-party record providers if you're the feds. You can go to different companies that the target may have used on their phone to get all this stuff. But you can't really get a full extraction. However, I have heard of something called cloning. To clone a device requires physical proximity to it. I guess it could technically be facilitated by like a hijack of something called data upstream. Not a hijack, but like if you were really investigating someone and you had permission from the FISA court under Section 702, what you would have the ability to do is technically intercept all of the traffic. So the internet is like a highway, okay? And every time we go onto the internet, it's like an on-ramp. There's something called Data Upstream and Project Echelon and a few other things we're not going to talk about. All of these things basically allow the government, when you're driving up that on-ramp on your cell phone or your computer, to intercept the traffic, okay? So they have it's like called a man-in-the-middle attack, but it's not really an attack because they're allowed to do it. What they do is they wait for you to drive up the on-ramp and then they just clone everything. That's one way, ostensibly, to reconstruct a extraction of someone's phone. But that's also not what I think they did here. One, that's very technologically advanced. And two, you'd be doing it on a U.S. citizen, and it's really frowned upon. Unless Michael Proctor were, coordinating with foreign intelligence or something, you can't really use FISA to spy on U.S. citizens. In fact, the FBI got in a lot of trouble because during the Crossfire Hurricane investigation of President Trump, which is itself being investigated right now, the FBI lied to the FISA court and said Carter Page, who worked for Stephen Halper, wasn't a CIA source, and so the FISA court thought that Carter Page talking to Russians was because the Russians had infiltrated the Trump campaign. Really what happened was Stephen Halper and Carter Page were talking to the Russians because they worked for the CIA, and the CIA told the FBI that Carter Page was only talking to Russians because he worked for the CIA, and then the FBI, Lisa Page and Peter Strzok, manipulated the email correspondence from the CIA and lied to the FISA court and said that Page was not working for the CIA, so the FISA court would think Page was spying for the Russians on the Trump campaign. Basically, that's why you don't use Project Echelon or Data Upstream to spy on U.S. citizens for any reason, so I think that's out as well. Third option, they could, and I'm not really sure how this happens, but you could, with physical proximity or a sophisticated technological hijack, although I think physical proximity is more likely, you could clone an entire phone. Do you understand that? And make an extraction just by being near it. I'm not in the government. I don't know how they do this stuff. I frankly don't want to know. But I do know that, for example, during the Boston Marathon situation, when the brother, so the older brother, Tamerlan, read Michelle McPhee in Newsweek if you want to learn more about this. But this is important for our purposes because it's what I think happened, but I just don't know how it happened. So if you know about the Boston Marathon situation, there was the escape into Watertown after Sean Collier, the MIT police officer, was killed at that Shell station over on Memorial Drive. So they keep driving the brothers over into Watertown, and they get caught up over by the 7-Eleven, which is on Mount Auburn Street there, okay? They're in, like, the neighborhood behind that. And the older brother gets captured. Like, there's footage of him on Channel 4 being arrested alive. He gets arrested, and then he's taken, they say they're going to take him to Mount Auburn, which would make sense, but they end up taking him to BIDMC, Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center. And then the younger brother gets captured a few days later, or a day or two later, on a boat, and kind of a few blocks away from that neighborhood, also in Watertown, but closer to like the cemetery and heading over towards BB&N. All right, and anyway, so the point of that though is that when the younger brother and the older brother arrive at BIDMC, there's a lot of weird stuff that happens. I don't want to go down the rabbit hole, but like first of all, the older brother. And I had sources who were at BIDMC that night, so I know a lot of this firsthand from them. The older brother gets brought to BIDMC from in an ambulance, and the ambulance driver tells the hospital staff that they got him from another ambulance, and he was dead when they got him. So that's weird, all right? And then the other thing is, when the younger brother came in, and I just want to get this on the record so there's a record of it. When the younger brother came in, the doctors described his wounds as a shot through the femoral artery, a shot through the neck, I believe, and then maybe a shot through the hand, and then a shot, this is the weirdest part, the younger brother, Tamerlan, a precision shot through the cheek and the tongue that rendered him incapable of speaking. Anyway, that's the background to what I'm about to tell you. Anyone who was in those 8-unit bays at BIDMC when the Marathon brothers were there that morning, the next day, etc., had their phones cloned. And then all they had to do to clone the phone was just be near the device. Okay, I know someone who got their phone cloned. All they had to do was be near the device. The feds just put their device near the other device and it cloned the phone. So, my opinion is that's very possible. If we're thinking about why would Michael Proctor ever turn over 12 years worth of incriminating evidence against himself while fighting an appeal that immediately led to the state police union dropping their support for him, and then that led to this apoplectic filing, which is only a preview of the hellacious fallout that's going to come about as a result of this. Why would he ever turn it over? Okay, one, that text message from Aiden to Lindsay Gattani about what Josh Levy was saying to Karen Reed about why they wanted Jen McCabe's cell phone was probably the motivator, okay? Because if you think the feds already have your full extraction, however the hell they got it, it doesn't matter which of the options the feds used, however they got it, if you think they have it, you're not going to delete stuff that you have to turn over in a Rule 14 production if you're a state cop, because then you've obstructed justice. And that's why it makes sense Proctor might have got a criminal defense attorney. It's very possible that although there wasn't necessarily, quote, a cover-up of who killed John O'Keefe, there was multiple cover-ups of what happened as a result. Now, Colonel Noble has been, Jay says, I will confirm on record that Colonel Noble has been in direct communication with the USAG and FBI. Mark it down. All right. Yes, 3 Clerk Monty. You got it 100%. Michelle McPhee, yeah, and I've been saying it as well. Michelle McPhee says 3 Clerk Monty said on August 1st, 2025. I've been saying it for a year now. Karen Reed is connected to Matthew Farwell, Brian Walsh, and others. I would say it like the inverse of that. I would say Michael Proctor, who worked for Brian Tully on the state police unit with Yuri Buchanan, John Fanning, Nick Garino, and Matt Duane and others. They had, it was like, imagine the Annie Dukem State Police Drug Lab scandal on steroids, no pun intended, times 1,000. It's the worst thing you can possibly imagine because what really happened was, it wasn't just that this unit was doing weird things when they were talking about Karen, etc. They had a lot of literal bodies buried with the Sandra Birchmore cover-up, and then they had a lot of misconduct buried that's now coming out. Now, they thought they had the cover of the prosecutors. You saw how Lally was treated, in my opinion, and others. The state police, the unit, the CPAC unit embedded with the Norfolk DA was like bullying the prosecutors, the ADAs. So I think what happened was the state police unit answered directly to God. All right, that was the colloquial saying I heard. And as a result, they didn't think any of this stuff was ever going to come out. They had to stage manage how the PR was presented about the Reed case, not because they did anything per se to cover up, quote, John's death, but because of what happened afterwards. Now, here's how this all ties in. One, someone was saying to me on Twitter, and I don't believe it for a second, that the medical examiner was the reason why John Fanning wrote a police report absolving Matthew Farwell for the death of Sandra Birchmore. Nonsense. Nonsense. I think the medical examiner's cooperating with the FBI. Furthermore, I think the medical examiner sabotaged the John O'Keefe autopsy because she was pissed at Tully's unit because Tully's unit made her lie on the autopsy of Sandra Birchmore. All right, and I think the medical examiner was just a pawn in all this, and that's why she got so pissed. If you watch the medical examiner's testimony, Scadorti Bello, I believe, she was the one who did the Birchmore autopsy and John O'Keefe's autopsy. She looks like she hates the state police. She sabotaged a lot of that testimony. She was terrible. All right, and I think she also intentionally sabotaged John's autopsy because she was pissed at Tully's unit because they got her caught up in a federal probe over the Birchmore cover-up. All right, I think that unit had a lot to hide. If you want to talk about Kelly Devers, I think what we've learned in the last week is that on February 22nd, 2024, Cox, Commissioner Cox of the Boston Police was informed by someone in the Public Integrity Unit of the U.S. Attorney's Office in Boston that Kelly Devers, there was information that had been handed over from the U.S. Attorney to Commissioner Cox of the Boston Police about Kelly Dever. Kelly Dever had worked for the Canton Police in 2022, but now was working for the Boston Police. Now, the issue here has nothing to do with John O'Keefe's death, okay? It just happened to occur on the same night. Here's what happened with Kelly Dever. Kelly Dever started work January 28th at 12 a.m. She worked a 12 a.m. shift, or a 12 p.m. shift noon until 8 p.m. Then she worked a second shift from 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. On the second shift, she was working dispatch. At 1:30 or 2 a.m., Brian Higgins comes back to move his car, quote unquote. He goes from Fairview Road, where he had been drinking with Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe and Julie Nagel and the Brian Albert and Nicole Albert and Brian Albert Jr. He goes back to the police station. Just Brian Higgins, the undercover ATF agent who had an affair with Karen before John's death. Okay. He goes back to the Canton police station, and he's there with his, quote, good friend, then Chief Berkowitz, who is now dead. Now, you got to remember, Chief Berkowitz is not a bad guy. I believe Chief Berkowitz in 2022 was the person who, after John Fanning wrote the report absolving Matthew Farwell of responsibility for Sandra Birchmore's death, it was Ken Berkowitz who went to the FBI, and I also think there was someone else in the Canton PD who's still there, I'm going to withhold their name and rank for now, at least their rank, I don't know their name. Who also went to the FBI and about the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder. You got to remember, within 48 hours, going back to February 1st, 2021, Friday, within 48 hours of Sandra Birchmore being discovered. So she gets killed Friday, February 1st around 9:23 p.m. She's discovered February 4th in the morning by the Canton police after a wellness check comes in from her colleagues at the school where she worked, okay, administrative assistant. Canton police between February 4th and February 6th, according to the March or April 2025 audit report by Five Eyes Intelligence, pages 99 to 102 specifically. You can read in that report about how within 48 hours the Canton police had information that Matthew Farwell was abusing Sandra since she was a child. That Matthew Farwell was the man at the in the lobby of Sandra's apartment at 9:23 right before her murder. That Matthew Farwell said that if Sandra didn't get a procedure to take the life of her unborn child, that Farwell would, quote, take care of the problem herself. All of that was handed over from the Canton Police to the Massachusetts State Police Unit, detailed to the Norfolk DA within 48 hours of February 4th, 2021. Somehow, and this is why I don't believe for a second that the ME was responsible for getting the state police to write a report absolving Matthew Farwell. Somehow, despite all that information, eventually John Fanning, who was Brian Tully's partner of 20 years at the Mass State Police, Tully was the unit commander, Fanning, who used to work in Stoughton, same place where Matt Farwell worked, Yuri Buchanan, who was also on the state police unit, also worked in Stoughton. Fanning writes a report absolving Farwell. That, I believe, prompts Ken Berkowitz to go to the FBI about the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder. That's what I believe leads to the impanelment of the May 2022 grand jury that has sprawled for years and years and covers all of this. All right. But taking us back to the early morning, about 1:30 a.m. of January 29, 2022. Higgins comes back to the Canton police station, and he meets up with Berkowitz. Kelly Devers is still on shift, okay? And she sees them go into an area alone. It's very likely, all right, I'm just saying, it's very likely that they were just, people do things, okay? They were just friendly, all right? You know what I'm saying? 3 Clerk Monte, that is based on my sources, and I'm very confident in that. That Ken Berkowitz went to the FBI. I'm very confident reporting that. But just think about it. Like, Berkowitz and Higgins, like, were very good friends. They were just hanging out at 1:30 in the morning at the police station. No, bro. Like, come on. Devers saw them being a little, whatever. And then that's embarrassing. It makes the police look bad. It can bring the whole system into disrepute, not because of a cover-up, it's just very unprofessional. And so it's likely, I think what they actually caught Devers doing was getting pressured, first moved out of that department, she got moved up to Boston, pressured to not say anything about what she saw, and not because it had to do with John's death, but because it makes Berkowitz and Higgins look really bad, bro. I'm just being direct with you. I'm not, like, come on, like, I'm the first person to be like, we are not going to be bigoted. People can love whoever the fuck they want, whatever. But it's an issue of, like, Immanuel Kant talks about the distinction between public and private reason. And what he means by that is the idea that, like, you have certain positions and things you can do in your private life if you're a public official. You have certain things you can do in your public life, and you need to parse that out. You have responsibilities, you have obligations. I think that's why Kelly Devers got caught up. But we need to think about the larger picture here too, okay? So you got all these intermeshed web of connections, right? And we'll bring up the chat, all right? Let me get my little chat. I like my chat. All right, this is the chat. If you've never seen Tal's chat, that's the chat. No, that's not very helpful. Hold on one second. That's the chart. All right, I'll make the chart a little larger. We're going to watch an explanation of this because I actually already did this. So instead of me just telling you it all again, we're going to watch this video and you're going to come to understand. Before we do that, though, I want to talk a little bit about the Proctor text messages too. All right, we're going to do a little bit of both. All right. Now, the reason why I want to talk about the Proctor text messages is twofold. One, this is, on a personal level, very upsetting. Because as a lot of you know, Lindsay Gattani's cell phone extraction was also released by this unit, okay? And they have a very cavalier attitude towards protected information, as you're about to learn in terms of what happened overnight with the news about Proctor. This fits a pattern. It doesn't just fit a pattern of the PR and Kate Peter being deployed to kind of manage this narrative. It fits a pattern of this unit just looking at the vulnerable, and in particular women, as basically playthings. All right? So that's why a lot of people are asking, Grant, you can't be sympathetic to Karen. Yeah, I'm not sympathetic necessarily for her actions, but I'm on that January night back in 2022. But I'm not God. I can't absolve people. I cannot judge people for their lack of repentance. That's not, maybe she does have repentance, she just can't show it. I don't know. Not my decision, okay? But if you're asking, do I think what happened to Karen on a small scale with how this unit acted towards her and treated her, not to mention the conflicts of interest with how that DA and the unit knew some of the witnesses so closely, etc., etc. Not only am I sympathetic there, but then I'm also even more sympathetic because of what happened to Lindsay Gattani, okay, and her cell phone extraction. She trusted these people. They were state police officers wearing the badge, and they turned it over, her unredacted 15-year cell phone extraction, with only messages from Tully to Lindsay and from Kate Peter to Lindsay removed. That's abhorrent. That's disturbing. Okay, and I, along with others, was saying for multiple years, listen, you all, a lot of us cannot just look at people who investigated Karen Read and say, oh, well, we like that they did that. They can do no wrong. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That is exactly how we got to this position to begin with. And likewise, okay, it's also important to remember that it's not unreasonable for someone to have serious concerns with the integrity of the investigations conducted by this unit while also feeling certain various criminals may have done things, okay? Those are not mutually exclusive positions, and it is a moral no man's land. But, you know, I don't care if I don't have enough to eat every day. I don't care if I don't have access to my medication. The only thing that has ever mattered to me is finding out what actually happened, centering the voices of the unheard, uplifting the vulnerable, and preventing people from weaponizing overlapping concentric social circles of political influence to undermine the integrity of the republic at the expense of cogent public discourse. That's the only thing I care about. So for me, this is vindication. I was vindicated with the CCC situation, and I'm not pleased by this vindication. I just wanted people to understand the nuance so that we'd be able to talk about and fix this. We cannot talk about it if all of the discussion is just Kate Peter calling people ugly and then people calling Kate Peter stupid. That's not helpful. That is an intentional distraction to avoid the substantive issues at play here, which is a broken special prosecutor appointment process, a situation where the state police unit detailed to the Norfolk DA thought they were unanswerable to anyone but God, and an even more complex situation as to how the federal intervention involved in all of this is going to play out. I want to talk about all of it, but I think it's unfortunate we even got to this point, and the most basic tenets of our justice system were looked at not as rules that we should follow as moral maxims, but merely suggestions which, if they got in the way of an ends justified the means operation, could be set aside with no consequence whatsoever. And the null pros of two of Aidan Kearney's charges, I think specifically to avoid information about Tully leaking that phone extraction, Michael Proctor's colleague, Brian Tully, leaking Lindsay Gattani's phone extraction, is no coincidence. I think that was abuse of prosecutorial discretion. I think it's a clarion call for reform of the special prosecutor statute. But let's talk more. I'm going on some rants. I'll answer your questions. I want to play a little towel trivia today. Oh, sorry, I took your comments down. They weren't scrolling. It is very good to see you, Christina. Hello, Ola. It's great to see you. Christina says, two things can be true. Cops and government agencies are corrupt, and all right. And Karen was responsible for John's death. Christina may have used some words that went beyond that. All right. Let's, so there's a lot I want to do. One, I want to go over the chart. I think explaining that chart will contextualize this. At certain points, I might want to rant about the moral incredulity of this, just the trust factor, the abuse of the vulnerable, what this shows, what it means, this, and to also explain this is just the very beginning. This is where this came from, okay? It was a motion filed yesterday by the Norfolk County District Attorney. Oh, that's not nearly visible. But it was a motion filed yesterday by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. And in the motion, I mean, we can read through it if you want. I guess we can. I am a little towel, after all, so that's what you want to do. That's what we'll do. All right, so let's just take a read of it, and let's just come to understand it. So this is where a lot of people are saying, Grant, can you at least post the document so we can understand? Well, yeah, it's one sentence in the document, so we'll read it. Then I'm going to play a video about why people are misjudging the moral implications of all of this, how the PR functioned, how it all played out. Then I'm going to play a video explaining the chart, and then maybe we'll play some trivia depending on how we're feeling. So this is where it came from. And kudos to Ted Daniel. When I read this thing, I was so incredulous that the Norfolk DA was giving Proctor the white glove treatment after not moving for months to get a protective order on Lindsay Gattani's phone. I was so incredulous, I literally missed the line. So Ted Daniel was the one, I mean, and of course, because Ted's a close reader, but Ted Daniel was the one who found it, and you're going to notice it's not necessarily easy to find. Like, you have to be really reading the document. It's only a 4-pager, so we'll read through it. But it just nestled in there. And by the way, this stuff is so damning that the Norfolk DA is doing something very rare. They are requesting that only the attorneys for the defendants in the cases Proctor investigated be able to look at this material. They keep it. The defendants can only look at it. The defendants can only look at it. That's what the comment. So this stuff is bad. It's as bad as can be, I'm telling you. Let's read this. Commonwealth v. Miles King. Commonwealth's motion for a protective order regarding information derived from review of extraction of a former Massachusetts State Police trooper's personal phone. The Commonwealth moves pursuant to Mass Rule of Criminal Procedure, paragraph 14.2, subsection G, that dissemination of materials from an extraction of former State Police trooper Michael Proctor's personal cell phone be restricted. As grounds, on June 17, 2025, Michael P. Doolin, the Honorable Judge Michael P. Doolin, this court, in specific cases, allowed in part defense motions for discovery of former Massachusetts State Police trooper Michael Proctor's personal cell phone. The order included that the Commonwealth produce communications from the dates of the charged offenses to the dates that indictments issued, and produce any other data from Proctor's personal cell phone that constitutes investigative material or is favorable to the defense within the meaning of Mass Rule of Criminal Procedure 14. Now, a lot of people have been saying, why did Proctor have all this shit on his phone if he knew it was discoverable? Rule 14 changed on March 1st, 2025. Rule 14 used to be more narrow. It imposes a way higher burden now. You could argue it's the result of liberal lawmakers, but really it's a change to Rule 14. And the new change imposes this elevated burden. And so Proctor for 12 years, 2012 through 2024, 2013 through 2025, may have been like, oh, I'm never going to have to give this up. Rule 14 doesn't even function that way. Well, it does now. That could be another reason, too. I'm trying to interpret why Proctor's text messages, why he just kept them, why he didn't see that this would be ordered. And I really do think it comes down to that Rule 14 changed. Good morning, Allie. Yeah, we're going to talk about it, Allie. It's bad. They were right about Proctor being... Proctor didn't just say racist things. Proctor, on his personal cell phone, had intimate pictures that we're going to find out were problematic. And Proctor released an SA victim's name in violation of law. All of this stuff. He apparently got a criminal defense attorney overnight. But I'm going to put up a towel poll here. What is your reaction to the newest Michael Proctor text disclosures? I am shocked and appalled. I am a towel. I am not surprised. I blame Kate Peter. All right, let's see how everybody's feeling, ladies and gentlemen. I threw up a towel poll. We'll see. The burden blinded him. Yeah, Three Clerk Monty, I really think because you couldn't have predicted that Rule 14 would have changed in that way, but I think it's a bit of both. I think it's Rule 14 allows the defendants to get Judge Doolin to issue a more permissive discovery order, but then also I think the feds probably had Proctor's phone the whole time, so Proctor was going to have to turn it over. Hello, Chair Bear. It's great to see you. Hello, Rue. It's great. I know Rue's here. Rue, you are a towel. Hello, Toffee Towel. I'm a towel. Yeah, I know, Christina. But listen, I got to call it like I see it. FKR was saying that the stuff Proctor, and this is why I want to be, we'll watch the video about the morality of all this after I read this document. I want to be direct about this. FKR was saying for the longest time that Proctor's text messages about Karen were not a joke, they were not an aberration, they were not an abnormality, they were a reflection of a long-standing pattern of conduct on behalf of this unit. That's what I'm saying they were right about. And we can pontificate all we want as little towels about whether or not the stress of the job leads to that kind of thing, whatever. No, the stress of the job doesn't lead to racial slurs. The stress of the job doesn't lead to having intimate images on personal cell phones. And listen, we'll watch the video about the morality of it. I understand it's difficult to process this. I don't think anyone is pleased because the whole point is that the justice system can only function. The rules exist around police misconduct and otherwise for a reason. Because you have to have something in the police's mind when they're doing that misconduct to stop them. If they just think that nothing is ever going to happen, if the police just think nothing is ever going to happen, no one's ever going to do anything to hold the police accountable, then they can just act however they want. That's what we really have to focus on. We have to focus on using situations like this as an example and reforming our system so that if we think defendants are guilty, Brian Walsh, Karen, whatever, that those defendants don't get to avoid accountability because the people we entrust to investigate them either, one, don't know how the rules work, two, just don't care how the rules work, or three, feel they're unanswerable. Do you see? That's the issue here. For me, it comes from a place of justice. You don't see anyone out there saying free Miles King. I don't think anyone's going to be pleased if Brian Walsh walks free because of investigative misconduct. No one's going to be celebrating it. People are going to say, this is a failure of the system writ large to check and balance its internal culture. And that's what we all got to reform. And if I have to be the voice, standing up here, taking the slings and arrows and the attacks, and I don't care. I don't care. Whatever it is that cuts us through the polemics. You have to use me as a punching bag, you go right ahead and do it. Whatever it is, I can take it. Whatever it is that you have to do to help you understand what's going on here, I'm here for you. I'm here with you. We'll do it together. We've been here together over 2 or 3 years analyzing this ungodly, conflagrating scenario, and I'm not going to just stop analyzing it because some parts of it are uncomfortable. They're uncomfortable for the people who thought that these troopers were good guys. They may be even uncomfortable for people who are saying, why am I agreeing with a guy who thinks Karen might have accidentally hit John? But you know what? That's the reality. If truth were anything but shades of gray, okay, life would be a lot simpler. If we could just go through the world and there were binary A or B answers for every question of morality, life would be very easy. We don't have that. We have conflicting, overlapping motives that aren't always aligned. Sometimes they are. There's good, there's bad, there's neutral, and that's how we have to parse through this. Never accepting anyone's perspective as fact, instead looking at that perspective as narrative informed by kernels of truth that overlap with other perspectives from different people that help us form the full mosaic or picture. So, let's keep reading. Sorry, I went on a little bit of a rant there, but it's Saturday morning. We're going to be ranting, we're talking, we're explicating, we are engaged in real-time discussion, and we, yes, 3 Clerk Monty, I think, puts it well. It's not so much free King or free Brian Walsh. It's people are saying King and Walsh should get fair trials, and that's what I think we have to understand. I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, but the traditional remedy for a violation of one's constitutional rights, I guess we could say there are a few different remedies, but the conventional remedy in a criminal trial for the defendant is the exclusionary rule. If police commit misconduct, that evidence gets excluded except for the purposes of impeachment, which is not substantive. Okay? I just learned that a few days ago, actually. So illegally obtained evidence, the punishment is the exclusionary rule. That's not coming in a trial, all right? But you know what else can happen? Civil rights violations under the federal Constitution. You could have Massachusetts constitutional violations that result in penalties beyond just the exclusionary rule. However, if your state constitution doesn't explicitly permit illegally obtained evidence to be used in certain circumstances, like a good faith exception, then you might also be able to make some ground there and get the evidence more than just excluded, but prevented from being used for impeachment or whatever. But that's kind of missing the point. The point is, we conventionally think of those two remedies for violations of civil rights or constitutional rights in the context of the criminal process by law enforcement officers. But really, we have to think a little bit broader here, okay? Because the right to a fair trial, you can call it a penumbra, okay? Akin to the way we think about the right to privacy. Where do you find the right to privacy? The Fourth Amendment, okay? Do you see the words the right to privacy in the Constitution? Not exactly, okay? I think it's like the right of the people to be secure in their persons, places, and effects shall not be abridged unless issuance of a search warrant based on probable cause, etc., etc. So you don't see the right to privacy defined. It's a penumbra of rights. It's the Fourth Amendment, it's the Sixth Amendment, it's the 14th Amendment. And in that way, you have to think about the right to a fair trial in a similar way. Yes, like the right to the Sixth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, they all play directly to your fair trial rights, but so does the 14th Amendment due process clause, and so does the Equal Protection Clause. All of these come together to form the concept of a fair trial. Now, the state's entitled to a fair trial. That's a lot of people's qualms with defendants using PR to fight their cases in the public. But the defendant, there's a liberty interest at stake, a deprivation of a liberty interest. The defendant's the one who has the most solid right to a fair trial. And folks should understand, even when reviewing a grand jury indictment, which is a very favorable standard, the prosecutor doesn't have to do a lot of work to meet it. You could have a perfectly good case against a defendant that was presented at the grand jury, and under Odell, DeBenedetto, and or McCarthy, you can see the grand jury proceedings subject to review and dismissal of the indictment because of police misconduct. Now, it's a very high bar. In fact, under Odell, police, I think, can lie to the grand jury, and there is no consequence as long as there was other information that would have reasonably, in the judge's opinion, allowed the grand jury to find probable cause, which is itself a low standard to indict. It's wild. It's wild, all right? But there's not a lot of remedies for police misconduct in the context of gathering evidence, and that's where the system breaks down. If the only penalties are the exclusion of the evidence and potential civil rights charges or perjury, that's not an effective deterrent. You know what is a effective deterrent? Talking about this. Forcing these police, the change to Rule 14 played into it, but forcing the police themselves to confront the reality that charges against people who would otherwise have been convicted can either not get through, get thrown out, or be subject to jury nullification because your officers did bad things. That's what this is about. So if you value justice, if you value integrity in the system, you should be standing on the hilltops, whether you think Karen Reed is guilty or innocent, and saying this deprived the public of an opportunity to see the fair administration of justice. And in that regard, you could really argue Karen was fighting fire with fire, all right? Not saying that justifies it, but that explains why she went to the mat, literally and figuratively, with these guys. She was scared of this unit. I think she thought that this unit had bodies on them. I'm not so sure Nick Areno wasn't targeted, by the way, with that drunk driving accident. I don't believe that was an accident. Sorry. Too convenient timing, and Nick Areno knows way too much about the cover-up the Sandra Birchmore murder and also the leak of Lindsay Catani's phone extraction. But yeah, keep asking your questions. I'll engage. We're reading a document. 3-Clerk Monty said, the remedy is the privilege of a new trial in Norfolk County where the defendant's rights will be fully protected. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not, 3-Clerk Monty, but that to me sounds a lot like, well, we investigated ourselves and we found we did nothing wrong. God bless America. All right, let's read this motion. As grounds, on June 17, 2025, the Honorable Judge Michael P. Doolin, in specific cases, allowed in part defense motions for discovery of former Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael Proctor's personal cell phone. The order included that the Commonwealth produce communications from the dates of the charged offenses to the dates that indictments issued and produce any other data from Proctor's personal cell phone that constitutes investigative materials or is favorable to the defense within the meaning of Mass Rule of Criminal Procedure 14. Yes, and I went on a soliloquy about how in March of 2025 Rule 14 was updated because I'm a little towel. The court further ordered that the Commonwealth move for appropriate protective orders for the court's review prior to producing the items and information, and that defense counsel shall not show or provide, hold on one second, the communications produced pursuant to this order to anyone else except that defense counsel may show but not give them to the defendants in this case. Upon filing of a motion, an amended motion for clarification by the former Trooper's Counsel on August 13, 2025, this court, the Honorable Peter B. Krupp, clarified that, quote, the obligation to produce, quote, any other data that constitutes investigative materials or is favorable to the defense is not limited to a particular date range, and that the former trooper had a legitimate interest in protecting attorney-client privilege or spousal communications. This court issued further orders about delivery and extraction of the phone, the opportunity for the former Trooper's Counsel to submit a privilege log, and a timeline for the Commonwealth to produce discoverable materials. Here it comes. Under Massachusetts law, all items and information favorable to the defendant within the possession, custody, or control of the prosecutor, prosecuting office, or prosecution team must be disclosed. See Rule 14b2a. See generally Brady v. Maryland, Giglio v. U.S., Graham v. DA for Hampton District Attorney. The review of the personal cell phone is ongoing. Here it comes. Everybody ready? Hold your horses. Children in the room, cover your ears. This is a content warning. No children are to listen to the following sentence. I wouldn't say it's the most graphic thing I've ever read, but cover your earmuffs, towel earmuffs. Rue, you and Toffee Towel have to go in the other room. This is very adult material. I'm not pleased that I have to read this next sentence. If I make it through without yelling, it'll be a towel miracle. Oh no, I dropped my drink. Sorry about that. Dropped my energy drink. Alright, I think you can tell how upset I am that I have to read this sentence. I have to mentally prepare myself. Alright, here we go. Oh God, I'm going to distract myself with a comment first. Alright, here we go. Review of the personal cell phone is ongoing. At this time, pursuant to Mass Rule of Criminal Procedure 14, the Commonwealth is producing text chats, audio files, and video files which span many years. One text chat contains highly sensitive information, including images of intimate body parts of people not participating in the chat, screenshots of Facebook posts by non-participants, images of non-participants, full phone numbers and or email addresses of the text chain participants, and the name of an SA victim. Now you read that sentence, and you're anyone except for the people doing PR or the people that personally know this unit or anyone on it. That's what the DA had to admit. That's as good as they could make it look. Imagine what's actually on there. So you wanted the context. There is no context. It's as bad as everyone is saying. I'm disturbed. I am absolutely disturbed, ladies and gentlemen. I have towel after dark. I have never, ever, ever in my life felt so betrayed. I defended this man. I don't even know him. People are like, oh, Grant must know his, his wife or somebody's, Proctor's sister or somebody. I think his wife went to my high school. I didn't even know her. Didn't know him. Don't know them. Never talked to, I think one time I walked up to the group of witnesses at a court hearing, and I was like, I can't really know you because I have to stay impartial. That was a good life decision. I just said it to Matt McCabe's face, I'm pretty sure. I was like, I'm happy to be here and film you all, but I can't really know you or take sides. I have to stay impartial. What? They were like, someone actually knows how to do this? Journalism? Oh, God. I also think they look at me a little bit like Hunter S. Thompson, but you know what? It is what it is. All right. Where was I going with that? Oh, I defended this man. I was like, oh, he couldn't have actually meant he was looking for Karen's nudes. Oh, when he used that slur, it was just because he really cared about John O'Keefe. Nope. Sorry. I was betrayed. I was betrayed by someone I didn't even know. I'm so upset. The one thing I don't like is when people look at the vulnerable, and I'm not saying all women are vulnerable, but I don't like people who punch down or who look for easy targets. I hate it. And when you do it under the cover of an official position, it makes me so upset. I mean, why would they do this to people? We're talking years and years and years. You have a great Sunday, Chair Bear. It was great to see you. But we're talking years and years and years of cases. Do you know how much damage this is going to do? I might be the first one talking about it, other than Ted, Daniel, and I think Attorney Melanie Little also covered it a little bit last night. This is apoplectic. And you watch, like, the people who, like Kate Peter or whatever, either hired or rallied to support this, you can't even defend it. I saw Julie Carpenter being like, oh, well, I suppose this could be taken out of context. You know, we don't know what it actually says. No, bro. This is the beginning. It's going to get so bad. It's going to make Annie Dukem look like child's play. That caused thousands, I'm pretty sure like 12,000 cases to be reviewed. This isn't going to be that scale in numbers because the CPAC unit of the Norfolk DA only investigates like high-level crimes. But it's going to be the worst of the worst. The worst of the worst. It's going to infect every... You know, it kind of frustrates me because I didn't like that Alan Jackson... I get Alan Jackson is a little older. I get he was making an homage to John Dean testifying in front of Senator Irving's Watergate Committee about the cancer growing on the presidency, okay? That was the phrase that Dean used in April of 73 to tell Nixon that Haldeman and Ehrlichman covered up Watergate, okay? It was really Nixon who covered up Watergate. I understand Alan Jackson was making a historical homage, but so I was gentle, but I really didn't like that he said there was a cancer, okay? I didn't like it because I thought that it was just inappropriate in the context of that trial. It was the right literary allusion, the wrong moment. What Alan was saying, though, was that it was exactly what I just said. It was pernicious. It was insidious. There was rot in this unit being enabled by the Norfolk DA. And what happened to Karen was just one example of a metastasis of this very insidious, pernicious force. He did it in a vulgar way. I'm not being too harsh on Alan. It's just it's not 1980. It's not 1975. No one knows about John Dean testifying to Senator Irving. So when you say it's a cancer growing on the Norfolk DA, no one thinks about it like that. And I did, but no one they just think you're calling it cancer, and that is what made Alan's point not resonate. What he should have said, and what I'm saying now, and what the historical record will bear out, is that this was a pattern of conduct, and some very bad hombres, as President Trump would say, are going to go free. But historically, people already in jail might go free. It compromises everything. You deprive them of a fair trial. This is how it works. All these defendants should have been able to ask Michael Proctor, did you say racist things about me? Did you reveal confidential investigatory material? And if they were deprived of that because of a withholding of information, all of them at a bare minimum are going to get new trials. A lot of them are just going to get released. Annie Dukem, as I said, will go down as child's play. Elijah, they're somewhat mutually exclusive, but the way... Oh, that's where I was going to wrap up earlier. The most severe sanction for violation of civil rights, and I want you all to think about the Alec Baldwin Russ case. If you remember in that case, literally during the middle of trial, there was a motion to dismiss, not substantively based on Baldwin's guilt or innocence, but based on prosecutorial misconduct because the prosecutor knew about bullets being delivered to by an armorer during the trial of the first trial, the woman who went to jail, Hannah Gutierrez. During that trial, bullets got delivered from an armorer who said that he had sent some of the rounds to the Russ set. Those bullets got delivered to the sheriff's office and cataloged under a case number that was intentionally not related to the Baldwin case. So when the prosecutors turned over discovery to Baldwin, he wasn't given that information. When the judge found out about that mid-trial, she immediately dismissed the indictments against Baldwin mid-trial. Before, like literally, he was about to stand trial. Hannah Gutierrez had already been convicted, and she was going to testify against him, and he got off. Not because it relates to his guilt or innocence per se, but because it relates to the integrity of the proceeding. The most severe sanction outside of the exclusionary rule or civil or federal liability for civil rights violations that can happen to a prosecutor or a team of investigators is dismissal for prosecutorial misconduct. Allie, I don't see any of your comments being removed. It's possible that you're seeing the comment on your mobile device. It's just not going through to the chat, but I'll keep a close eye on it. I see every log of every action, and I can tell you nobody removed any of your comments. They'll be removed if they do. It could just be your comment not getting sent through, so go ahead and try to resend that one. But yes, I'm monitoring the chat actively. I like to keep an eye on it. Prince of Wales, you can, whatever it is that you want to do to, help engage in the public sphere, as long as you're not being derogatory, discriminatory, sea lioning, or otherwise sort of undermining cogent, good faith public discourse, I don't really care. So I'm hearing that there's a YouTube issue going on, Allie. Prince of Wales has let us know. Some mod comments aren't showing up. And apparently that might be the cause of the username. But yep, issues. Everyone, I want to let you know, if you're having an issue with the chat, just try sending your comment again. The way you can double check if your comments are going through, right on the left side of your screen there, that is the comments that I see on the back end, okay? So I get a log of every comment that goes up, every comment that gets removed, who removes it, and if you're not seeing your comment under my little towel head, my little towel body, that means that you are just having an issue on your side. Don't worry about it. Or it could be a YouTube issue. Allie, and I'll just read this one out. Allie had wrote that she thinks KR is guilty and she doesn't care who hates her. Well, who hates Allie for saying it. You know what, Allie? That's exactly how I feel about people with their opinions. It shouldn't matter what other people think of you for your opinion. It shouldn't matter how people talk to you about your opinion. If you believe it authentically, if you think it's true, God bless you. You deserve to say it. You'll always have a voice on this channel. But I also want to say, I'm not really critiquing anyone for their views. I think you all should be unapologetic in your views. Opinions are very important. I don't look at them as just something everyone has. I look at them as sacred vessels of our cognition made manifest. They are the great work. Forget the European cathedrals or the canon of Shakespeare or Kubrick's 2001: A Space Odyssey. No, the great work, the apotheosis of man from mere animal to sentient being, is an opinion. Art is but opinion made manifest in the material world. Opinion is the apotheosis of humans into sentience. And in that regard, your opinion is a sacred vessel, an expression of your autonomy, and you should treat it as such. It's more important than any purchase you'll ever make, than any person you'll ever meet. It is you made manifest in the external world, not your body, what you believe and how you express it. That is the folly of mankind, thinking that our relationship with the external world is made manifest in our physical bodies. Wrong. It's made manifest in our opinions. And you all be unapologetic in learning and expressing those opinions, and I will back you at every step of the way. Exactly, and I think that's what people are starting to see, Allie. Allie said she watched both trials and never really felt she was part of a bandwagon. There are some of us who were watching and forming opinions, and you may have wanted to put us in various camps because we aligned with you at various times, but that didn't mean we were on a bandwagon. We were just saying what we authentically believed, and it's no different right now. And so that's why I don't care. Starve me out, try to make my life miserable, I don't care. I'll push through it. I love it. I thrive on the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune because it means I'm over the target. That's why I don't really care when people are like, how can you critique this person we had on a pedestal? What do you mean? That's all I've ever done, unapologetically. No one is above reproach. We hold everyone to the same moral standard. Safety, country, God, family, in that order. And if you have a problem with it, go to Mexico. I don't care. I love America, and I hate the damn commies. All right, let's keep... Always circles back to the commies somehow. Let's keep reading. Then we're going to watch a video where I talk a little bit more about how this PR kind of functioned. Now, some people didn't fall victim to it. I know Allie, Rue, and Toffee didn't fall victim to it because they've always been engaging based on what they think. But I think a lot of us, if we reflect and think back, did I avoid criticizing X, Y, or Z person because I thought they were doing the right thing in another context? Maybe the answer to that question is yes. And maybe even me, with how I was trying to say Michael Proctor was excusable for what he had said about Karen Reed. I was upset about it, but my tone was still apologizing for why he might have done it. Now I think a lot of us have to come to terms with whatever we think about the investigation of John's death. This unit may have had some issues, and it's not wrong. It is not a moral fault to say this state police unit had some failures, even though they investigated Karen Reed for John's death. The only people who would be inclined to say overlook it all would be people trying to protect that unit, like Kate Peter, or Brian Tully's friends, like Pam Friedman, or Jen McCabe. I'm a towel. You're a towel. All right. Three Clerk Monty said... Well, all right, hold on. We'll go one at a time. Christina said, I follow facts, not conspiracies. Yeah, of course, Christina, but think about where the origin of the term conspiracy comes from. A conspiracy is actually a criminal act where someone takes an overt step in furtherance of a larger plot to do something illegal. If every conspiracy were a mere theory, okay, we wouldn't have that as a criminal charge. The very nature of a conspiracy is a threat to the integrity of the justice system. To simply say, well, something might involve two people doing something to do something bad, therefore I don't want to talk about it. We can't do that. Now, I'm not scolding you, Christina. I'm saying rooted in the overlapping concentric social circles of influence which define soft power political dynamics in this country are conspiracies. That is part and parcel of finding truth. So we can't corner off our understanding to just very linear sort of sets of criminal charges to understand co-conspirator liability, whether for the purposes of the hearsay exception, I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, or for the purposes of criminal liability under something like MGL 274-7, which is the conspiracy statute of Massachusetts. You have to think about overlapping concentric social circles of influence. Conspiracies in that sense are not some far-flung, nonsensical, inductive steps, leaps of logic. They are part and parcel of analyzing every case, every motive, every person's actions, every decision in the justice system. Three Clerk Monty said, these MA cases are tough because good faith interpretation of the available info often leads to some otherwise outlandish sounding opinions. That's true, 3 Clerk Monty. It's very polemical, and we're going to watch Towel's analogy of the cave in a little bit to learn why that happens. Allie says she was hoping for a conspiracy and thought it would be juicy. She can't see the cover-up with the John O'Keefe case. I agree, but Allie, the Sandra Birchmore case, for sure covered up, in my opinion. Farwell worked for a while, obviously, in Stoughton, and that's where John Fanning used to work. John Fanning wrote the report into Farwell. Sandra Birchmore's unborn child was not even Matt Farwell's. Whose was it? You want to bet it was John Fanning's? John Fanning, if it comes out that John Fanning was the father of that baby, the unborn baby, and he investigated Farwell, all right, yeah. Forget about Juicy, story of the century. And it's not even the reason why I'm so interested in this. It's because people close to Brian Tully and his friends won't talk about it. They think that it's perfectly okay to just say, well, it's all right. Sandra Birchmore's murder wasn't covered up. That was, they were just going on the ME, or they had nothing to hide. These men, ask some of the girls at the Canton High School parties, right, how long Brian Tully and Yuri and John Fanning were going around for. I agree, Birchmore is very different. Elijah says, the bad reports on the police do not change the fact that Karen hit him. Elijah, you're fully entitled to your opinion, my dear friend, and I will support your right to say it. JI525, KR quote, I know I said I hit him, but did I really say it as many times as law enforcement is claiming? I was looking to find him on the side of the road and expecting I'd find him. Elijah says this is a smokescreen. Well, but again, I want folks to parse out what you think happened on the night of January 28th and 29th is mutually exclusive from law enforcement misconduct. It just is. You can have a guilty defendant that gets off because of law enforcement misconduct. You may not like that. I don't think that's a virtue. But what I'm saying is if we want to actually move past this, we all have to address what happened. Otherwise, it's just going to keep happening. Do we really want cases where criminal defendants can just go find law enforcement misconduct everywhere in the unit that investigated them, and that's what gets them off? No, we want law enforcement to be above reproach. What do they say? The president's wife must be above reproach? And in order to do that, they have to hold themselves to a higher standard, and they did not do that here. All right, let's keep reading. Under Mass Rule of Criminal Procedure, paragraph 14.2, subsection G, upon a sufficient showing, the judge may at any time order that the discovery or inspection be denied, restricted, or deferred, or make such other order as is appropriate. The judge may alter the time requirement of Rules 14, 14.1, or 14.2. The judge may, for cause shown, grant discovery to a defendant on the condition that the material is to be discovered be available only to counsel for the defendant. This provision does not alter the allocation of the burden of proof with regards to the matter at issue, including privilege. I know where they got that. The issuance of a protective order is the inherent authority of the issuing court, and protective orders serve to shield litigants and third parties from unwarranted disclosure and as a practical matter to facilitate the discovery necessary for trial. Non-parties have a privacy interest in not having their images, their complete cell phone numbers, or email numbers publicly displayed. Oh, now you're arguing about the people Proctor was talking about. Did Brian Tully think about the people's information that was on Lindsay Gattani's phone before he released it? Haul Brian Tully in front of Congress, state or federal, and make him answer questions. Clearly, the Norfolk DA had the capacity to make Brian Tully understand what to do. Clearly. They're not morons. They know the law. I'm reading them talk about it. But yet Brian Tully was allowed to release Lindsay Gattani's unredacted cell phone extraction? It wasn't negligence, in my opinion. It was intentional. You're not a state police officer. You're not a detective lieutenant. You're not the commanding officer of a CPAC unit for that long. Even with bright line reasoning, even under the most deferential, I'm using this word nicely, lowered standard for police reasoning, there is no way Brian Tully didn't know all this. No way. 20 years. He's seen this exact language enumerated over and over and over and over and over. And he released Lindsay's cell phone extraction without any of the process that Michael Proctor got. Why? Because he was punishing Lindsay. Because Jen McCabe wanted Lindsay to be sorry. That's what I think. This unit was off the rails. Never seen anything like it. It was, and now they're making the arguments that they didn't make on Lindsay's behalf. Forget about the failure to even do any of this. They could have then made these arguments immediately in court the next day. They didn't. After Lindsay's extraction was released. But notwithstanding that, this is the procedure that should have been followed before Lindsay's extraction was turned over. They're just rubbing it in our faces, all of us collectively. They're like, ha! You're not Michael Proctor, so F you. It's the most corrupt thing I've ever seen. So don't tell me, in my opinion, that it's wrong for me to sympathize with some of the Free Karen Reed folks. Likewise, I don't care if some of the Free Karen Reed folks are like, we don't want you. It's not your choice. I'm going to believe what I believe, and there's nothing you can do about it. So I don't really understand a lot of folks who think this is something new. It's not. I've always felt this way. I've always felt this DA's office, this unit were hypocritical cowards. I always felt Kate Peter was a coward for working with them, for covering a lot of this stuff up, in my opinion. It's not hypocritical to say that. It's, in my opinion, the factual historical record as made manifest in what we're now seeing. And I get cognitive dissonance sucks. I think that's a consequence of everything being reduced to quick one-liners, simple sentences, and polemics. Polemics are like hyper-vitriolic discourse. Vitriol is very combative and angry discourse. So I think it's a consequence of that. We want everything to be simple. We want it to be black and white. We want it to be our side versus their side, one versus the other, one-line explanations. And that's why misconduct slips through, because when you actually parse out what's being said, when you actually read the court filings, it's grotesque. It's grotesque. 3 Clerk Monty says, does Tully have an obligation to disclose? Yes, because of the ongoing cases. Ola says, whether Karen is guilty or not is beside the point here. Corruption and abuse of power was a problem. Yes, Ola. Yes. Oh my goodness, it's Bunny. Bunny Towel, hold on. Pete, your friend Bunny Towel is here. Oh my goodness, Pete Bunny Towel would like to say hello to Toffee. If you're new here, this is Pete. Pete, I'm sorry I woke you up so abruptly. He's very mad. He's very upset. He said the commies are taking over, and he's just been in a mood for like a week. Well, don't you want to say hi to Bunny Towel and Toffee Towel? Oh, now he's very pleased. He said Toffee Towel likes tacos, at least as far as he knows, and she looks like Jennifer Lopez. No, that's very kind of you. What about Bunny Towel? Oh, he said Bunny Towel deserves to be queen, specifically of Canada. I don't think she's from Canada. Oh, he wants us to take over Canada, like President Trump said, so Canada could be the 51st state. Forget Puerto Rico. He likes Canada better. And then he wants Bunny Towel to run Canada and drive out the commies. All right. All right. Anything else? He's very hungry and would like some lettuce. I'll get you a cheeseburger later. I'll eat the cheeseburger. You eat the lettuce? All right. All right, Pete Bunny Towel. You have a good nap. All right. He says he loves you all very much. You see what happens when Bunny Towel comes around? Pete Bunny Towel just pops up. Everybody loves Pete Bunny Towel. Peep, Bunny says she missed you very much. Bunny says she is a USA Pete Bunny Towel. Canada will be the best state, says Ola. There you go. Everybody loves Pete Bunny Towel. I agree. Let's see. Christina says, 3 Clerk Monty says, most people are good. Most people just want fair process. Angie Glover from Montreal, who gets a wrench for being a super towel, says, it's not about Karen, it's about corruption, bad cops. I agree. Christina says, I agree, the unit and all these agencies are corrupted. We always said this, and you always said this. Just credit is not for FKR. No one put Proctor on this unit or on a pedestal. I agree. No one here did, Christina, and I think that's what makes us so unique. We've always had this channel where you can just come here and have your opinions, and you don't have to be loyal to anyone. You don't have to come here and be obsequious to Kate Peter or to Turtle Boy or to Karen. You can just think whatever you want. Maybe you like Karen. Maybe you like Turtle Boy. Maybe you like Lindsay. Maybe you like Kate. Maybe you don't like any of them. Maybe you like some and not others. I don't really care. There's no purity test, no loyalty test here. That's what makes this space unique. And I think because of that, Christina, we did actually get to the answers here. I think a lot of other channels chased various parts of the answers, but I don't think anyone got, and I'm not tooting my own horn, it was a collaborative enterprise with all of us, but I think we together, because of our willingness to just say we're not going to put anyone on a pedestal, got us to where we are. Now, maybe I came to feel sympathetic for some people who were wronged, like Lindsay, Sandra Birchmore, even Karen a little bit. You know, and then, frankly, there are a lot of unheard voices of the innocents that that scar this historical battlefield. Don't think for 1 second that there aren't. I mean, we would be naive to think that. But hold on 1 second. Just the injustice, it was my alarm, just the injustice that I've seen alone. You know what I'm saying? I think that that's what it speaks to. It speaks to this larger question of, if you can parse through the narrative, if you can climb up from the cave beyond the shadows cast on the walls by the insidious subversive puppeteers, can you handle what the truth may look like? That's not a hyperbolic reference to that famous film scene with Jack Nicholson and Tom Cruise. A Few Good Men, I want to say it was. Cuba Gooding Jr. was in that film as well. That is just a true statement of, if you look into the light, if you actually understand what the truth of a situation is, can you even process it if it means, and a lot of us can. Christina, I think you are capable of this, of course. But can you do that without withdrawing into your polemical shell? If your reaction to an uncomfortable truth is to attack the person speaking it, most likely you're in a cult, or you're very biased. But if your reaction to the truth is, that makes me think about things differently, you're in a good place. If your reaction to the truth is, wow, I was misled, I was taken advantage of, you're probably in a good place, okay? But if your reaction to the truth is to recoil, like subconsciously, and attack the person speaking it, okay, you're probably propagandized. Even worse, if your reaction to the truth is to strategically try to prevent the people speaking the truth from being heard, well, you're probably evil. That's how I bifurcate between, like, true evil and participatory evil. If you intentionally try to suppress the truth because you have something, like, very insidious to hide, and you use networks of people and PI tactics and intel tactics to do it, that's intentional misuse of a very sacred gift that is human cognition for very manipulative purposes. It treats human beings as means, not ends, and it's wrong. Then you and I have a serious political problem. I'll go to the ends of the earth to stop you. I don't think people understand how long I've been covering government. Everywhere. What agency do you think of this federal or state government does not read what I'm talking about? Do you understand when I went to my father's celebration of life? A man walked up to me, known my father for 30 years. I'm not going to say who he works for. And he said, Grant, I didn't know your father was sick. My father was a very private man. And he said, Grant, some of us were sitting at Redacted in Washington, D.C., and we were reading your post about him. What? You were what? I didn't even know this guy. And he was like, yeah, we all from blank, 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 I'm redacting all of that. We all were out sitting around and we were having a meeting. And we read your post. The whole thing. We talked about it at the bar. And then I flew up here to Boston for your dad's celebration of life because I read your post. What? You what? Alright. That's why I'm saying that you've really hit on something, some of the people involved in this, that is sacred to me, which is this system of government. And I don't brag about it, but I am not just some person who's upset about this. I am a very efficient political operator. Not because I just expect people to listen to me, but because I've earned it. Boot Meat Road, 7 or 8 years, I can't even tell you the number of things that I've covered. So I have all these people in government everywhere who are like, not only do they look at my reporting as important, they're like, they understand the principle of it. I don't know what these people thought they were doing. They did the worst thing possible, which is they took advantage of their status in the system to undermine the system. You cannot do that. You simply cannot do it. I personally will not tolerate it. I will go, like I said, to the ends of the earth. I will draft legislation. I will get it in front of the leadership. I will coordinate press conferences. You don't understand, not because I want anything out of it. I barely go day to day. I barely can eat. I love that because it means I'm doing the right thing. If I were comfortable, satiated, I would be sold out, and that will never be me. That's how I get up every day, even with nothing, and find solace, because I have absolute, unwavering faith in my God and the Virgin Mother, and in my principles, and in what I believe, and in how I do my work. So, yeah, I think fundamentally that's why I see hope. Because no matter what someone does, no matter how powerful they may be, no matter how the political constellation or the grand chessboard may lay out, it just takes a few well-meaning people to change history. And in fact, that's the only thing that ever has. Non-parties have a privacy interest in not having their images, their complete cell phone numbers, or email numbers publicly displayed. Names of SA victims in court records or police reports may not be disseminated except with the consent of a justice of such court where the complaint or indictment is or would be prosecuted and are otherwise withheld from public inspection. Did they just admit in a court filing that they know full well that it was not okay for them to release Lindsay Gattani's unredacted SA report as well? Do you understand, along with Lindsay's unredacted phone extraction, that DA's office violated that specific law, 265-24C and 4197D, which says reports of SA shall not be public reports? They released it. I'm talking even in discovery you can't release it. They released it. Now they're putting in a court filing that they know that that's the law? Bro. These people, man. What are you even doing with your life at that point? You know what I'm saying? What are you doing? How does it get so bad that your own court filing has to expose something that your office did wrong? If I were Judge Krupp on December 5th, I would lose my mind at the Norfolk DA for null-processing those cases. And for doing all of this. I wouldn't be able to contain myself. I would just yell at them. Somebody make Towel a judge. I'll go in there. No, actually, let's not do that. Now, because then I can't reform this. Maybe you can reform the statutory framework as a judge. I don't know how that works. It might be a separation of power issues. I think I'm better off as a legislator. My point is, I would be incredulous. Judge Krupp will probably read this, even if he's not on the case. He'll probably read it. I would be like, oh, no, You dropped the Lindsay Gattani case, and you're now making the argument. Not only are you admitting that you know releasing SA reports is in violation of law, you're now arguing that's why Michael Proctor's cell phone should not be fully turned over. My God, these people, this office, this man literally must just be like, screw it. He's like Rachel Rollins at the end of her tenure at the U.S. Attorney's Office after she got caught trying to interfere in the Hayden and Arroyo primary. He's just like, screw it. I'm not getting reelected. Who cares? I heard from my sources like a year ago that he wasn't running again. He's got like a 4% favorability rating, Morrissey. He's just saying, screw it. This is the most hypocritical, disgusting argument. Other DAs making this argument, like in a regular context, it's innocuous. It's the right argument. It's not, the words on the paper are not offensive. What's offensive is the context of this DA's office with their record of releasing SA reports and unredacted phone extractions, making this argument for their former trooper. So much inside baseball. It's disgusting. It honestly disgusts me. Like, I try to, you know what I'm saying, even when I get really mad, I try not to let my disgust override my analytical reaction. There is no analytical reaction to this. They're hypocrites. They're morally abhorrent hypocrites who we paid. They use taxpayer funds to do this. Hello, Nunya. Hello, Peggy Towel. Peggy Towel, your friend's here. Hold on, Pete. One more friend. Hello, Peggy Towel. It's Pete. Pete's very excited. I'm going to get a cheeseburger later, I hope, and give him some lettuce. Oh, he's vociferously excited to see Peggy. He'd like to let you know, Peggy, that he is on a crusade right now to stop the communists, and also he doesn't like that the mafia rigged NBA games because he was thinking about... You are not allowed to bet. You are a stuffed Pete Bunny Towel. He was thinking about getting into betting, and now he feels that the whole sports complex is corrupted, and he blames the communists. I do not believe the mafia are communists. His response is that they have communes in Italy and therefore they're communists. Pete Bunny Towel, that is not what a commune means. A commune is just a city or a small town. He refuses to hear it. He says the Italians are communist. He's going to bed. All right, you heard him, folks. Pete Bunny Towel would just like to let you all know that he doesn't understand what a commune is and therefore all the Italians are communists. Now, he's wrong about that. You know what I'm saying? We're getting into a little bit of a Joseph McCarthy problem. But I think his heart's in the right place. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't like the communists. He just doesn't know what a commune is. He's glaring at me right now. All right, let's keep going. I got very upset there. Pete Bunny Towel tried to calm me down. It did not work. What are my thoughts on Stoicism? So, I believe that Stoicism has a time and a place. Stoicism is not conducive to morally explicating outrage or righteous vengeance in the context of analytical explications. Stoicism is really beneficial to avoid going on tilt in important moments and thus engaging in emotional regulation, such as to appropriately respond with a move on the chessboard that does not influence in a negative way one's tactical position. So Stoicism, when properly deployed, is very useful. But the flip side of the Stoicism coin is you kind of have to watch V for Vendetta to get this. But if you're just naturally trained in counter-intel or all this stuff, you're a stoic by nature. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why I say that is you must be stoic to appropriately respond to situations. But do you know what the flip side of stoicism is? Numbness. To be stoic, you must not be a human. If you have any emotion at all, and I'm not talking about natural emotion, you have to suppress it. If you have an emotional response during a complicated or intense situation, you will not make the right decisions. So, if you watch V for Vendetta and you watch what V does to Evie by training her, he doesn't love that he has to do it to her. He only does it because she's getting attacked in an alley, and he needs to know that if he brings her back to his home, she won't reveal any information about him to the police if she gets caught, not because she wants to give him up. He has to literally break her down to nothing so she's completely numb and then train her to be effective in his world so she can leave his underground bunker and go do her revolutionary thing. That's what we're talking about here. That's no different than any other counter-intel training or counter-interrogation training. You break the person down so that at their weakest, they're in complete control. And that's what Stoicism is about. Now, what's a higher level of that, I think, is a mastery to the point where gratuitously being stoic. Just being like, I'm going to be stoic 24 hours a day is no way to live. All right? Being fat, dumb, and drunk all the time is no way to live. Being stoic all the time is no way to live. All right? It's alienating. It's not conducive to an existence in the wider world. It's very conducive to academic output, analytical output, cogency of thought, oratorical skills, whatever it may be, all right? Inductive reasoning skills. What it's not conducive to is thriving and finding one's greatest good. You won't be complete. Your apotheosis of as a sentient being will not be made manifest if you're stoic all the time. But if you can get to a level where you understand what Stoicism is, you understand what emotional response is, and you know how to regulate both of them, then yes, you can live in that world and still retain your humanity. It's very hard. It's a practice discipline. But yes, that's the key to it all. Targeted deployment of stoic tactics to avoid emotional dysregulation during high-stakes analytical decision-making moments. That's the key to everything. Now, what comes with it, and you better be willing to take this on if you're going to risk doing that, is you need to also know how to turn it off. Because if it's on all the time, you're soulless. And you can't do benevolent work to reform the system in furtherance of protecting the vulnerable if you're just constantly emotionally numb. You must live them. That's why I like to be poor. People look at it as a negative, and I wouldn't call myself poor. I'm very blessed to have a family that supports me, but I don't have a lot of personal wealth, and I don't want it. Every day I want to know the struggle of the people that I'm helping so I never become alienated and stop doing work that helps them. So to know that, to live it, you must be among it. And therefore that stoic mindset becomes a key tool of liberating the vulnerable. If you can teach people who are at the lower rungs of power how to be stoic and engage in the public sphere, then they can actually get to levels where they can influence political decision making. It liberates, or it democratizes access to the political arena. People talk a lot about the man in the arena, Teddy Roosevelt's quote. That misunderstands the point of politics. They close off the arena to most people. I want to help you, all of you, get into it so that your voice as an informed participant in our democratic sphere can ward off the very misconduct that we are now reading about. But yes, bottom line, Stoicism has a time and a place like everything, and I think deployed consciously and tactically, it can be very useful. Struggle is nature's way of making you strong. Yeah, let me phrase that another way before we go back to this document, because I really like that insight, Nanya. It's often said that the only people truly capable of doing work from an authentic, benevolent place to make the world better are those who have been deeply traumatized, and the same with good art, because only through a place of deep trauma will you come to understand misconduct as anything more than an amorphous, ethereal concept of something happening to someone else. You must not only go through the trauma, the injustice, the wrong, you must come out the other side and not destroyed, but instead empowered to make sure it never happens again. That, you want to talk about the apotheosis of human consciousness. There is no greater accomplishment on this earth. Forget money, forget social influence, forget anything else. There's no greater accomplishment on this earth than going from trauma to reformer. It is simply the apotheosis of human cognition to go through that process, to be able to turn trauma into benevolent, righteous reform. But it takes a special mind, and don't you ever discount anyone who you see doing that, because they are the best of the best. All right, let's keep reading. Non-parties have a privacy interest in not having their images, their complete cell phone numbers, their emails numbers, what? Typo? or emails/numbers publicly displayed. Names of SA victims in court records of police reports may not be disseminated except with the consent of a justice of such court where the complaint or indictment is or would be prosecuted and are otherwise withheld from public inspection. Further, non-participants who appear within the produced materials may have a security interest in not having their personal identifying information released to protect against harassment, unless your name is Lindsay Gattani, apparently. While Commonwealth bears burden of demonstrating risk of safety, it need not demonstrate a specific or actual threat where danger to witness safety is inherent in situations. Commonwealth v. Holiday. Further, so they could have withheld Lindsay's whole phone. Where such information was provided upon court order in specific cases and dissemination was subject to restrictions as a condition of its release, this court should order similar restrictions prior to the productions of the material, which is Proctor's cell phone in this case. Accordingly, there is good cause to limit dissemination to one copy, that further copying be prohibited, and that the materials be shown but not provided to the defendant, and that the materials are not otherwise disseminated outside the criminal case. God, this must be so bad. Because these defendants are all in jail. They don't want these defendants to even be able to see the material on Proctor's cell phone. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I mean, they'll let them see it. They don't want them to keep the copy of it. It must be so bad. It must be as bad as humanly possible. I've never seen anything like it. They won't even let them have a copy of it. Because you know what the defendants are going to do? They're going to run back. Their counsel are going to show them. The defendants are going to take notes. The defendants are going to go back to the jail, tell people who are going to leak it. That's, you see where this story's going? We're not going to get the records right away. We're not going to get leaks because the attorneys won't leak them. But we are going to get leaks from the defendants who go back to the jail and say, this is what my attorney showed me. Wait till you hear about this. It's going to be a slow drip of stories. It's going to be brutal. That's exactly what's going to happen, too. I'm predicting it. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that's what's going to happen. Months, years of stories. They should have just released it. It's going to be worse now. The way they chose to do this, what's going to happen is, for the next 3 years, randomly, we're going to get stories about what's on those phones because they did it this way. And every reporter in this state is going to be hunting down those phones. And I'm sure Brian Tully's phones are going to get turned over, and Kate Peters. What are we going to find on this stuff when they all come out? What is the public going to come to learn? I think there was some really dark stuff. Really dark. I think some of it was about sex. Which, I mean, I don't give a shit. Doesn't really... I don't know. Yeah. But the point is, some of it was about sex. And then most of it was about just power. Like just doing favors. And some of it... I don't even know what to say to the third component of this. I don't really think it's related. I don't see why it came into this. But I think it makes things make a lot of sense. It's a little disturbing, you know. You look at that arrest of that firefighter in Quincy who pulled that gun on the guy at the gas station. You look at, there's just some stuff you look at, you know, and you're like, huh, what's going on there with that office, some of these witnesses, makes you just wonder, you know, and listen, you all saw the press conference, what was it, yesterday with the FBI, or was it 2 days ago? LCN's very real. I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's kind of what pisses me off about this. Because, for the most part, like, go along, get along, alright? Unless you're working for the DOJ, like, whatever. Not my business, I don't care. This involving it in the criminal justice system, I get a little upset about. Okay? It can't happen. Alright? It's one thing if everybody just kind of looks the other way. Not saying I support that, but that's not morally egregious. What I think was going on here was not that. I think we had a lot of direct connections, a lot of friends, our family. Who knows what families? I don't want to fucking know. I'm sorry for cussing. I don't want to know. Alright? I don't want to know. I don't care. And I think the question then becomes like, what are they going to do? There's going to be records of all this. Somebody was stupid. I'm telling you. Like, if it were just the racist text messages, we would know. The news would be really honing in on it. They're not even focusing it on it that much. If it were just even what's in this motion, we would know. It's more than any of that. Something's coming. I think that PI firm that Marty Kraft ran and that hired Kate Peter and Proctor and Brian Albert and maybe Jen McCabe, I think that plays into it. And I think this network extended pretty far. I think this touched a lot of people in the orbit of state politics. Not necessarily elected reps, more just like people in the orbit, you know, like fixers. A lot of political fixers in this state. And like, we don't have any Roger Stones, alright? We have like very dumb, I'm not being rude, our political fixers in this state are very dumb. If you think about it, they don't have to do any real work. It's a uniparty state. Of the Senate, I'm pretty sure of our 40-member Senate, 37 of them are Democrats, 3 are Republicans. Of our 159-member House, I'm pretty sure there's 5 Republicans, 4, 5, 7. It hovers in there most of the time. We have I don't think we've ever had the Republicans have more than one elected state office at once. They sometimes get the governorship. And it's never a Republican. It's always like a Democrat who just registers as a Republican. Mitt Romney is not a Republican. He might call himself a Republican. He's closer to a Democrat. Massachusetts, though, in particular, facilitates a lot of this conduct. And there's something just deeply, deeply wrong when people who know the system feel they're unaccountable. Because if you don't, if you have a system like that, every person involved has to be ethically beyond reproach, or one bad apple will spoil the whole thing, because there will be a reputation that that's how you get things done. That's why I didn't like Jackson's analogy, to bring this all back. It does metastasize, okay? It absolutely starts as a small ring, and then word gets out that they're doing it, one ring of people, they're covering things up, having close relationships with people who were either witnesses in their cases or whatever. The money's changing hands. Maybe it involves some interests that, we won't talk about. And then the other DAs or the other troopers or the other police departments are like, oh, that's how it works? Why the hell aren't I doing that? I better do that. Everybody's doing it. I got to do that. During the Giselle Correa trial, it was testified that the going rate for a local host community agreement, not on paper, the bribe rate was $250,000 in every city and town. Why? Because if one town does it, word's going to get around. Or if one official does it, word's going to get around. And that's what happened here. It did metastasize because there was no checks and balances. We got to do a full audit. And, I'll petition the government for redress of my grievances. We got to do a full audit of what this unit was doing with its money. First of all, how much money was it getting? The CPAC unit. 2, what was it doing with the money? We got to look at the paper trail of when Brian Tully, as unit commander, first hired Marty Kraft as a PI. I think it was all the way back during the initial Birchmore cover-up in 2022. So we got to start there. And then we got to really figure out who brought Kate Peter on, why she was brought on, who was paying for it, who was it through Kraft's firm, how much money from the state budget was going to that firm. We have a lot we got to parse out. But somewhere in there is an answer for why people were working so hard to protect Brian Tully, Michael Proctor, John Fanning, Yuri Buchanan, whatever. All right? And I think Nick Garino has the answers. All right? And I think Lindsay Gattani has the answers. And I think the feds have the answers. And I think now it's just a question of what are they going to do about it. I think it's likely Proctor probably committed some crimes. All right? I'm just analyzing how he's reacting to all this, how the state police union reacted. You think this is the first time cops have used slurs? I'm not defending it. I find it abhorrent. But you think this is the first time that has happened? No chance in hell. You think this is the first time cops have had this kind of ex parte, extrajudicial, illegal conduct on their personal phones uncovered? No. What makes this different is I think they obstructed justice. That's my opinion. All right? Now, I don't know how they did it. I don't know exactly what they did. But I think we're going to see some people be federally charged. The reason why I think this all lines up is Morrissey's a Democrat, all right? He's a moderate Democrat, but he's still a Democrat. Judicially, okay, I'm using this by metaphor, it's open season on Democrats right now. If you are a Democrat in elected office and you did something wrong, I don't care if you're a cop, I don't care who you are, the DOJ is going after them, especially in deep liberal states. So right now, think about this. Mayor Wu is running unopposed in the upcoming election. Like Josh Kraft, I think, totally tanked the primary so that Wu would run unopposed. Look at this, right? Cox is Wu's commissioner of police, all right? I think he just came in recently. And Cox endeavors, that's a big Democratic takedown. Cox himself, I don't know if he's a Democrat, but it doesn't matter. It looks bad on Mayor Wu. Who does President Trump really dislike right now? Mayor Wu. What happens to people that President Trump gets in political fights with if they're doing, or anyone close to them is doing bad things? Like, look at John Bolton, look at James Comey, look at Shifty Schiff. All right? Bad things happen to these people judicially. That's where we're going. You have to think about the political context. There's a motive, there's an opportunity, and there's the political constellation aligning such that liberals, especially in deep blue Massachusetts, can pick up federal charges like that very easily if they're elected officials. All right, Cox, perfect for President Trump right now. Wu would be, forget the Suffolk County Sheriff who was just indicted. That caused the state legislature to withhold all the funds from the sheriffs statewide. Forget about that. If Cox goes down, listen, they want into Boston City Hall. Don't mistake it for a second. Somebody in Boston City Hall is going to get federally indicted. I just have a premonition. All right? It makes sense based on everything that's going down. Cox is a big takedown for them. That's the way to get him if he obstructed justice. And if the only reason he did it was because he didn't want people to know that Berkowitz and Higgins were, what's the word? Eating birthday cake? Is that what we call it these days? I don't know. Listen, I don't keep up with the kids and all the whatever the hell they use when they go to make out point or whatever. I don't want to know. But I think they call it eating birthday cake these days. All right, that's the euphemism. All right, so who cares, right? Generally, as to substance of the facts, whether Berkowitz and Higgins were eating birthday cake in the Canton Police Department at like 1:30 in the morning, and Kelly Devers saw the birthday cake but didn't really want any birthday cake and just was told to say that there was no birthday cake being eaten. Okay, that's, materially not really relevant to the investigation of John's death. What it is, though, is obstruction of justice. Because you can't just be like, well, eating birthday cake's a little bit of a faux pas. You can't just eat birthday cake in the Canton Police at 1:30 in the morning. You can't do that. And so we don't want people to know. And so you shouldn't say anything about that, Kelly Dever. Okay. That's just gratuitous obstruction if that's what happened. What? What? You compromised a murder investigation because you didn't want people to know that Ken Berkowitz and Brian Higgins were eating birthday cake. Who cares? Who cares? Higgins must have a lot of pride. Nunya loves the birthday cake analogy. I don't know, JI5. Those are some good questions. I haven't been well physically, so. Hello, my dear friend Sheffield Flannel. It is great to see you. Super towel hug to you and all the Sheffield Flannels. You are all super towels. I was pontificating a little bit there about birthday cake. Allie says, I don't know what the text say. Yeah, we don't. So, Allie, that's the reality here. And that's why I read this motion. You can see the best the Norfolk DA could do. And this is why you know it's really, really bad. The best the Norfolk DA could do, they had to summarize some of these texts. There's a lot more. There's like years and years. There's a lot of material. Thousands, hundreds of thousands probably of files. To get this argument in front of the judge, to win their motion, they knew they had to summarize some of the worst stuff, at least that they found so far. This was the best they could do. So we don't know what the messages say, but this description alone betrays, it exposes how bad it is. Because if this is the sanitized, that's what you'd call it in the intel world. I'm not in the government, I'm just a towel. But if this is the sanitized description of one text chain, oh, Allie, it's bad. It's going to be so bad. And that's why it's indefensible. Because they kept, like, Proctor had to know about this stuff. He just didn't want other people to know. It explains everything. Like, there was stuff they were hiding. It just wasn't necessarily about Karen's case. It was a dirty unit. I agree. Dale, listen. Dale. I would just like to say that I never said anyone actually used the ice cream cake like a pie from American Pie. I understand some people are thinking that is what I was talking about. I was not talking about the pie from American Pie. Now, I understand that may be some people's opinion, all right, but we're just talking about eating birthday cake here. I don't know where you all are going. I don't know how it's possible that you've all started talking about this. That's not what I was talking about. Nobody mentioned any pie. We're talking about cake. All right? The cake was not a lie in this instance. It is a cake. Okay? It is not a pie. If I was going to use a pie, I would have said the pie from American Pie. All right? Are we all on the same page? All right. Excellent. Things have gone entirely off the rails. We have 2 more hours together. You only get me until college football kicks off today. So, we're going to watch the video about the analogy of the cave because I think that really helps explicate the moral underpinnings of a lot of this. Then we're going to watch an overview of the chat, and then I'll answer your questions. We will potentially play some trivia. It depends on who wants to play trivia, who shows up. But first, we have to get through my overview about my incredulity about birthday cake. No, sorry. I meant about this situation. Listen, some people really like birthday cake. Now, I get it. If you eat a lot of birthday cake, right, then you're going to get that, like, mental memory of birthday cake, all right? And you're going to think, wow, I know what will make my serotonin go up. I should eat birthday cake. Now, if the last time you ate birthday cake was a while ago, and you think, oh, birthday cake's pretty good, but you don't have that active neurological reaction to thinking about eating birthday cake, well, then you're not going to really want to eat birthday cake. I mean, you see the value of birthday cake. It makes people happy, you know what I'm saying? It facilitates the population growing because it has calories, you know, keeps people strong. But you're like, well, it's just birthday cake. I don't really need the birthday cake. But if you eat a lot of birthday cake, all right, you're probably going to be like, damn, I should eat some more birthday cake. All right? So, anyway. I like birthday cake. I just don't really eat it that often. I don't see the point. I like Carvel ice cream cake, you know what I'm saying? That at least has some nuance to it. I don't like anything simple. You know, some people, like Pete Bunny Towel, he really likes birthday cakes that have, shape to them. He likes designs on his birthday cakes. Okay. I've always said that when it comes to birthday cakes, I'm more interested in their intelligence. You know, and you might think birthday cakes don't have intelligence. They do. I'm telling you right now, you'd be surprised they're actually sentient. Now, if a birthday cake had legs or something, I wouldn't mind, all right? I'm a very specific man. I like intelligence and legs. All right, we've gone completely afield. I'm putting on the video. What have you all done to me? What is wrong? I guess it's my fault for talking so much about birthday cakes. What is wrong with all of you? You're like, Fran, you did that to yourself. What are you doing? I did no such thing. I have no idea what you're talking about. What is a birthday cake and what are legs? Legs baffle me. I don't even know what legs are. All right, here we go. We're watching the video about the towel analogy of the cave. None Your Business says they gave up sugar, so it's hard for them to love cake again. Three-clerk Monty prefers ham sandwiches. I like chicken. All right, we're going to watch the analogy of the cave. This will hopefully explain the moral perspective here. We'll then watch one more video that really explicates the history of all this, ties it all together, and that will be our stream. I think you've heard my moral incredulity, and then we went on a little bit of an aside about how I like birthday cake, but personally I don't understand why people like it so much. But, you know, to each their own. All right, Towel, take it away.
And that's where we're at. Tully's screwed. Fanning's screwed. Yuri's screwed. Proctor's a little bit screwed, but he was really more the scapegoat. I don't think he actually covered up Sandra Birchmore's murder. I think they just made him the fall guy. Kate Peters screwed. Karen might actually end up getting out of this because I think they want Rachel Rollins and Turtle Boy, in my opinion. A lot of people are screwed. There's no black and white here. There's no heroes. The villains have some redeeming qualities, except for Turtle Boy. The heroes have some very bad qualities. There is no heroes. There are no villains. Morality is not black and white. And that's what inhibited people for so long from understanding this, because they couldn't. We live in this polemical world where your heroes must do no wrong and the people you hate must be wrong all the time. That's not right. You cannot analytically analyze a situation if you just assume people you like are always right and people you don't like are always wrong. What? That's like being in a cult. The only way that you can figure any of this stuff out is to look at it from the perspective of human morality is complex. On the whole, most people are not Kantians. They're not operating from the categorical imperative trying to universalize moral maxims. Who does that? Very rarely is that going to happen. Most people are selfish. Most people, and I'm not being jaded here, most people are selfish. Most people are acting from personal interest, which we can't really fault them for. But some people, in particular in positions of power, are acting from places of mixed motives. Maybe they're trying to do some good. Maybe they're trying to cover up some bad. Maybe they're willing to play a little dirty. Maybe they're willing to wheel and deal on all sides. And if you think that's not happening, I don't know what to tell you. You're in La La Land. All right? Not being mean, but like you're in a fairy tale. You're living in a state of comfortable numbness, and it's going to be uncomfortable. Like imagine if you were living your life. Like I'll show you a good image. Give me 1 sec. Let me pull it up on the screen. I've shown this image before, but imagine if you were living in a cave. Okay, just imagine you were living in a cave. And part of living in that cave was that you were very comfortable. You know, like it's easy if you're living in a sort of underground cave and you don't have to actually go out and scavenge for food. We're using this by analogy. It comes from Plato. You don't have to scavenge for food. You don't have to kind of look for stimulation in your brain. People just cast images on the wall, like some unknown force, and like you're comfortable, like your needs are taken care of. You're satiated, but you're not thinking. You're just going day to day. And so I don't say to people lightly that this is something you should do. I'm not just gratuitously encouraging you to come to a position where you're always critically analyzing everything. But if you're going to engage in analysis of high-level politics, one of the most important parts of the arena, the public sphere, is looking at morality as a complex interplay of motives. Overlapping concentric social circles of influence define and permeate through every element of this sphere. It's not high school. It's not regular day-to-day existence. It's complex politics. Nothing is ever as it seems, and there are no good guys and good girls and bad guys and bad girls. There's people with motives trying to accomplish things. Oftentimes they're very evil, but we cannot fall into that trap. And that's why I think the fallout from this is going to induce a lot of cognitive dissonance for people. Rightfully so. You should have cognitive dissonance. If you thought Brian Tully and Kate Peter in that unit were heroes because they investigated Karen Reed, but can't understand how they could have done bad things in the Birchmore case or with Lindsay Gattani's phone, yeah, you should experience cognitive dissonance, okay? Because that's kind of what happens when you fall into these traps. Now, take a look, ladies and gentlemen. That is...
Before I continue this video, I nailed it. I would just like to say I nailed it. I didn't even know what was going to be on Proctor's phone at this point. I don't even think we knew it was really coming. This was like a month or two ago. I nailed it. There's the cave. I wouldn't call it a luxury cave. It comes from Book 7 of the Republic. I think I said Book 8. It's Book 7. See the cave? You got Kate Peter holding up a little puppet there. Cast a shadow on the cave. No one really knows what they're looking at. Not really a luxury cave. Just a cave. Hey, we almost hit 1K over on the Towel X this morning. We're 10 times as big as the country of Qatar. God bless us. AJ English is only at like 200. In any event, or 100. That's the cave. You crawl up the cave. Then you get to the top and you're Sean McDonough. All right? And you see the light. All right? And it's hard for you to understand. But then you're like, oh no, I was being manipulated by everyone. What is the truth? Probably somewhere, not in the middle, but above it all. And I don't believe in this as above, so below thing. No, I'm just an as above guy, you know? I like Jesus, I like the Virgin Mother, not into any of this occultish stuff, I don't believe in it. Screw your checkerboard, I'm sorry, I'm not into it. You worship like Moloch and an owl, not happening, guys. They don't even allow women. Not happening. I am more into like the Jesus thing, and you can't stop me. I love Jesus. Alright, let's go.
I visualized what's going on. So it's just people just trying to get by, live their daily lives. They want to be comfortable. They do not want to be analytic philosophers studying Kantian moral maxims and applying them in their daily life. That's not something we should expect of people. They deserve to live, raise their families, and be happy and love people. Okay, that's life. All right, we're not trying to make this too complex. No one's saying you have to be an analytic philosopher or run the government. You can just be happy in your life. But what we have, where the problem comes in the middle of this image, is the Sue O'Connells, the Turtle Boys, and the Kate Peters of the world. Now, what they do, by analogy, in my opinion, is they cast shadows on the wall. Now, those shadows, as you can see, are being consumed by the people in the cave just trying to get by, but it doesn't really explicate the full context. You can't understand what's going on if you're just seeing a shadow cast on a wall. You don't even know somebody's in a robe is holding it up. You don't know it's a stick figure. You just think it's a shadow. So, of course, you're like, that's a wonderful duck. What do I care about the damn duck? And the duck is a fitting analogy here because a lot of people invoke rubber duckies who are on the Karen Reed side. Now, look at that. That's just a duck. I like ducks. Oh, I'll just sit here and watch the duck. I love the person showing me the duck. Oh, Kate Peter's wonderful. She likes ducks. Okay, that's a little dangerous, and we're using duck by analysis here. Let's say Kate Peter loves Brian Tully. Brian Tully's a duck. All right, we love Brian Tully. Then you got Sue O'Connell casting an image of Karen's parents. Oh, Sue O'Connell likes Karen's parents. Look, they're beautiful. They're little trees. We love them. Then you got Turtle Boy casting an image of his beloved Karen Reed. Unrequited love is such a horrible thing. Don't worry, Turtle Boy. You'll get through it. Anyway, so Turtle...
Let me just say... Me saying that phrase definitely brought me a lot of karma. I should not have said that. In the sense that, it's my opinion, but, I shouldn't project onto people things like that. It'll come back to you. Fate will always come back to you. Don't wish ill, even on people you criticize.
Boy casting his image of Karen Reed to hide his unrequited love, and people are like, Turtle Boy's just defending an innocent quote-unquote woman. He doesn't have any ulterior motives. Look at Karen Reed. We love Karen Reed. But then you have some people who climb out of the cave. They see the Sue O'Connells and the Turtle Boys and the Kate Peters for what they are. They ignore them. They start climbing up, and then you get to the top and you're like, wait a minute here. There's just a world out there, and I consume it and understand it, and I don't have to be subject to the projections of someone interpreting it for me. And then you're Sean McDonough. You see what I mean? And then you see the light, and you're like, wow, it's a little weird up here. So, oh, all right. Now, I'm not saying that Sean McDonough was incapable of this from the beginning. I think he did it pretty quickly, but you still got to go through the process. You'd be hubristic to think that you can just get up to the top of the chain and just see the sun if you don't climb up the little cave there. So, therefore, Plato, ladies and gentlemen, predicted over 2,000 years ago how Karen Reed, Sue O'Connell, Aidan Kearney, and Kate Peter would try to manipulate the public. All right, everybody on the same page? All right. How can people... I didn't say I love Karen Reed. I said that there are people who are very blinded and just see an image of Karen Reed without understanding the context, and they're like, oh, that's a Karen Reed, and they love her. That doesn't mean they understand her or that their love is a reflection of her... an accurate depiction of who she is. They just love the image of her. It's propaganda. And Plato didn't put it in the terms. If you read, this comes from book 8, I'm pretty sure, this analogy of the cave. If you read book 8 of the Republic, you're going to see the analogy of the cave. Plato predicted the rise of the discipline of public relations like 2,000 years ago. He didn't call it public relations, but that little casting of the shadows onto the wall of the cave, bro, that's public relations. He knew what it was before it was even a thing. This man knew what that shit was before we had fucking TV, before we had, I'm pretty sure we had just invented writing. We didn't have electronics. This man was a G, all right? He was a genius. So that's why now this is my artistic rendering of the analogy of the cave, adapted for the Karen Reed and Turtle Boy situation. But that's why this is so complicated. No one can understand, other than maybe Sean and a few other people who I really respect. It wasn't that anyone was all good or all bad. It's that some people did good things, some people did bad things, and that they're all mixed in there together. And you can't parse out truth from narrative unless you're willing to admit that people you either like personally or have whatever a dedication to their cause might have done something wrong. Otherwise, you're a sycophant, and that you undermine cogent public discourse, and you threaten the integrity of the justice system, and you need 2 adults in the room like Hank Brennan and Leah Foley to clean it up. God bless America, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Let's see court's coming into session. Hold on. I'm going, little towels. We're seeing if court's coming into session. All right, we don't have it into session. I want to switch to law and crime feed, though. 1 second. I like law and crime's feed a little better because it's a little faster. So, did everybody like Towel's explication of the overlapping concentric social circles of influence, which so viciously permeate through every element of these cases? And also, look at this. Hold on 1 second. Not that. Look at this. Oh, I thought that was the image I wanted. Wait a second. It's this one. Look at this image. You see this? You know what that is? That's an...
Now, I meant to bring up the chart there, but I'm going to show a video on the chart, and then if I see some people want to play trivia, some don't. If Bossy Texas Chick and Bella come here, we're playing trivia. That's the rule, all right? I don't care what the vote is, but otherwise, we're going to watch this next video. This one, I think, is actually probably one of the best videos I've ever done, all right? So if you've ever wanted to learn about sort of my full view on all of this tomfoolery, now is the time. All right, I'm going to give you an opportunity to kind of see. This is probably the best video I've ever put together. I think it does a really good job of explicating to some degree all of this chaos. And then we'll watch this. I'll answer some questions. I'll break in as I feel necessary. And then I think it will be time for college football after that. Obviously, this is a public information service. I'm doing my best to provide you as much information as I can. If you like the content, consider a like, a subscription, let your friends know you want to donate to Towel Lunch. I think there is donation links in the description. I know times are hard for everybody right now, so don't send a lot, but anything you can do helps Little Towel right now. And I'm also going through some health challenges, so Little Towel just wants to have one nice towel cheeseburger. But otherwise, I think, some frozen pizza downstairs, and I will eat that as a backup. So, through the donation links in the chat, don't feel obligated. Towel just likes that you're here learning. And we're going to watch a video together, and then if Bossy Texas Chick and Bella show up, we'll play some trivia. Here we go.
Hello and good morning. It is Wednesday, August 6, 2025, right after 9:20 a.m., and my name is Grant Smith Ellis.
Mind you, this is from August, so over 3 months ago. I knew this was coming, all right? I knew it, folks. I knew it, and now we're going to hear me talk about it.
I won't be
I might take Christy off the chart, by the way. I think Christy got burned by a lot of these people, and she started coming around. She is a key link to all this, though. I don't really know exactly why she knows everything that she does. But anyway, she might come off the chart. We'll see.
Doing my regular live stream today. That was scheduled for 2 p.m. Eastern. I will be moving that to tomorrow, Thursday, August 7th, 2025 in the afternoon. But I did want to take a few minutes to talk about some questions that people have asked about what is the nature of the ongoing overlapping concentric social circles that could be related to the federal probes out of the Moakley Courthouse in Boston. Now, people, as we know, have heard that the federal grand jury leaker, Jessica Leslie, on Monday pled guilty to leaking about at least 4 different active federal investigations. We know that those 4 active federal investigations spanned, or at least the leak spanned August of 2022 through March of 2024. Now, I have a big chart up on the screen, which those faces and names will come to have meaning as we go through this. But to begin, let's talk about how August of 2022 is the exact month, and there's Jessica Leslie's information that she pled to up on the screen, public court document from Pacer. And, of course, there is the document showing Alan Jackson joined Karen Reed's legal team in that same month. Now,
actually, you know what? I want to rant about one more thing. I was eating some goldfish. Before we watch this video, I want to rant about something else. I want to rant about how it's outrageous that Kate Peter, the other day in Dedham District Court, all right? Kate Peter is facing felony charges in Dedham District Court related to witness intimidation of Lauren Murray, all right? And I just want to talk about, for 1 second, how it is outrageous that Kate Peter had the personal phone number of the Norfolk DA and was sharing that phone number, okay? Yet the Norfolk DA tried to do a plea agreement with Kate Peter, ladies and gentlemen, the other day, and a judge refused to accept it. Then just a few days later, a judge releases, the Norfolk DA, while recused, tries to drop some of the charges against Aidan Kearney, does null pros them. All right. Now, I think it was because the Norfolk DA knew if they tried to bring that, instead of appointing a new special prosecutor, they tried to bring it to Judge Krupp. They were going to face the same opposition that happened in the Kate Peter case, where Kate Peter couldn't get her plea deal accepted because the Norfolk DA had a conflict and tried to put in a green sheet plea deal anyway. Very similar, in my opinion, with Kate Peter and Michael Morrissey having contact. Now, Lindsay Gattani, if you go to Lindsay Gattani's profile on social media, ladies and gentlemen, what you will find is a overview of some of the things that have been going on, all right? And I think Lindsay, more so than anyone else, has been raising the alarm about some of this misconduct by the people involved in this, the state police and otherwise. And so before we go to my explanation of the chart, let's watch this great video that Lindsay posted on her Twitter. You can find it at Lindsay Gattani. Let's watch this really good video that Lindsay posted that kind of explains a little bit about what happened to her. And then after we watch this, we'll watch my explanation of the chart. This isn't obviously Lindsay's voice. It is a AI overview of an article she wrote on her Substack. But I want to listen to this because it sets the tone really well for my explication of the chart. Green sheets and inverted conflicts. I agree with you. I agree with you, folks. But yes, so if you've never followed Lindsay Gattani, it's really worth it. I think the more you actually read what Lindsay Gattani says in her own words on her Twitter, the more you engage with that Twitter or X, you really find a very authentic, down-to-earth person, very intelligent person who's capable of, a lot of like myself in some ways, cutting through the noise. And once you actually engage with her as a human rather than the image of her that's been projected on the allegorical cave wall, you find that she's been raising a lot of the alarms that the Free Karen Reed movement was concerned with, that the Turtle Boy fans were concerned with, about the behavior of this unit. And it wasn't just Sandra Birchmore. It wasn't just the leak of Lindsay Gattani's unredacted phone extraction. It was a pattern of conduct by this unit who felt that they were only answerable to God himself, or whatever God they worship. I'm somewhat convinced Kate Peter and Brian Tully worship Moloch, you know what I'm saying? They like drink cups of blood, they do satanic rituals. Now you want to talk about a conspiracy theory, Christina? That's a conspiracy theory, all right? I don't actually believe, at least I have no reason to believe, that Brian Tully and Kate Peter drank the blood and tears of the innocents while committing random ritualistic dances in order to worship Moloch. However, for artistic purposes, I think it's a good analogy. All right, you see what I'm saying? I think they would enjoy that. Now that, as Allie was saying, if you worship Moloch and you drink the tears and the blood of the innocent as a way to, do some kind of ritualistic dance, you got issues with me, all right? I'm not into that, all right? See what I mean? I got the Virgin Mother right here. None of that. I don't believe in that. I don't know. I don't even know why people do that. I don't know why that's a thing. I'm also not saying I have any reason to believe they're doing that, but by analogy, I could totally see them doing that. All right. Now, what did Nunya say? Nunya said, Lindsay did the one thing that nobody saw coming. That's not easy to do. I sure as hell didn't see that coming. Yes, she humanized herself in the face of insurmountable propaganda from Kate Peter and others. That is, in some sense, in the absence of the justice system, offering a valid resolution to agony. Owning one's voice. Doing the one thing Kate Peter didn't want. That is something special. Commanders doing missions. Yeah. Commander Tully and his loyal foot soldiers, Kate Peter, Jen McCabe, and Jason Broyles. What a crew. What a motley crew. Put them on the Santa Maria. Send them over to Spain. See if they can survive a transatlantic transversal in a wooden ship. That would actually be kind of funny. Captain Tully's ship of misfits. Forget Nunya as the captain. We make Tully the captain. We give him a wooden boat with some sails. We put Kate Peter on there, Jason Broyles on there, and Jen McCabe on there, and we just set them off adrift and send them to Spain. I don't know if they're actually going to get to Spain, but if we just push them off the coast in a boat and just let them go, what's the worst that could happen? They'll probably try to establish some kind of sovereign kingdom in, like, Spain or something. But you know what? God bless. The Spanish will figure it out. I don't have time for that stuff. So anyway, my point is, let's put Brian Tully, Jen McCabe, Kate Peter, and I guess Michael Proctor, too. Let's put them on a boat. All right? Let's just put them on a wooden boat. We'll call it the Nina, the Pinta, and the Shrek, and we'll send the boats to Spain. All right? I'm not sure how we got there. Thanks for tuning in. Clearly, I've thought a lot about this plan. I don't know where I'm going to get this boat. I'll talk to a guy named Gilligan, I suppose. I don't know who's going to sanction us sending this boat. Are you allowed to just send people on a boat as a punishment? I guess I could talk to the president about this. I don't know the president. Does anyone know if Michael Proctor and Kate Peter and Jen McCabe and whatever are all here legally? I think that might be the only way we can just put them on a boat. Otherwise, it might be some kind of, violation of the Constitution. I guess if they willingly wanted to go on a boat, that might not make it a constitutional violation. They might need passports. What happens if we just put them on a boat and they show up in Spain without passports? What does Spain do? Well, we don't really want you here. You're going to have to go back. I don't know if we can go back. I don't know how we got here. All right. I need to think more about this plan. Here we go. Take it away, Lindsay.
I just remember dropping to the ground in shock and horror. Those are the words of Lindsay Gattani. Imagine this. You agree to help the justice system, and you're told again and again that your privacy will be protected. Then you watch in real time as your entire private life is broadcast online. It is an absolute nightmare. And for this one witness, it became a reality.
So that's the central question here, isn't it? How could a failure this catastrophic even happen? How does a witness's entire life get handed over to the very man she was testifying against? We're going to break down the timeline, step by step, and look at the accounts of everyone involved. All right, let's start at the beginning. This whole story didn't begin with a threat or a demand. It actually began with a promise made to Lindsay Gattani by the same people who were asking for her help. At first, it was all about choice. The special prosecutor, Ken Mello, he reached out to Lindsay and assured her that her cooperation was completely voluntary. You know, the pitch was simple. Just have a conversation with investigators, and if you don't feel comfortable, you can walk away. No strings attached. Well, that promise of choice, it evaporated pretty quickly. What started as a simple request for some specific text messages suddenly became a demand for her entire phone. And when Lindsay decided against it, remembering she was told she could back out, she was hit with a subpoena. Just like that, the voluntary witness was now a legally compelled one.
So with that subpoena in hand, the next step was getting the data off her phone. And this is where a whole new set of promises were made, really specific technical assurances that were all designed to protect her privacy.
Picture it. She's in the district attorney's office. In the room are Lindsay, her victim advocate, Prosecutor Mello, and Detective Tully. They sit her down and explain exactly how they're going to safeguard all the incredibly sensitive information on her phone.
And the main safeguard they offered her was this thing called a reverse taint team. They explained it as this independent group that acts like a filter. They would meticulously go through everything, separate the relevant evidence from her private life, and make sure nothing personal would ever be seen by the prosecution or the defense. On top of that, they added another layer of protection. They assured her that before any data was turned over, a judge would personally have to review and approve it in a formal court hearing. So, between the taint team and a judge, the process sounded absolutely ironclad.
And let's be clear, the stakes could not have been higher. We are talking about 15 years of a person's life stored on a single device. Social security numbers, bank records, her children's birth certificates, private photos, privileged communications with her lawyers and her priest. It was, essentially, the digital blueprint of her entire existence.
With all those assurances in place, Lindsay handed her phone over. Months went by, and then the absolute unthinkable happened. Every single promise that was made to her was broken in the most public and humiliating way imaginable.
She found out that the defendant in the case, Aidan Carney, was live on his YouTube show, reading her private information out loud to the world. He had everything. Her entire, unredacted private life had become public entertainment. The scale of this leak is just staggering. It was approximately 7,000 pages of her most private, unredacted, personal data. Every promised safeguard, the filter, the taint team, the judge's review, had all been completely ignored. In a panic, Prosecutor Mello fired off an email citing a clawback provision, which is a legal way to take back documents sent by mistake, and demanded the data be destroyed. The response from the defense attorney was blunt. It's your own fault that you sent it. They refused, and the defendant then spread it even more widely.
The institutional response felt just as dismissive. A new special prosecutor, Attorney Cosgrove, was put on the case, and his assessment of what happened to Lindsay? You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. The damage was done, and it felt like the system was just shrugging its shoulders.
So how did this happen? Well, this is where the official story starts to get really murky. Officials began giving completely conflicting accounts about whether this whole thing was an accident or if it was an intentional choice. At first, the leak was framed as a terrible accident or an error, but in a recorded court hearing, Special Prosecutor Mello admitted the exact opposite. He stated, quote, "It was our decision to give him everything we had," saying they didn't want to be accused of withholding anything. So, not an accident.
So let's hold on. Let's watch this. I think I actually have this video. So let me bring this up for you, all right? I'm a little towel. Oh, and thank you to the person who sent a donation for 7-Eleven pizza. I am excited. I'm going to go get that before college football. I've given up on BC football. They're absolutely horrible. However, I am absolutely going to get some 7-Eleven pizza. I'll find some game to watch at noon, I'm sure. But yes, I want to play this video that was referenced in the overview of Lindsay's article there from one of the prosecutors in the Aidan Kearney cases in open court, ladies and gentlemen. I think I got this video. I don't know if I posted it recently. I remember I saw it recently. Hold on. I know what the video looks like, all right, because I remember posting it. I just don't remember when I posted it. So let me just bring this up for you on the towel screen. All right, where is it? Where is it? No towel. I got it, ladies and gentlemen. Let me bring it up for you on the towel screen. All right, hold on a second. Oh, that is way too big. All right, I've reloaded it. It should be loading for you now. Give it a towel second. There it is. Wait a minute. That was me going at Hoops when I posted it. Hoops is weird. Hoops is very militant for Kate. A lot of those people are very militant for Kate. They don't really care, in my opinion, about the truth of it all. They just don't want Kate Tully and Jen McCabe to look bad, which is so stupid. Like, work for a PR firm if you feel that way. Yeah. All right, let's go.
In that regard, there's huge amounts of information. Rather than not provide something and have Mr. Braille say, this was withheld from me, and this is potentially exculpatory, it was our decision to give him everything we had. We don't know what we may use at time of trial, what we may not use. But it's there, Your Honor. And, I can't say why we didn't. Well, obviously, the reason we didn't reduce that is because we don't know what we have and what Mr. Braille may feel is germane and not germane. So that's why he received the large volume he did. Obviously, we're not trying to withhold anything, Your Honor. Because, in fact, when I was hospitalized, I was getting emails and requests for this. And a colleague of mine who did appear on my behalf on one day responded with a discovery package that he believed met Mr. Brady's request. Subsequent to that, we provided him with numerous discovery documents, and when I'm having a difficult time with judges, Mr. Brady saying we've gotten thousands of photographs or whatever else that don't come like, well, if we didn't provide these materials, Your Honor, we have the same issue where we have just tremendous amounts of material to go through. And this will also be the subject may come before Your Honor for some guidelines.
All right, and now let's go back to Lindsay's video, right where we left off.
Choice. And the conflicting stories just kept coming. Detective Tully, the same man who promised her data would be protected, allegedly told her in a phone call after the leak, Lindsay, I told you, Aiden was going to get everything from your phone. A complete reversal of his initial assurances. And as if a 7,000-page leak of unredacted data wasn't bad enough, a new, even more serious allegation emerged. The data hadn't just been released, it may have actually been altered first. Suddenly, the defendant himself started claiming that key pieces of communication were suspiciously missing from the data he received, and this raised the explosive question of evidence tampering. So what was supposedly missing? Well, according to the claims, all the text messages between Lindsay and Detective Tully himself had vanished, gone. And while Lindsay's texts to another person, Kate Peter, were still there, all of Kate Peter's responses back to her after mid-December were also gone. It really suggests someone may have manually removed specific communications before handing everything else over. The fallout from this leak was, as you can imagine, significant. As professional consequences started to surface, the witness, Lindsay, was forced to take on a brand new role she never asked for, fighting for her own accountability. In the aftermath, Special Prosecutor Ken Mello was removed from the case. So was his replacement, Attorney Cosgrove. And Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully, the officer who made those initial promises, he was demoted. The very system she had tried to help had failed her at every single turn. In her own words, I realized that I was going to have to advocate for myself and my kids by myself through the courts directly, that no one was going to help me. And that leaves us with this final critical question. This whole story highlights a profound vulnerability for witnesses in our digital age. When the legal safeguards that are supposed to protect people just crumble into dust, it raises a fundamental challenge to the very idea of justice itself.
So you heard that. Great context, folks, for what we're about to listen to, which is Towel's overview of the chat. Now, it starts a little bit with Jessica Leslie and then really gets going. All right, folks, it really gets going when we start talking about the chat. Sandra Birchmore, Lindsay's phone extraction, and just remember this was from August of 2025. So some of the developments that I predict definitely come true. All right, I'm a little towel. God bless all you for listening.
Why does this play into the larger picture? Well, Jessica Leslie was leaking during a time when the U.S. Attorney's Office in Boston, under then U.S. Attorney Rachel Rollins, and then her predecessor, the person who took office after her, Josh Levy, were, according to reports, weaponizing the U.S. Attorney's Office as an arm of certain factions of the Democratic Party within Massachusetts to leak derogatory information about targets of their ire in order to manipulate the political process. This started between May and September November of 2022 when Rachel Rollins attempted to weaponize the U.S. Attorney's Office in order to interfere in the Suffolk District Attorney's Office primary between Kevin Hayden and Ricardo Arroyo. Ricardo Arroyo was then an ally of Rachel Rollins, according to a DOJ OIG report released in May of 2023 that led to Rollins resigning her post. And Arroyo was someone who was going to keep up Rollins' hyper soft on crime, extra liberal prosecution approach, and Rollins thought it was important to cement this legacy. Kevin Hayden was a moderate Democrat appointed to fill the vacancy created in Rollins' position when she left the Suffolk DA to become the U.S. Attorney in Boston, which, by the way, I'm pretty sure was a result of Rollins getting a favor from the Biden White House and Senator Ed Markey, because Rollins and Aiden Turtleboy Kearney worked together in 2020, I believe it was, in that Senate primary in Massachusetts between Joe Kennedy Jr. and Ed Markey. Okay, in order to send a Republican operative named Rayla Campbell to Joe Kennedy Jr. events in order to sabotage the race and allow Markey to win. Now, you might say, why would the Biden White House care in 2020 about a Senate race between Joe Kennedy Jr. and Ed Markey? And why would Rachel Rollins be working with Turtleboy to send a Republican operative to Joe Kennedy Jr. events? Well, think about it. It was 2020. Joe Kennedy Jr., I think, was representing the 4th District in the Federal House of Representatives at that time, which is the seat now occupied by Jake Auchinclosh. Okay, JFK in the 50s went from the old 10th District in Massachusetts. His campaign headquarters was down near Lake Street in Brighton and Oak Square, near BC. Tell loves BC. Ladies and gentlemen, JFK went from the 10th District in the Federal House of Reps to that Senate seat, the junior Senate seat in Massachusetts. His desk in the Senate is very famous. People write their names in it when they're in that seat, in the desk, because he did, okay? And then he ran for president, because you get foreign policy experience in the Senate, traditionally, okay? Domestic experience in the House, foreign policy experience in the Senate, run for president. That's especially the Kennedy route. Okay, that's how JFK did it. If you're the Biden White House and you're looking forward to 2024, you don't know this chaos is going to happen with Biden not running and Kamala running. You don't know that's going to happen. So you're thinking about, especially the political machine around Biden, can you insulate Biden from a primary challenge? Well, Rachel Rollins becomes very helpful in that regard if she used Turtleboy to influence that primary, does she not? Does that explain why Rachel Rollins got appointed to the position of U.S. Attorney? Does that explain why part of the reason Rachel Rollins got forced out of office, according to the DOJ OIG, was that Rollins used an official government vehicle and a driver who worked for her at the U.S. Attorney's office to go to a fundraiser in Andover for Dr. Jill Biden? I don't know, but it's certainly a question worth asking. But so we have to remember, there's the political weaponization of the U.S. Attorney's Office. Potentially, that was because Rollins got into the position because of political reasons, okay? Then you have the May through September 2022 influence in the Hayden Arroyo primary. Then, okay, you have Rollins in 2023 and Levy leaking about the ongoing situation related to State Treasurer Deb Goldberg and Shannon O'Brien, the former chair of the Cannabis Control Commission, after O'Brien stumbled onto a bunch of internal issues in the commission related to nepotism, misconduct, abuse, cover-ups, etc. And O'Brien tried to deal with it, but got taken out by a collective of staff who were, interestingly enough, connected to Rachel Rollins, because Sean Collins, the former executive director of the Cannabis Control Commission, was very close friends. A deputy treasurer, in fact, before he went to the Cannabis Control Commission with Deb Goldberg. Who else was friends with Deb Goldberg? Rachel Rollins, who was appointed to at least one state board by Goldberg during this time in question. Now, you may have seen my reporting in recent weeks that, according to my sources, Collins tried to unilaterally appoint Rachel Rollins to the position of CCC Chief of Investigations and Enforcement before Rollins became Suffolk DA. Okay, that shows how tight this network was. So you have leaks about the Arroyo and Hayden primary, weaponized leaks by the U.S. Attorney's Office by the liberals. Okay, then you have weaponized leaks about the Shannon O'Brien and Deb Goldberg case by the liberals to help Deb Goldberg and Sean Collins and Deb in that group, and to hurt Shannon O'Brien. Okay, so targeting Kevin Hayden, targeting Shannon O'Brien. These are kind of like not necessarily people willing to go along to get along with the Democratic machine. You seeing a pattern? Okay. And then we get Josh Levy having a meeting in November of 2022, right as, by the way, you know who took out Rachel Rollins from her position? You know who cooperated with the OIG investigation? You can read the report from May of 2023. Rollins' first assistant, which was Josh Levy, the then head of the criminal division, still head, Bill Abley of the criminal division in Boston, Dustin Chow, the then head of the public corruption unit. I think he's gone. I'm not positive. And then the then executive assistant or executive officer and press officer, who's been there for like 20 years. I'm pretty sure I know who it is. That person's a boss. Okay, so these people took out Rachel Rollins because Rollins weaponized the U.S. Attorney's Office. Okay, they know she did. They reported her. I read the report. They all know what she did in the Hayden and Arroyo primary. Then jump in, okay, to November of 2022. That's when the DOJ OIG is moving. Okay, they're about to interview Rollins in November and December of 2023. They actually make a criminal referral because Rollins lied to them about the way she went about leaking a recusal letter to Sean Philip Cotter, who was then with the Herald. It was bad. Okay, Rollins was going to get criminally prosecuted, but I think for her friends in the DOJ hierarchy up near the White House, who potentially protected her. Okay, that was the criminal referral was made in January of 2023 and was denied by the then very liberal DOJ hierarchy in Washington. Okay, so the DOJ OIG, as they're moving to interview Rollins in November of 2022 and December of 2022, she knows she's on her way out. Okay, they got her. Levy then really starts running the office. We know this because he's the one who takes over when Rollins formally resigns in May of 2023, but she was already on her way out, starting as early as September. They caught her. They took her out right away. Rightfully so with the DOJ OIG because she was weaponizing the office. But then the issue is, so Rollins, when she became Suffolk County District Attorney, had David Yannetti on her transition team. And Alan Jackson in August of 2022, as we talked about Jessica Leslie, I think started to get leaks from that federal grand jury. But you might be saying to yourself, wait a minute, there was no federal investigation into the death of John O'Keefe in 2022. That didn't really start up until in August of 2022. That didn't really start up till November of 2022. It didn't really heat up until the summer of 2023, and it didn't really close until February of 2024. So what could Jessica Leslie have leaked about potentially to Alan Jackson in August of 2022 as he was beginning to map out his defense strategy for the Karen Reed case? Well, I'll tell you, folks, and you got to remember this because this is the key to it all. I think that Sandra Birchmore, who was a young woman in Canton, Massachusetts, who was murdered on February 1st, 2021, according to allegations by the federal government, by Matthew Farwell, a former Stoughton police officer, okay, at 9:23 p.m. or so. That murder, okay, was touched on a ring of cops, okay, who went from Stoughton, Uri Buchanan and John Fanning in particular, to the Massachusetts State Police Unit detailed to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, the same unit that investigated Karen Reed for John O'Keefe's death. Now, this is where this really starts to get a little spooky. I have reason to believe that Ken Berkowitz, the former chief of the Canton Police Department, reported to the FBI sometime in 2022, probably before May of 2022, that the Stoughton Police and the Massachusetts State Police Unit detailed to the Norfolk DA covered up Sandra Birchmore's murder. Now, the reason I think this is that the Canton Police Department on February 4th, 2021, they were the ones who initially processed the crime scene at Sandra's apartment where she was found murdered. They got evidence, the Canton Police, they're good people. I believe they're really good people. They got evidence right away that Matthew Farwell was on video at 9:23 p.m. on February 1st, 2021, murdering Sandra Birchmore. Like he went into her unit and then he went out. They got her. Then they went to the maintenance worker, and the maintenance worker told the Canton Police that was the same man on video that had moved Sandra into her apartment, Matthew Farwell. Then the Canton Police went to Sandra's school where she worked as a teacher's aide, okay? And they got interviews with her coworkers who provided them evidence that Farwell was saying to people that if Sandra refused to if Sandra wouldn't get rid of the baby, the unborn baby she had, if she went through with carrying the baby to term, if she wouldn't get rid of, in his words, the baby, then Farwell would, quote, take care of the problem himself, okay? Now, Farwell was under the impression that Sandra Birchmore was pregnant with his unborn child. We've come to find out in recent months, according to reports, that was not true. The DNA testing has confirmed Farwell was not the father of the child. Now, Why does this tie in? Well, Sandra was being abused since she was a child, something the Canton police also found out on February 4th, 2021, and included in their report, according to an audit of the Canton Police Department done in the April of 2025 and presented in public, or concluded in April 2025 and presented in public around then, starting on page 99. Now, if you go to that Canton Police Department audit report, you will find that Sandra Birchmore, the Canton police also knew that Sandra Birchmore was being abused as a child by Matthew Farwell. Now, the Canton police, took all of this information, okay, and handed it over to the Massachusetts State Police. Now, the person who wrote the report for the Massachusetts State Police exonerating Matthew Farwell was John Fanning, who used to work in Stoughton as a cop. The unit commander at that time was Brian Tully of the state police unit. Remember that name. Now, Yuri Buchanan also used to work in Stoughton, and I have sources who indicate that Yuri and John Fanning used to go around to high school parties when they were perhaps older than in high school. Okay. And we also have to remember that Matthew Farwell is linked to Billy Farwell, William Farwell, and Robert Devine, and they're both linked to Sandra Birchmore. This is very clear evidence that there was a ring of cops, at least Robert Devine, William Farwell, and Matthew Farwell, abusing children in Stoughton. Perhaps it may have also included some other people on that list, and that breaks my heart. Okay? But people shouldn't do this, especially in positions of public trust. And it's possible, it's more than possible, that Sandra Birchmore was being abused. We cannot frame this as she was sleeping with. She was being abused by these people in positions of trust. She was hunted. She was found by these police officers in the cadet program when she was an underage child, like 13 years old. And there was a ring of cops, clearly, who were in Sandra's life. And you have to wonder, and it's pretty clear, were there other girls too? Were they abusing other girls? Was Sandra not the only one? Was Sandra not only being abused by more than one cop? Was there a ring of cops abusing a ring of girls? Was this the Jeffrey Epstein on a small scale? Matthew Farwell, was he the Jeffrey Epstein of Canton and Stoughton, Massachusetts? So you have to imagine that if the DOJ and the FBI got a report from the chief of the Canton police at the time, Kenny Berkowitz, that his officers turned this all over, and somehow the state police, who had the unit tied to the Norfolk DA, who had ties to Stoughton, two of them at least, and Farwell, and this ring of cops, exonerated Farwell. You don't think that might have led the DOJ to start a probe? And you don't think maybe impaneling that public corruption grand jury reportedly in May of 2022 was because of that report, a very serious report from former Canton Police Chief Kenny Berkowitz? Well, folks, I'll tell you, it's more than likely. I think it's very, very, very likely. And in that regard, you have to understand that not only did we have the weaponization of the Department of Justice in Boston by these liberals, which is one component of this investigation, okay, we also had a unit of the state police run by Brian Tully that we will quickly come to find out was involved in more than just the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder. So you have the DOJ in this position where Levy, after Rollins gets forced out of office, I think he's still, because Levy and Rollins and Dustin Chow, I think at least Rachel Rollins and Dustin Chow didn't like the Norfolk DA Michael Morrissey. Two different reasons, pretextual. One, in 2015, Chow's wife got passed over for a promotion. What really happened was she was a superior court prosecutor who got assigned to district court. Her pay was going to be kept the same, but she didn't like it, so she left the office on bad terms. Chow at the time went around saying he was going to do anything in his power to burn down Michael Morrissey's reputation. Okay. Rachel Rollins, when she was Suffolk DA, had two positions that were very controversial among other even liberal Democratic DAs. First, Rollins didn't prosecute like a list of 25 low-level offenses. No one ever did that again. It was bad. It was not a good idea. It ruined the city of Boston, in my opinion. But it caused other DAs to comment against Rollins in public, and then she lashed out at them, including Michael Morrissey. That was about 2019, 2020. Now, similarly, Rachel Rollins had a position that she took that she would not seek life terms in prison for youth murder offenders under 25 due to their fact that their brains weren't fully developmentally ready. Okay. Now, Rachel Rollins ended up being vindicated on the latter point by the SJC in 2024, and that's now the standard. But you got attacked. The other DAs, including Michael Morrissey, and four of them filed an amicus brief in Rollins' case when she tried to take that position because they did not want that position. And so, setting aside the merits of it, Rollins did not like Michael Morrissey. So in November of 2022, as Rollins is kind of going out of office, and remember, Dustin Chow's not. Dustin Chow took Rollins out. Josh Levy has a meeting in his office in November of 2022 with Karen Reed, Alan Jackson, David Yannetti, okay, in his office. I think Josh Levy already knows about the Sandra Birchmore cover-up at that point, and now he's got someone else coming into his office. Now, I don't think Levy, in my opinion, ever believed, or Dustin Chow ever believed that there was a cover-up of John O'Keefe's murder. I think what Levy and Chow did, they're very smart. This is the highest levels of power in the federal judicial system. I believe what they did, Levy and Chow, was they said to Karen, Alan Jackson, and David Yannetti, we want to investigate the state police for Sandra Birchmore. You cannot tell anyone about this. But we don't want them to know either. We are going to run a grand jury into John O'Keefe's death that won't really be into John O'Keefe's death. It's going to be a backhand or a backdoor way of investigating Brian Tully's unit. You are to just go along with this, and in return, we'll let you in public have all this fodder because we want to pressure them a little bit. We want to do what's called a limited hangout, where you bump them a little bit. They'll release a little information that they're under investigation. They know they didn't cover up John's death. They're going to be so focused on that, it's going to cause chaos in their life. Then you can backdoor the investigation of Birchmore. I think Karen, Alan, David were in on that from the beginning. I think it was an operation. Okay. Then in the spring of 2023, I think what happened was around April or May, Aidan Kearney and Karen Reed got linked up via a woman named Natalie. Okay. And Aidan Kearney, it was rather through Jen Altman and Natalie, but Aidan Kearney and Karen Reed then started communicating. I don't think Aidan Kearney, actually Aidan Kearney was brought in on this. I think the reason Aidan Kearney was facing something in his life in April of 2023, Natalie Haskins, some woman out of Rhode Island, had accused him of wiretapping, and he had used a Rhode Island phone number to call her, but he was in Massachusetts. Apparently he thought that would get him around the Massachusetts wiretapping statute. I don't really know. The point is, he tells Karen about it. Karen tells him to call Alan Jackson. Alan, David Yannetti, and Turtle Boy start talking directly around April 20th to May 3rd of 2023. In those conversations, Alan Jackson is, according to my sources, helping Aidan Kearney because Aidan Kearney wants his wiretapping charge to go away. Now, for reasons unknown, a few weeks later in May of 2023, a field agent from the FBI in Worcester, Samuel Weiner, that is his real name, starts reaching out to people in the orbit of that specific federal criminal investigation of Aidan Kearney, the wiretapping charge with Victoria Haskin, and it goes away. Okay. Then over the summer of 2023, Aidan Kearney runs a bunch of blogs. Okay, unlike anything I've ever seen before or since, on his page, about the federal grand jury into the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed case. Now, if you look into Buffalo Jim and Steve Miller, one journalist and a wrestling school owner in Las Vegas in the early 2000s, who Buffalo Jim had a wrestling school next to an establishment called the Crazy Horse 2, which was a front for the mob. And Steve Miller was a journalist who was Buffalo Jim's friend. Steve Miller was given an assignment by the FBI in protected status to write blogs about the Crazy Horse 2 for the purpose of attracting tips for the FBI. And Steve Miller talks about this openly. The FBI had Steve Miller writing blogs that would allow him to, they would SEO, search engine optimization, the blog, so his name would pop up first if you search Crazy Horse 2. They edited the content of his blogs. They gave him scoops, and then they also planted his email address in the articles because they said if you get any tips about these people, not just the Crazy Horse 2, the people running this, refer them to us, tell them to expect a call from the FBI, and we will call them. Okay? I think for 3 months, the summer of 2023, Aidan Kearney was allowed to do that by the FBI, okay, and the DOJ in Boston. Not because of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed case, but to get attention on the state police units so the DOJ could drive tips. Is it any coincidence, then, that in August of 2023, the real probe of Matthew Farwell starts up, according to remarks from former U.S. Attorney Josh Levy when the Farwell indictment was announced in August of 2024? Then Aidan Kearney becomes kind of useless in all this, right? You know, he was only really useful for driving enough tips to get Tully's unit for covering up the Birchmore probe. But in the fall of 2023, something else happens that also intertwines all of this, which is on November 28th, 2023, Aidan Kearney puts in writing to Karen Reed, not just to Karen Reed, but Aidan Kearney puts in writing to his then romantic partner, Lindsay Gattani, just a brilliant human being who's going to come to be central to this story, as you can see on the side there in a second. But take a look. That is messages from Aidan Kearney to Lindsay Gattani on November 28, 2023, saying that Josh Levy, a full year after Karen and Alan Jackson and David first walked into Levy's office, and when Rachel Rollins is already gone as U.S. Attorney, Josh Levy was revealing ex parte information about protected grand jury investigations to Karen Reed. Now, this becomes a big deal because Aidan becomes a liability for Karen, okay? Now, on December 23rd, 2023, Aidan Kearney comes to find out that there was an ongoing he knew there was an ongoing criminal investigation. He had been charged with 16 felonies in the fall of 2023 related to Chris Albert and Colin Albert and other witnesses in the Reed trial that had been tormented by Mr. Kearney and Miss Reed, allegedly. Now, on December 20th, 2023, a grand jury binds over those 16 charges to Norfolk Superior Court, from Stoughton District Court to Norfolk Superior Court. But then Lindsay Gattani gets a subpoena from Brian Tully, a state police trooper investigating Kearney, for another grand jury. Okay? Now, Kearney must realize right away that the only thing that can mean is that Tully is investigating Karen and Aidan and potentially the U.S. Attorney's Office for what they were doing related to the case. But then you realize there's another piece of this puzzle. Brian Tully was asking questions in his official capacity as a state police officer in early December of 2023 about what the federal probe was about at that point in time. Now, we know in hindsight, okay, that the federal probe into John O'Keefe's death closes permanently in February of 2024, okay? Just a few months after Brian Tully's asking these questions, but the probe of Farwell continues. So why is Brian Tully only really interested in the investigation of Aidan Kearney to find out more about the federal probe of Sandra Birchmore's death? Well, as I was mentioning, on December 21st, 2021, Aidan Kearney goes over to Lindsay Gattani's apartment. And by the way, let me just show you these pictures from the search warrant of Karen Reed's phone. Now, it's paragraph 77 through 81, okay, and we're going to zoom in. This is mentioning Jane. Jane is Lindsay Gattani, okay. Karen Reed's phone ends up seized in January of 2024 because of information Lindsay gives to Brian Tully about Aidan's contacts with Karen. Now, one thing we want to look at as we zoom in here is this paragraph. Jane stated she was told by Kearney that Reed's attorneys in Reed were working with the U.S. Attorney's Office, specifically acting U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts, Josh Levy. Kearney would talk a lot about the federal grand jury and Levy with Gattani. Gattani stated Karen Reed was interviewed by federal law enforcement. Gattani also shared other information. Gattani also shared other comments Kearney learned from Reed that are corroborated by other information known to this affiant, which is Brian Tully. That statement was that Brian Tully and the Norfolk DA were the targets of a federal probe. Brian Tully, when he asked that question to Lindsay Gattani, to be very clear, knew full well about Exhibit O. Okay, he had already obtained these text messages, and he knew Aidan Kearney was revealing that Karen Reed was getting protected grand jury information from Josh Levy, which gave Tully a motive to think maybe Lindsay knew something about the Birchmore probe, in my opinion. Now, that ties that together, but I want to go back to this second paragraph here, paragraph 82. You can see that Lindsay Gattani, was served with a summons to appear before the grand jury on December 22nd, 2023. Now, that's when she was served with the summons. Now, you got to think as Aidan Kearney, if there's another grand jury, you just got bound over, right, on 16 felonies. Why is there another grand jury? Oh, it must be into Karen Reed and Aidan Kearney. Kearney, against his better judgment, and he has said this multiple times, Karen Reed told him not to go to Lindsay's apartment that night, and as did his lawyers, okay? Now, the week before, Lindsay and Aidan had kind of been talking about whether he would come over. They were broken up by that point, but she asked him to come over, then he didn't want to come over. But on this day, after he finds out he gets the subpoena, he starts texting Lindsay trying to come over to her apartment. Eventually, she yields. And he comes over on the night of December 23rd, 2023. Now, listen to what the affidavit here alleges. During this meeting, Kearney told Jane to tell the grand jury she did not remember anything, delete evidence from her phone, and told her he would hire an attorney if she cooperated with him. Now, the allegations are that Kearney pushed Catani on a couch because Kearney used Lindsay's notepad to take notes about conversations Lindsay had had with a woman named Kate Peter, who was a private investigator working for a man named Marty Kraft. Okay, Marty Kraft was a private investigator in the orbit of Brian Tully. We're going to get to this in a second because this ties it all in as well. Now, allegedly, Kearney was also witness intimidated Catani and was charged with that as well. Now, further.
Now, let me go back to this again. This was in August. Those charges have just been dropped. But even setting aside what you think of the merits and obviously the charges related to Tully saying that because Lindsay described like being like going on a couch or going down onto a couch, Tully charged that as A and B or something like that. But that got null prost in back in the spring of 2024. I want to say like March 26th of 2024, maybe a little bit later. But the two other charges that I just described were still active as of a month ago. Or a few days ago, they got null prost because, in whatever you think of the underlying charges, they got null prost because the Norfolk DA, I think, didn't want to appoint a new special prosecutor or the AG because of what Tully did with Lindsay Catani's phone. It wasn't about, in my opinion, whatever you think either way about the merits of the underlying charges, that's not why they were null prost in my view. It was because the Norfolk DA and Tully and Kate Peter had something to hide, and if those cases continued, they were going to be the most damning. That is what I see to be the biggest injustice. But yes, Flintstone, welcome to the chat. It depends on who it is, Flintstone. I can't really... It's hard to, like, unblock people because, well, first of all, most of the mods can't actually block anyone. So we have two levels of super towels, and most mods can't block anyone. To unblock someone, they have to tell me not their YouTube display name, but their username for YouTube. And then I have to manually, I'm the only one that can do it, I have to manually go in by hand and unblock them. So I could do that, but yeah. Folks were also saying they noticed my CCC coverage of the Governmental Regulatory Agency. I'm so glad you've been following that. I spend a lot of time doing that. And then someone, I think it was Flintstone, was saying they want to help me get a haircut, maybe a cheeseburger. God bless you for that offer. I don't want to drop them often, but there are donation links to the Venmo, the Cash App, whatever, the PayPal in the chat. Folks were wondering like what I do day to day. I'm in law school. I'm disabled. My dad just passed away, unfortunately, so I'm trying to help my mom right now. And I'm trying to finish up school in December because that was something my dad really wanted me to do before he passed away. I can like do a little bit up to my benefit amount per month, and I was trying to do some work, but I had 2 collapses. My blood pressure spiked over 200. I've had some blood loss in the past few months because of my disability. So I've just been overwhelmed and encumbered physically. I haven't been eating well. I'm very stressed. It all compounds. But times are tough for everyone. So this is why I always say to people, if there are people, first of all, put yourself first always. You need to survive. You need to help your family. If there are people and causes, especially right now, you want to donate to that are more important, please do that. The benefits running out next week for food stamps, and otherwise people are going to be really, really struggling, and we need to come together. I'm not saying that we need to be gratuitously giving people like a safety net, but we can't have people starving. Children cannot starve because the government can't work out its political differences, and the Democrats won't pass a damn clean continuing resolution. Please donate to those causes first, and if you yourself or someone who's facing cuts, please obviously do not donate. But if you have the ability, there's no sponsors here. There's no ads other than what YouTube runs. It's an entirely user-funded public information service through donations. There's software costs that go into this. There's obviously subscriptions and all this stuff. And the different platforms that I broadcast on, they're getting better. Like I think for Twitter, I might get like $20 every few weeks or something, even though I bring in like 140 million million views a year. It doesn't really bring in a lot, but I'm not doing it for that reason. I would like to not starve, but I'm doing it because I want you to have a platform that doesn't have paywalls, doesn't charge you, and kind of democratizes access to information so that in the pursuit of maintaining the integrity and legitimacy of our representative forms of government, we'll be able, maybe, whether you're a towel, a washcloth, a cousin of Mr. Hanky, the allegorical Christmas poo who helps Jewish children get through the Christmas holidays from South Park, a soap dispenser, a washcloth, a flannel, wherever you may be. God bless you for supporting this channel, because it's not, I need to live. I do not want to starve and die. I get dizzy. I don't like it. I just want to not be nervous about going day to day. But what inspires me to keep doing this, and why I put so much effort into this, notwithstanding the impact it has on me and how people come at me over it, I don't really care. It's because I believe that the information here is of value to the wider public, that people who authentically are trying to learn and improve the quality of our governmental apparatus, the people who actually gravitate to this kind of arena, this space, are the people who are going to make this country better, this world better. And that's what keeps me going. So I'm a towel. Oh, God bless you. Thank you, Nanya, and thank you, Flintstone. I appreciate both of you listening to my soliloquy. It's almost college football time, but we're almost done. We got about a half an hour. We're going to finish this. We're going to talk about how grateful I am for all of your support and your kind words. I truly feel, especially Joan, thank you so much for leaving that comment in the chat. You all help Little Towel get through this more than you know day to day. So things are tough physically. Things are tough for everyone, but together maybe we'll find solace and the strength to go day to day. And can you ask for anything more than that? Truly, Little Towels, I don't believe you can. I'm sorry I forgot to turn my camera on. I was soliloquizing. I didn't even know the camera was paused. It helps me play the video better when I pause my camera. There's more system resources. So. Let's go back to the Towel video. Towel loves you all. I was ranting there. I'm sorry. I wanted to rant about compassion and love. Towel is a little towel. And plus, I love college football. You don't understand. I wanted to hang out with you all this morning because I was like, I'm just going to be bored until college football comes on. I'm going to feel bad and lay in bed. But if I sit in my chair and talk to them, they'll give me strength. And look at it. You brought a smile to Towel's face. I don't really feel that well, but I'm here. I'm with you. And I hope I've brought some bright moments to your day as well, even among the chaos and otherwise overwhelming uncertainty of modern life. You know what I'm saying? Little towels. We're fluffy and we keep each other going. All right, let's go back to the video.
The charges would eventually come out from that night that Kearney put his phone in his pocket and illegally recorded Katani. There's evidence of the court record of the unedited recording that is out there, and then Kearney submitted an edited recording to make it look like Katani consented to the recording, which itself is a whole bundle, the Pandora's box of issues as to Kearney's lawyer submitting potentially manipulated evidence, etc. But Kearney gets arraigned on December 26th, and he gets his bond revoked on the existing felony charges, okay? And that bond revocation leaves him in jail for 60 days, where he has admitted he was offered the opportunity to flip on Karen Reed. Because in reality, the investigation of Aidan Kearney wasn't just for Brian Tully to get intel on the federal probe, which I think he found out quickly was about the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder, but also to get Aidan Kearney to flip on Karen Reed as sort of this double sort of pressure tactic on Karen, because she was facing the murder trial, the first murder trial at the time for John's death. Now, in March of 2024, the Norfolk DA, the special prosecutor or whatever, did try to indict Karen Reed and Aidan Kearney. That came back with a no true bill, but it goes to my point. There was a dual point in investigating Aidan Kearney. Now, this gets even more interesting, okay? Because something wild happens, okay, in March of 2024. Karen Reed starts saying that Aidan Kearney is a risk. She's been careful to lay low, and Aidan blew it all up. And there's Karen Reed saying Brian Tully took Karen's two phones. One of them had tons of info on it, and that's all from, quote, the Lindsay Gattani mess. And then Karen says, I can't expose myself to that anymore. This was a leaked text message. Now, as you can see here, so you had simultaneous things going on. The weaponization of the U.S. Attorney's Office in Boston in multiple different areas. The targeting of Michael Morrissey by Dustin Chow, Rachel Rollins, but also Tully's unit and the grand juror leaks by Jessica Leslie, potentially involving Reed, but also and the Birchmore case and other cases. But also, you had misconduct, in my opinion, by Tully. Now, this misconduct was about to get a lot worse, and it's wild that this happened. So Aidan Kearney is in jail until February, February 23rd or so of 2023, or 2024. Kearney gets out of jail. Lindsay also had a restraining order that was granted by the court, okay? Now, Kearney, after he gets out of jail, okay, is still subject to the restraining order, so Lindsay, if she's around, he has to leave. Now, Lindsay shows up to a John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial hearing, I believe it was February 26, 2024, right after Kearney gets out of jail. The first hearing after he gets out of jail. Now, Lindsay had been told by Kate Peter that Paul O'Keefe and the O'Keefe family wanted Lindsay to come to court to show support for Lindsay. Now, Lindsay wanted to go to show support for the O'Keefes, but when she heard that, of course she wanted to go. No one said anything about Aidan or Jen McCabe or anything like that. Then the O'Keefes were told by Kate, and I know Paul knows this, Paul was told by Kate that Lindsay wanted to come to court to show support for the O'Keefes. Well, that's true, she did, but Paul wasn't told that Lindsay had been told by Kate that Lindsay was being asked to come to support the O'Keefes, because the O'Keefes didn't ask Kate to do that. Now, of course, Lindsay would have done it because Kate was telling her that the O'Keefes wanted that, in my opinion, right? That's a noble thing to do, but Kate didn't need to lie. Kate could have just asked the O'Keefes. But anyway, so Lindsay goes to court that day, and she ends up walking into court with Jen McCabe, even though that name was never mentioned. And when she gets into the court, Aidan is forced to leave the area because of the RO. Now, Aidan gets charged with an RO violation that day, and he ends up being found not guilty.
You know, just because I have it, do you want to see the video of that day? That was quite a day. It was back when things, let's just say, things were a little more hostile between the different sides. And I blame Kate Peter for a lot of that, because obviously, like, a lot of you are on both sides of this case, and some of you are very kind to Little Towel, you know what I'm saying? But you want to see the moment that Lindsay and Jen McCabe walked in together? Lindsay, the unknowing, in my opinion, Patsy and all this. Look at this. I have the moment. You know why? Because I'm a Little Towel.
Say something stupid. Do it. Do it. Do it. Say something stupid. Do it. Say something stupid. Say something stupid. Do it.
Keep moving, asshole. Keep moving, dickhead. Keep moving, Dick Reed. Hey, Dick Reed, keep moving.
At this moment, I started flipping them off and listened to they just go quiet.
Get good angles. Come on.
Trooper was like, "That's enough, Grant." I was like, "It's America." I was like, "It's America." There's a picture. There's an epic picture of me just standing on that courthouse steps. Mind you, I would do this whether Kate Peter was criticizing me, whether it doesn't matter. If you think that the positions I take are inauthentic and I believe you're not being fair in your criticism of me, I'm going to stand up for myself. There's a picture of me standing on those steps, like the ones in the background there, just giving them the old Canton salute. Just America. And the trooper, at first, he gave me 5 seconds to do it. And then eventually he's like, all right, that's enough, Grant. Because what do you do if you're a trooper there? You're like, oh, somebody's standing up for, the John O'Keefe's family. And you know what's funny? There's only one person out there, and she knows who she is. I should say they could be a towel. I don't know. It could be a random person. There's somebody out there. I'll never forget that day. Only one person understood what I was doing. I wasn't doing that because I was trying to be antagonistic. I was preventing the news cameras from being able to use the shot, which, by the way, the CBS cameraman came up to me afterwards and was like, Grant, we can't use any of that footage now because you were flipping off the camera. And I was like, I looked at him quizzically and was like, that was the point. And he looked at me and wasn't really happy, but it was like he begrudgingly was like, okay. And then I just walked away. And, but then, yeah, so that situation was interesting because there was only one towel there. I'll call them a towel, all right? For these purposes, they shall be a towel. And this towel, right, was like, Grant, that day I realized you weren't being antagonistic. You were distracting people. You were like, just throw yourself at me. I'll take, torment me, not them. And yeah, it's kind of funny. I got, they didn't want me to write for Jurist anymore after that. Although I'm pretty sure that was Kate Peter and Jason Broyles doing that. Anyway, I didn't really care because I was like, you cover autocratic regimes and you think that you're going to tell me I can't stand on the steps of an American courthouse and flip people off? This is a travesty and a sham and a mockery. It's a travesty and mockery, and I refuse to be apologetic. This is not North Korea. We are not communists, and I have a right to stand on the courthouse steps and flip people off. That is what the First Amendment is all about, and if you won't stand for it now, then you stand for nothing. And there's and I get more views per month than your publication gets in 20 years. They get 1 million views a year or something. I was not a happy little towel. Let me just say, I was like, this is hypocrisy manifest. This is authoritarian. I was like, you're no better than Myanmar. You don't want to upset me. I just start yelling. No, I was like, how dare you? Mind you, I didn't give a damn, really. I don't want to, write for someone who doesn't value the principle of free expression in the way that I do anyway. And I think they were kind of getting a little intimidated. At first, when I started writing for them, I was getting 1 million or 2 million views a month. Then it was 7 million views a month. Then it was 12. Mind you, this publication, international, recognized by the UN, quoted by the UN in formal reports, gets 1 million views a year. All right? And I think they were starting to be like, oh no, what is happening? So anyway, yeah, no, I'm not saying that we people should pull a Randy Moss and moon people. I do not condone mooning people on the courthouse steps. I just want to make this very clear. You can write it on my epitaph. Although Grant was a vociferous defender of flipping people off on the courthouse steps to make a point about how we're not damn autocratic commies, he vociferously objects to people mooning people on the courthouse steps. There was a difference in his mind, and he would never condone the latter. You write that on my epitaph. It's freaking hilarious. I don't mind. You see what I'm saying? Nunya, you are personally responsible for that. All right, let's go back to the video. That's exactly what you wanted today, right, Nunya?
A year later. But the important part is Aiden then moves to amend the RO, I think in about April of 2024. And the judge grants an amendment allowing Aiden to be within 100 yards of a courthouse if Lindsay's there. Okay? So on different grounds. Now, it was a motion to modify or something. Now, then Lindsay was useless to Brian Tully. Okay, she couldn't provide info about the Birchmore cover-up or what the feds were investigating. Aiden was out of jail, and the RO was amended. Okay, so she was functionally useless to Brian Tully, his PI Marty Kraft, and the person Marty Kraft employed, Kate Peter. Okay, and so then this is where it gets bad. In April of 2024, Brian Tully personally released an unredacted extraction of Lindsay Gattani's cell phone, 15 years of her life, containing protected attorney-client material, doctor-patient material, educational material, even pictures of Lindsay giving birth, to Aiden Kearney's lawyer, April 24, 2024. The only thing that Tully redacted or deleted were from the extraction were messages from Brian Tully to Lindsay and from Kate Peter to Lindsay. And what did Kate Peter and Brian Tully do? Oh, then they launched another operation within an operation, in my opinion, with Marty Kraft's help. They released that extraction to Aiden Kearney, and then they had a man named Jason Broyles, who's a parking clerk from Connecticut, who pretends to be a woman online named Haley Walbrecht. He presents himself as a victim advocate. They had Mr. Broyles, in my opinion, cover extensively Lindsay Gattani's phone extraction for two purposes. One, I believe that Mr. Broyles and Miss Peter and Mr. Tully wanted to provide a distraction. Okay, that was April 2024 was leading up to the first Reed trial. No one could deflect attention away from Jen McCabe and the other Reed trial witnesses. The Turtle Boy fans and the Karen Reed fans were paying just attention to them. Kate, I have video, tried to spread a rumor that Colin Albert and Chris...
Pause. There's one thing I want to say here. One thing is very important. Before Jason Broyles became involved, two things. One, the first time he showed up was in the fall of 2023. He was trying to pay for a free Karen Reed billboard, all right? And he was paying for this billboard because I think he wanted to infiltrate not the anti-free Karen Reed people, but the free Karen Reed people. I think he's an operative for Kate Peter. Now, what's also interesting is he apparently was in Kate's Discord for a while, and so was Obach. And like all these people around Kate are kind of like, I want to say like gray hat hackers. I don't think they really like do all digital hacking. I think they're predator hunters. I'm telling you, I get the vibe. They're all predator hunters. Now, predator hunting is very noble, but Preds also hide behind it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if everyone's around Kate is clean, bruh. And like, you know, that's its own world, all right? You want to hunt Preds? That's good. I'm behind you. But, bro, go join the fucking DOJ. Don't vigilante hunt Preds. Are you out of your fucking mind? First of all, that's incredibly dangerous. Like, ask my mother. Like, even she's like, some of this stuff, you know, it's very dangerous. And that's my mother who's afraid of no one. So... in terms of predator hunting, go join the FBI or whatever the fuck. Stop doing it on a vigilante basis. Like, okay, Schlepp's a little different. The Roblox guy. Schlepp, if you know anything about this controversy with Roblox, Schlepp is like the guy who found it. We talked about it on the day this all broke when Roblox banned him. Like, I was covering this on my stream. I was one of the first news outlets to cover Schlepp's battle. Now, multiple attorney generals have filed criminal complaints because of what Schlepp uncovered. Schlepp is doing a documentary with a big name. Schlepp is in front of Congress all the time. Schlepp is like moving in a very good direction. He was on a vigilante, okay? He was on Roblox. He was predator hunting, but in a way that was actually like working. He was demasking like Preds on Roblox, and parents don't really know enough about Roblox to protect their kids, and the state they know now, but they didn't before. The state didn't really know enough about the Roblox, just like the state didn't know enough about Discord before the Charlie Kirk killing. And so this enables like radicals or dangerous Preds to spread. So Schlepp, when he was targeting Preds on Roblox, like he would kind of like involve local law enforcement who would like get the Preds. Predator hunters, especially vigilante ones, just lure the Pred, like Vitaly or some of these other guys, I think. They just lure the Pred into a room, like How to Catch a Predator, and then they film the Pred. Alright, like, you're out of your mind. Yeah, most of those Preds are going to be like little scrawny, like, predators, like, screw them. They're going to sit there and whine and wait for the cops and then go to jail. Good job. But like some of them are fucking human traffickers, and they're gonna pull like extended clip MAC-10s on you, and that's why you join the FBI if you want to go get those people. Stop doing a vigilante. If you don't think the FBI is good enough, okay, then go give them more resources. Go lobby Congress. Go become a congressman. Go give them more funding. Do not, under any circumstances, lure dangerous human traffickers into a room to film them. Are you out of your mind? You're doing that on a hobbyist basis. One, you're compromising the cases, which is a big deal. And that's what happened with the Turtle Boy and Karen Reed cases, if you haven't noticed. So don't predator hunt if you're going to try to get these people convicted. Literally allow the police to do it. And if you don't think the police are capable, or if you think they're corrupt or whatever, you have other outlets in our democracy that do not involve you luring predators into a room and then them pulling out a gun. That's the thing that everyone dislikes, whether you're hunting these people, whether you're a vigilante, anyone who puts the justice system at risk because they think it's not functioning effectively or quick enough is biting off their nose to spite their face. Of course, you should put every ounce of your strength into hunting preds if that's what you're going to do. But no, you shouldn't do it in such a way that is counterproductive. What if you get a pred on very dangerous stuff and they go into his house and they get like thousands of gigs of material? And what happens if because you freaking baited him and committed some kind of violation, and because a cop told you to do it, you became an agent of the state, all that gets thrown out? Did you help anyone? Okay, you got him off the street. In the short term, you identified him. Those are net positives. But if you can't bring a case, you're useless. You're useless. Okay? Now, the only exception to this is if you consciously know you're not going to be able to bring a case, like against an like a illegal immigrant or something, and you don't need to bring a criminal case. You just want to get him off the street. Fine. Still, do it with law enforcement. For the love of God. You're going to compromise the cases. Don't you understand? That's my whole reason I'm upset about why that PI firm with Kate Peter got involved in the prosecutions here. Whatever you think about the underlying allegations, you don't get to compromise the cases. You don't. No matter how inefficient you think the system is, no matter how hard you think it is to get someone held accountable, you cannot compromise the cases under fundamental principles of equity and due process and then turn around and say, well, I was just trying to do my best. No, you weren't. Your best is complying with the rules of evidence. You want to get trained. You want to learn how to do it. You want to join the FBI, the DOJ, this whatever. Do it. But right now, this vigilante nonsense. Not saying all vigilante behavior, like I told you about Roblox and Schlepp and why that's important, but it's a limited circumstance, and he knew how to refer it to law enforcement. And if you are just being a vigilante, and you don't understand how the Fourth Amendment works, if you don't understand how the Sixth Amendment works, and the 14th Amendment, and if you don't understand the Model Penal Code, or the statutes you're trying to enforce, you are going to compromise the very thing you're trying to achieve, which is justice. You see a theme here? You see a theme? Unanswerable people in positions of power who think the system isn't functioning effectively enough take it upon themselves and undermine the very thing they claim to be championing. All right? That's the problem with these vigilantes. And then, looking at you, Biff, applying those methodologies in the true crime arena to help an undisclosed private eye pursue active criminal cases and handle evidence because Brian Tully's lazy, apparently. You know what you did, Biff. Come on. Come on. It's crazy. It's crazy. What, are you all like hobbyists? Are you children? You just think this is a game? Do you realize that you may not like... You all sound like Kim Blandino. Not you in the chat, but people are... Kate Peter is basically Kim Blandino, okay? All right? Somebody make a... I'm going to make a meme with Kim Blandino's body and Kate Peter's head on it. You don't understand. She is Kim Blandino. This is this guy from Nevada, all right, who thinks he's smarter than he is. Now, he's got religious convictions. He also thinks that he was a diplomat because Jesus signed his passport. It was a little weird, bro. That stuff, I don't know. You can believe whatever the hell you want about your religious beliefs, but I don't think Jesus signed your passport, and I don't think you're a diplomat on behalf of Jesus. I'm sorry, you need to have a driver's license, Kim Blandino. How do I even saying? Do you understand? There was a whole criminal trial about this. I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you. There was a criminal trial about whether this man could drive his truck with permanent Montana registration plates without a driver's license if he had a diplomatic passport signed by Jesus. Anyway, Kate Peter is Kim Blandino is pretty much what I'm trying to say here, okay? He's a little man. He dances around with his little, what's he wear? He wears this little thing. It's not a bow tie. It's a very specific, it's like a bonnet, but for a man. It has this really weird French name. I don't know. We got to put Kate Peter in one of those little things that Kim Blandino wears. The point is, she doesn't know what she's doing. She's a kind of a moron, all right, in my opinion. Like, people who are overconfident are morons, all right? If you study the Dunning-Kruger effect, anyone who thinks highly of themselves or their abilities is a moron, okay? Because you're blinding yourself to the fact that you don't know a lot of stuff. Because everyone doesn't know a lot of stuff. That's what it is to be alive. You could be Michelangelo, you still don't know everything about everything. As such, I would like to reiterate that it is completely paradoxical and inappropriate and dangerous for lay people to be involved in the handling of evidence. There are some exceptions. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. There are some exceptions to that general rule. If you are smart enough to unsolicited provide information to the police, then you're not a state actor. But once you talk to them, you become a state actor and you've compromised the cases that you're trying to bring about. Furthermore, when you do this shit on a vigilante level, there are two consequences. One, because you don't understand the rules of evidence, you cannot build a case. You want to be a prosecutor, go to school, learn the rules of evidence, become a prosecutor. You want to be a police officer or a federal law enforcement officer. You don't get to do whatever you want. Do you know why? Because there's an AUSA above you if you're in the feds, and there's an attorney general above them, and it goes and goes and goes. There's 17 checks and balances. So you do not compromise the integrity of the cases. Do you think they want to have a 17-layer bureaucracy so you can't get bad people hurting children? No! They want you to get the people hurting the children. But if you act like a cowboy and just run out there, then they're like, all right, I'm going to get them. Do you think you're going to actually be able to keep that person off the street? No! Because you are not smart enough to understand the way a case works, and in turn, you're going to compromise it. You might get a short-term victory, which does have some application. There are some times when doing this is appropriate, but even then you should be working with ICE. You should be working with DHS or whatever. You don't just bring them into a room, using the example of vigilante pred hunters. You don't bring them into a room and expose the case to being thrown out. And do you see the corollary here with what Kate did and Jen McCabe and them, in my opinion, did with Tully's help in the Turtle Boy case? They thought the system, when Morrissey made that video, all right, he made that video because he was desperate. The witnesses didn't get any relief. They got more desperate, so they started violating the rules of evidence against Turtle Boy. What happened after that? They got more desperate. Jen McCabe couldn't get the public attention off her. Tully leaked Lindsay's phone. That's brutal. That's brutal. No checks and balances at all in that equation, and a fundamental threat to the integrity of our republic. So that is why I am so incredulous about all of this, okay? It's not just the way in which this all played out. It was the reason. It was the incredible, irresponsible behavior by people, Mr. Tully in particular, in my opinion, who knew better, including Morrissey. This was an ADA's office in a high-ranking state police unit, and they don't know, I don't believe for a second they don't know the rules of evidence. It's because Jen McCabe and Kate and the people around them got frustrated, and they started being like, who cares, right? They were like, let's meet fire with fire. Bro, that is not a defense. Okay, there might be some, I think I remember some obscure thing about fighting fire with fire in like a public statement. Okay, there's some case law. I'm not a lawyer, there's not legal advice. A prosecutor can fight some fire with fire and not ethically violate 3.8. But let me tell you right now, this was not fighting fire with fire. This was irresponsibility. And Proctor's text messages, to loop this back in, showed that it was a culture of irresponsibility that was pervasive. Pervasive in this unit. This was not the exception to the rule. This was constant. It's just with Kearney, with Aidan Kearney and Karen Reed, they got really frustrated, and their desperation manifests itself in Kate Peter. And really, I think we can look at the collapse of all this. Like, if you want to really, like, point moral culpability, not that I think she cares. I don't think she feels any of this. Like, I'm not going to go there, but I don't think she cares. But if you want to point moral culpability, it's Tully and Kate Peter. All right? And all those people in Tully's unit, they didn't give a shit. In my opinion, they didn't care. All they wanted to do was protect Jen McCabe. Because Jen and Tully and Kate were all friends. The justice aspect of it, getting Karen, was important to them. But in terms of Aidan, that was all sanctimonious nonsense from them. Please, the impact of his behavior and all that. All they wanted was for Jen to be left alone. Leave Jen McCabe alone. Brittany, please, go back to Canton. Jen McCabe's like the type of person who looks at Boston as a major world city. Like, she thinks she goes to the Boston Ritz and, like, that's the center of the universe. It's such a high school mentality. I'm sorry, that's my opinion of her, alright? And she's the one who told Lindsay she had to be sorry for, like, being involved with Aidan, which I think is where a lot of this animosity comes from. It's a lot of classism, and I don't like damn communists. I just don't like this, like, view, like, oh, like Jen McCabe and Tully and Kate. Oh, Lindsay's just a single mother. She won't know what to do. Well, that you underestimated her, first of all. And second, that's very disrespectful. Go ahead and do that to people, like, throughout your life. Eventually, you're going to run into someone like me. All right? I have a lot of political connections. A lot. And I don't like anyone being taken advantage of because someone looks at them and says they don't have money, they don't have connections. Oh, really? You sure about that? Positive? Because eventually you're going to misplay that hand. You can't just run through life treating people that are, quote, less than you as if they cannot outplay you. Disgusting. Disgusting. That's exactly what happened. They used her and they viewed her as expendable and disposable, and it was fundamentally because they didn't think that she was a member of their class. Now, Kate Peter's not a member of their damn class either, frankly. They just saw Kate Peter as more useful. You wonder why they tried to, like, transform Kate, like, what is it? Do they have a show where Shrek does makeovers for people? Anyway, my point is, it was like that show where Shrek does makeovers for people. I don't think that exists. It really should. It would be hilarious. But anyway, like, they tried to make Kate presentable. Okay, why? Because she was an embarrassment, in my opinion, to their class. Lindsay outshines all of them and inverts this whole class meter on its head. It's why she's going to do very well as an aristocrat. I'll make her one. Okay? Like, F you. Like, I'll put her in high society circles. You can answer to her. Alright? What are you going to do about it? Seriously, what are you going to do about it? She already is so prolifically public. Okay, I know what I'm doing in terms of the Curaleaf story and all that stuff. If I wasn't afraid to take on the Russian oligarchs involved in Curaleaf, why would I care about you all? I don't. Okay, I want to protect her, definitely, in terms of getting her attention in the public, and I think that's the most important thing. You all are listening to her. And that's what they never wanted to have happen. They view people of that class, quote unquote, as incapable of being presented in public or whatnot. But you want to know what's ironic? You know what came off as incredibly inauthentic and fake and nonsensical and incapable of actually representing the interests of the truth of the story? The fake interviews, or the PR interviews that were coordinated after the trial for some of the McCabe's, Alberts, and Proctors. You know what's far more authentic? The millions and millions of views that Lindsay Gattani's getting on social media without any PR, just by being herself. Let me put it this way. The reason why hipsters are so disliked, even though they're not really around anymore, is because they're inauthentic. Okay? Everything about them is inauthentic. When you have authenticity on your side, you don't have to try. And furthermore, you become the envy of hipsters who are trying to be but can never become what your authentic self is representing. And that, frankly, is what has happened here. All right? You have a bunch of wannabe posers in the orbit of Jen McCabe who are jealous of Lindsay's authenticity and who are going at her. And you know what I say to those people? Listen. Some people put Snickers in their Halloween bowls, okay, to give them out. You know what other people put in their bowls, apparently? Oh, I don't know. I would be guessing. You know, I don't want to guess, all right? But listen, you just put some stuff in a bowl, something, I don't fucking know, and then you hand it out, and then you won't fucking remember anything. Nothing will matter. You'll wake up the next day and you'll just move on with your life, right? That's how people should approach this. Clearly, just don't even think about the collapse of your influence and your inability to do PR. Just pass around a Halloween bowl with something that looks like a Snickers, but isn't. And I don't even know what we're talking about. Just do that, right? What is the harm in that, you know? Oh, I do my best, Irene Grillo. It does make my head spin, too. It is very interesting. Yes, what Proctor did got way worse. He was sharing intimate photos, probably of people involved that he was investigating. He used racist words about people he was investigating, reportedly. And he violated the law by sharing an SA victim's name, which is probably going to result in some kind of charges, and he has a criminal defense lawyer. So, in short, I think we should have less vigilantes in the justice system, and the root of all of these problems with this case were conflicts of interest, the special prosecutor process in Massachusetts being broken, Kate Peter, in my opinion, being incomprehensibly dumb and just not very good at life and only knowing how to go day to day without any tactical long-term thinking, Jen McCabe having more money than sense, and Brian Tully just kind of being, I don't know how to describe Brian Tully because I've never met him, but I think incompetent is being too generous. I would describe this man as the walking definition of a quid pro quo. Like, if you like Jen McCabe so much as a friend that you're willing to release Lindsay Gattani's phone extraction, you're just, forget about being fit for public service. You should go back to Canton High School and play football, all right? That's where you belong. That's high school level stuff. You, Kate, and Jen, you all can just keep reliving your high school days constantly. I'll put the song Bowling for Soup by Bowling for Soup, High School Never Ends on, and you all just every week can pretend you're still in high school. Leave the rest of us out of it. Maybe move to some, like, isolated, far-off place. We'll put you on a ship. That's what we'll do. Okay, so you all, we'll put Jen, we'll put Kate, we'll put Jason Broyles, we'll put Brian Tully, and John Fanning and Michael Proctor for good measure. Okay, we'll put them on a ship. We'll call it the Good Ship High School. We'll send them off into the ocean, and we'll tell them that they just get to live out high school every freaking day of their lives on the ship. They'll bother none of us. They go off into a little ship. They live out high school. I'm a happy little towel. Does anyone object to this? Or any objections? No objections. The motion carries. Somebody get me a boat. Nanya, you have access to a boat. Can you please bring me a boat? I would like to put them all... Jason Broyles needs a lector mask. Yeah, I think it's funny that no one likes Jason Broyles. That's my favorite part of all of this. Like, whether you like Karen, don't like Karen, like Aiden, don't like Aiden, like Kate, don't like Kate, everybody hates Jason Broyles. I love that for him. You don't understand. I have looked into that man's eyes. He's nothing, in my opinion, but this soulless vassal who does what he's told in the service of whoever it is that he's working for at that particular time. There's nothing worse than a mercenary. At least if you're going to be a mercenary, be an anti-communist mercenary, motherfucker. Like, be like Frank Sturgis, you fucking meter-maid, two-faced, cross-dressing fucking coward. Be a man. Be an adult! Come on now! Come on, you're going to be a mercenary for whatever cause will allow you to torment victims? Nonsense! Nonsense! Real Americans are mercenaries to take down the communists. Somebody needs to put Jason Broyles in a camp, not like a training camp, with Frank Sturgis down in the Everglades. He needs to be indoctrinated into anti-communist propaganda, and then we got to send him to Chile. I don't know if Chile's still communist. I think we got rid of Allende. We got to send him to Venezuela. All right, that's it. We're sending Jason Broyles to Venezuela to fight the communists. He is going to target his efforts away from cross-dressing and entrapping vulnerable women into revealing information about their lives to him, and instead we're sending him to fucking Venezuela. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion carries. I am in charge of the motion. We are deporting Jason Broyles to Venezuela. Now, it was a bit of an attenuated inductive reasoning chain there as to why we're doing this, but I just want to let you all know the best thing for America is for Jason Broyles to go to Venezuela and hunt communists. We have no objections. All right, here we go. All right, send him to Chili's. Nanya says we can just send him to the restaurant Chili's. That's not good enough. There are too many Chili's. That's not going to work. Irene says Venezuela is better. All right, no objections. All right, so we need a boat to put some misfits on, those 6 of them. That's called the Good Ship High School. We're sending them towards Spain. They're going to be the Spanish. The Spanish can deal with them. If the Spanish can deal with Catalonia, they can deal with Cape Peter. So we're going to send them to Spain. Then, I don't exactly know how we're going to get Jason Broyles to Venezuela. So he has to want to go. You know, when nobody's getting put on these things against their will. We have to tell him. All right. I got to get creative here. How are we going to convince Jason Broyles to willingly go to Venezuela? All right. I think I got it. Okay. Step 1. We tell Jason Broyles that there are parking meters in Venezuela. Okay, he seems to like parking meters. Step 2. All right. So we tell him about the parking meters. All right, step 2. We tell him that there are naive women who will believe him if he cross-dresses and tells them that he's a victim's advocate so that they'll share secrets with him because he can't get any. Okay, step 2. Step 3. Okay, that might not have actually been a very ideal step 2 because it could create the same problem. It's kind of like bringing in a snake to solve a mouse problem. It could create the same problem in Venezuela. Let's scratch step 2. All right, step 1. We tell Jason Broyles there are parking meters in Venezuela. Step 2. We tell Jason Broyles there is the internet in Venezuela. All right, he seems to need the internet to live. It seems to be some kind of life force for him. I'm pretty sure he'd go through withdrawals if you took the internet away from him. Wouldn't we all, though? All right, number 3. We have to tell Jason Broyles that the communists are more of a threat to him in America than vulnerable women who are participating in true crime cases that he might be able to talk to. All right, how do we do this? Do we tell him that some of the communists are women? Okay, that seems to be a good first step. All right, so I think we have our action plan here. We tell Jason Broyles that he has to go to Venezuela because there are parking meters, they have the internet, and there are communists there, some of which are vulnerable women. Anybody object to this plan? Seeing no objections? Alrighty. Alright, so thank you for allowing me to take through that full thought process. By the way, the reason I paused that video is I wanted to talk about how Father Mark Murphy showed up. Oh, that's right! I started this whole random aside because I wanted to say that Jason Broyles created a free Karen Reed billboard or paid for it in the fall of 2023. Then he went away for some reason after he used his real name and came back in the winter and spring of 2024 to release Lindsay Gattani's phone extraction, in my opinion, to help Kate Peter and Jen McCabe and Brian Tully. Then, before that though, I wanted to say this. In the winter of 2024, so right leading up to when Jason Broyles came back as Haley, all right, there was a guy named Father Mark Murphy who used to be a Roman Catholic priest who got defrocked because he was found to have been in a relationship with a man during seminary. Now listen, I think it's perfectly fine for people to have different urges, but you can't be a priest and, be with anyone. So he got defrocked. All right? And he should have, whatever, that was not okay, and he was no longer a priest. Then Father Mark Murphy went to work for Athena Garrison, who was like a perennial candidate for Boston City Council. She eventually won, but she ran for like 20 years. I might be exaggerating. She ran a lot before she finally won, and she only won due to like somebody getting disqualified or not wanting to serve. It was really funny. But anyway, she finally got to serve. But in like 2022, maybe earlier, might have been in the 2015, 2022 arena, Father Mark Murphy goes to work for her. And then Father Mark Murphy meets this nice man or something, and they get married. Maybe it was the same guy he was sleeping with in seminary. I don't know. I don't care. That's his business. And he moves out to Framingham, and they have a nice, comfortable life. The husband's, well, they're both husbands, but the husband, well, how do you describe that? Murphy's husband apparently is very wealthy, so they go on trips all the time, and he's got a nice life. Why the hell he got involved with making a fake website called the Jennings Report that he used to spread the very same material that Broyles went on to spread under the Haley account only makes sense if Kate Peter was involved in all of this. Like, I think Kate Peter knows Mark Murphy. I think she knew Jason Broyles' identity as Haley before it came out in the public. I think Kate Peter was like the sort of like Shrek of Oz here. You know, we got to make a movie that is just about Lindsay being transported out of her life, and then she lands in this colorful Wizard of Oz world, and there's all these little Shreks running around, and they all seem very nice, and they're the lollipop Shreks. And then these four people who have different things going on, like one doesn't, the Cowardly Towel maybe, or maybe he doesn't have a heart, or somebody else doesn't have a brain, you know, the Scarecrow, I don't want to be mean to anyone. And then there can be the Tin Man, or he doesn't have a heart, it's the lion that doesn't have courage. I have some courage, though. Anyway, so Lindsay's going to walk along this golden yellow brick road, and she's going to get to Oz, and she's going to be like, oh, this is, you know, the source of justice and power, and then she's going to get in there, and it's going to be this big, giant Shrek talking on the screen, and that's going to be Tully and whatever. And then she's going to look over to the left, it's just going to be Kate Peter operating a mechanical Shrek. Dear God. And then, for some reason, Mark Murphy and Jason Broyles are going to be involved in this story. I think if we're going to have, like, lollipop Shreks in this, a lot of them should be modeled after Jason Broyles and Father Mark Murphy. That would be hilarious. I think they are a perfect archetype for the kind of Napoleonic complex that you see when people drive trucks that are far too big for them. Just something's missing in their life, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what it is.
Albert sold drugs to take some heat off Jen McCabe. It didn't.
That's true. Actually, you know what? Since we're on a why Kate Peter and Michael Proctor and all their friends are terrible rant, who would like to watch the video proof of Kate Peter spreading a rumor that was not around before she did this about Chris Albert and Colin Albert selling drugs? Now, you might say to yourself, Grant, do you just have these things on your Twitter? Of course I do. Listen, if you caught Kate Peter using the cover of Trolling Aid Kearney to spread a rumor about Chris Albert and Colin Albert selling drugs that had never been around before Kate Peter spread said rumor, wouldn't you be like, wow, I wonder if Kate Peter spread that rumor for the same reason that Lindsay Gattani's extraction was leaked, which was to provide a distraction from Jen McCabe? Well, yes, that's exactly what I thought. So funny. I feel like some of these people even tried to get like close to my mom to make it hard to like criticize them, not realizing that like screw yourself. All right, Kate Peter's a monster in my opinion. All right, let's watch Kate Peter being a Kate Peter. She's really a Kate Peter. All right, hold on. By the way, very strong content warning. 100%. I'm so sorry to have to show this. Strong content warning. Kate Peter spreads a terrible, terrible lie about Chris and Colin Albert. And I kind of wonder why they tolerated it. I don't know, maybe Jen McCabe was like, it doesn't matter that Kate did that. It was an accident. No, I think she did it on purpose, and it was to get people talking about anyone but Jen. That's my opinion.
This was 100% a fabrication out of my own mind. It is not rooted in reality at all. I sent this just to fuck with Aiden to prove that he does not vet information at all. He will run with any sort of gossip that bolsters his claims, and I want to prove this. So anyone who believes him should realize that A lot of this is getting sent out. I just went ahead and I emailed turtleboysports@gmail.com. I wrote based on a movie plot. This is based on a movie plot. You could do the same thing. He would probably run with it too. If anyone gets their fake stories mentioned by this schmuck, please email me. We'll have a prize for you. Listen to this.
Yeah, this is an honor. Like, I don't know who this person is, but I'm just going to read the email that I got out loud. Bear with me. Hi, I've been really scared to talk to anyone about this. And I know I'm not the only one. But I see you're keeping people anonymous, and I think it's important that people know. The problem that Colin Albert had with John O'Keefe was that Colin Albert sells pills and weed, and John knew about it because he lived across the street from one of Colin's friends who runs Colin. Colin's dad knows, and sometimes the drugs go through the pizza shop, from what I've heard. The whole Albert family makes money from it. I don't know, but that's that's what makes it a little far-fetched. Like, you're making the Albert family relies on marijuana sales and what other pill sales. Come on, that sounds. I'm just reading the email from it, and I don't know if his Uncle Brian knows or not, but I think he probably does, and explains why they're really covering it up. I have screenshots of Colin selling drugs because, sadly, I have bought from him before. Well, that's interesting. That's very interesting.
So interesting.
So again, this person asked for anonymity. They will be granted it. Just to be clear, I have not said your name, and I'm not going to say your name.
Yeah, very trustworthy man.
You are
until you don't dance to what I tell you to dance
Oh, he said you're safe with me. Well, I don't want anonymity. I sent you that email, you dumb motherfucker.
Yeah, so, I think that goes to my point. All right, let's continue the video. I got to get ready to eat lunch after this. I want a towel cheeseburger so bad. I'm so excited. I hope I'm... All right, here we go. Focus, towel. Focus.
Work, okay? Releasing Lindsay's phone extraction through Jason Broyles took a lot of attention off Jen McCabe and put it on Lindsay and her children. And you know what happened next? It also served another end for Kate and Tully and Broyles and Marty Kraft, because Broyles got a lot of credibility with Turtle Riders and Free Karen Reed fans. Now, Broyles had originally come on the scene in the fall of 2023 by paying for a Free Karen Reed billboard under his own name. But he kind of got forced away. It might have had to do with some very serious allegations, and he just never came back under his real name for a while. But in the winter of 2024, he comes back under Haley. And I think Kate knows him the whole time, because Jason Broyles was on Kate Peters' Discord as early as 2019, and there's evidence of it. So Jason Broyles, I think, was gaining credibility with Turtle Riders and Free Karen Reed fans at Lindsay's expense, with Kate Peter and Brian Tully and Marty Kraft's permission, so that Broyles could get close to Aiden and his people. Now, Broyles started getting close to Lauren Murray and Meredith, all these people around Aiden, and all the people around Karen Reed. And I think it was to feed intel back to Tully and Kate. But the fact that it centered around the leak of Lindsay Gattani's phone extraction opens up an entire new can of worms, because that would mean Brian Tully, under color of law, knowingly leaked that extraction while Ken Mello was in the hospital, so that Jason Broyles could cover it for this purpose. Now, there are some other moles that do run these similar operations. Christy Citroni, her mother used to date.
All right, let me pause this part. So, I don't exactly know what Christy's deal is. She's my cousin. I've never met her. I don't really know what her deal is, but this was made when she was still kind of a wild card. Now, she's just burning everybody. So, the Christy part, I don't exactly know why she knows so much about Kraft and Kate and Broyles, but she's on, just a mission to burn everything down, and you know what? I'm about it. I don't know her. She calls me cuz now, so she seems to be amiable. Somebody messed with her kids. I don't know why. I think it had to do with Broyles and Obach. I don't know. It got very convoluted. It started involving, all I know is at a certain point, it started involving an Australian koala, another Australian kangaroo, this guy from Philadelphia who thinks he's Allen Iverson, although he's very endearing. His name is Joe Flipperhead. And then Olivia, who has apparently been catfishing people. I saw actual pictures of Olivia. Listen, I don't know why people are making fun of this girl. Listen. We need to have a talk about this, all right? I think it's completely grotesque what people are doing to Olivia based off of that koala's post. First of all, a few things. One, I don't use filters, okay? Like, I have like a pimple or something one day, I cut myself shaving, whatever, I don't care. I'm not going to put a filter on my damn face. I don't care. Whatever. Whatever. You think I look like a pretty towel? That's wonderful. You don't. I don't care. I sit up here, I talk, it is what it is. I understand why people use filters, why people use makeup. They deserve to look and present themselves however the hell they want, all right? Do not, some of you, be sanctimonious because a girl used a filter. You gotta be kidding me. All of you, I'm looking at some of you out there who use filters. All of you use filters. I know a lot of you in person. And then I see the pictures you post online. That's outrageous. Outrageous. And I don't call you out on it. You know why? Because I don't care. You want to post an altered image of yourself, that's great. But listen, some of the behavior I've seen, like, people really do resent, like, I think people who look, like, pretty or whatever. Because, like, when you have to resort to, like, altering images of Lindsay because she's pretty and you don't like it, like, that's grotesque, okay? Very similar to the situation that I'm talking about here. It's just entirely unnecessary for people to go at Olivia for using filters when every single person, come on, Twisted, who used a very similar filter to Kate. I'll leave other names off, but like, it's so sanctimonious for people then to be like, the only person I know that doesn't use a filter that I watch is Lindsay. Okay, so all of you are out there using filters for the most part. And then you're going to say, now, Olivia's situation is a little different, but you're going to mock her. One, listen, I don't pass judgment on people's looks. She is not, even in the pictures where she doesn't have a filter or that are the real pictures, she looked fine. What are you all doing? Like, how has it got to this point? It's so polemical. Now, the reason I brought this up is I was talking about the spaces, that somehow the situation with Christy and Obach and Jason Broyles and Karen Reed and Aidan Kearney and recordings and Meredith and Kate Peter and Sean McDonough and that woman from New Jersey and the other woman from New Jersey. Oh my God. Just all of this chaos all seemed to center around the Australian kangaroo. Wait a minute. No, he's a koala. The Australian koala. Then there's another Australian who's a kangaroo. Okay, the koala's name's Chris. The kangaroo's name is Lily, if you're following along with all this. Okay, so the koala starts this, like, war of some kind. And for some reason, Kate Peter, I don't know if she was, like, involved in it or just tried to jump on the gravy train, but the koala doesn't really like Twisted. And I don't think he likes Kate Peter either. He's a bit of a wild card. He's kind of like the Joker. And then Christy Citroni, because of all this stuff going on, it has something to do with Jason Broyles and Obach, who know Kate Peter. And Christy, I don't think, likes Kate Peter right now. And Abby, Video Jesus, is another character in all this. I don't think she likes Kate Peter right now. So all the Kate Peter people are just, like, burning the hell down. However, simultaneously, all of the tension in the Free Karen Reed movement is boiling to the surface because there's this question of, are Karen and Eden at war? So, in short, I think what's going on is Christy is upset at the people who she used to be close with, who included people on the Justice for John O'Keefe side who were running moles into the Free Karen Reed side, and people on the Free Karen Reed and Turtle Boy side who were running moles into the Justice for John O'Keefe side. Everybody on the same page? Christy was just like, she must have some connection to, like, one of the Alberts or something. She's got to know somebody in that orbit. She must have gone to school around there or something. But anyway, the point is, for whatever reason, Christy was just ostensibly supporting both sides, but actually just waiting for the moment, I guess, when people went at her kids to release all this. I don't know why. It doesn't make a lot of sense. But the point is, this information about Christy that I say now is relevant to the extent that it explains why Christy and her family knew Marty Kraft, who knew Kate. But it doesn't explain Christy's motives, because now at this point she is just on a one-woman crusade to burn everything down. And I don't think she's loyal to Kate Peter or Aiden, frankly, or anyone else at this point. I don't think she cares. I think ironically ended up being one of the people who ended up exposing the most truth about all of them. I don't think she's always right about everything, but she got a lot of intel by ostensibly, I think what she did was, I'm pretty sure, she was pretending to be anti-Turtle Boy and pro-justice for John O'Keefe, while at the same time telling Aiden and Aiden's people that she was faking that because she was really going to run intel to Aiden and his people and whatnot. But then really, she was also collecting intel on Aiden and his people, including a lot of people that were pretending to be pro-Aiden, but were actually moles for Kate. And then she was doing this until something happened in the past few months, which was apparently documents about her kids or pictures of kids being released, which, I mean, people did it to Lindsay, and now I can see why Christy's mad because it was done to her, and now Christy and Lindsay are both mad at all the same people. It is chaos, okay? But the point is, all these pieces of disparate knowledge formed together to actually create a cognizable mosaic. There is a structure to all of this. It all fits together somehow. I'm not really sure how all these people know each other. Like, there's this weird connection between, like, Courtney Healy and Twisted Tragedies, and then I'm sure, like, Kate and Kraft's firm and Healy and Twisted Tragedies, and I'm even somewhat now convinced that Deanna Corby was a PI leaking to Kate. Like, there is just so much to this, and it all centers around Aiden Kearney and Kate Peter being at war. And Aiden has his networks, and Kate has her networks, and then there's these, like, you have to think of it as kind of like you have to think of it as like two states almost, like three states. You have, like, God, it's like explaining, like, what happened to Europe after the Westphalian Peace of 1648. You have, like, Karen Reed as, like, a big country, okay? And then you have Aiden Kearney as a big country. And then you have, like, Kate Peter as, like, a little country, but with, like, strong arms because it's a proxy for, like, a wider country, a bigger country, okay? They're all having a discussion in some sense, like a fight. They're fighting a war. They're all fighting these different wars. It's like a multi-sided conflict. Then there's the people who are like spies for them, right? Because that's part of war, all right? You got the tip of the spear, you got the spies, like, all running around. Oh, someone sent Towel a donation. God bless you. I'm so grateful. Super Towel Bunny, I give you a Super Towel hug. So I really appreciate it. It helps Towel feel so much better. Super Towel cheeseburger. But yes, I might even get a wrap, actually. We'll see. Whatever's the most sustenance. Bunny, in your honor. But yes, so you have this situation where these three states, by analogy, are at war. Karen Reed, Kate Peter representing Norfolk DA, etc., and then Aiden Kearney. They're all states with their own interests. You got to think of it from a realpolitik perspective. Expand, preserve, demonstrate power. That's all they do. That's all states do. We're thinking by analogy. And so they are, in essence, fighting this war over the different cases and public perception and all of that. But then you got spies who are ostensibly aligned with certain states. And spies are different than the tip of the spear or the armies. The spies are the people who try to walk into hostile enemy territory and get information to bring it back to the home power. Now, what happens with spies? A few things. One, you have to know who they're working for, okay? Like, you can get an Aldrich Ames very easily, where they look like they're your spy, but they're really a spy. So you send the spy into another territory. They pretend like they're spying for you, but they're a double agent. They're really spying against you and giving information to the territory where you sent them. Classic situation. Aldrich Ames to a T. Then you have situations, this is the Christie analogy, where you literally have spies who pretend to work for both sides, but become not even a triple agent, but just an independent kind of state unto themselves. Now, I wouldn't say Christie carries the force of a state. That's the difference. She's yelling into the void a lot. She doesn't have that diplomatic, entrenched sort of structure that a state, by analogy, in this situation has. But she's even more dangerous because when you're in a state or part of a state, you have to answer to the bureaucratic structure. You don't just go, like Nick Rocco doesn't just go out there and fire from the hip. Like, it's all very coordinated, I'm sure, with Karen. Okay, but Christy doesn't have to answer to anyone. She's an island unto herself. Lindsay's very similar. I'm similar. I'm on an island to myself. I don't speak for anyone. I don't answer to anyone. I just do what I think is right and what I believe. That's the most dangerous kind of person. Journalists who are on islands of themselves. They're the fourth estate for a reason. They're basically part of, by extension, the apparatus of government because of how adjacent they are to it. And then spies like Christie, and then people like Lindsay who go through the fire unintentionally. It's like the movie V for Vendetta, where that woman Evie just gets caught up by happenstance. Those are the only kind of people that end up with a degree of independence that poses a threat to institutional power. And that's what you have here. All right, those are three archetypes or microcosms of the different types of person who could actually expose this. A journalist, myself, someone who was involved inadvertently and then came to forge their understanding through in real time, like Lindsay, through the fires of this polemical chaos. And then someone like Christie, who went in with their own motives, but then just got jaded and was like, screw it, I'm going to burn everyone down. All right, those are three examples. There's different players in this doing different things, but it's basically intel, okay? There's like the intel component of this, and then if by analogy you think of Karen Reed as a state, Aidan Kearney as a state, I'm talking states like governments, okay? By analogy, think after the Westphalian Peace of 1648, right, when nation states emerged. If you think of them as states with interests, by analogy, then everything makes more sense. They have like apparati, they generate revenue. I'm sure that like money gets shared. They pool their resources, they coordinate. Who's going to be on social media doing the tip of the spear stuff? Who's going to be the agent? Who's going to use the fake profiles? As I've said before, I'm sure Meredith had like Excel sheets because of the way her brain functions. I've never talked to her really beyond basic conversation, hello and whatnot at hearings. But Meredith's the kind of person who is perfect to be in like a compartmentalized intelligence role because of how her brain thinks. Does that mean she's like a wonderful person? I'm sure she's done things she regrets and she has her own motives for why she does things, and she's not perfect. I'm not perfect, I'll say it. But at the same time, her brain works like an Excel sheet. That's incredibly useful, I'm sure. I've never asked her to do anything, but that's brilliance. Just because she doesn't make good moral decisions, it's not for us to judge anyway, barring certain irredeemable sins like hurting children. And I think sometimes people got so polemically involved in all this. A lot of times, I think it has to do with Turtle Boy. I don't know why. It's either like because of how people feel about him or because of how he makes them feel. Like people just act irrationally. I don't know what to say. But anyway, the point is, very smart person. Her own sort of role in all this is interesting. And I think that the point that I'm making here, is that if you look at all these different actors, I'm calling them actors not like stage actors, but like actors within the geopolitical sense, they all operate like states. All of them. Expand, preserve, demonstrate power. And a lot of it's self-interest, a lot of it. But fundamentally, how they're moving is like states. And if you think about this all makes sense. Everything makes a lot more sense. It's all very political, but people used to chide me, and I will say the people who would chide me for this had a very rudimentary understanding of geopolitical alignment and how all of this functioned, so I didn't really give a damn. They were chiding me. I would just get frustrated and basically tell them to stop talking. But the point is, people would laugh and say, it's not all political. What are you saying? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. The nature of politics, from a realist perspective, is preserve, expand, demonstrate power. That's what we have in all of this. That's a common theme in all of this. It's the tool that helps someone understand all of this. People just don't like that we're talking about it.
Mr. Kraft. And the reason I'm bringing this up today and covering all this is it all ties in because according to my sources, Brian Tully brought Marty Kraft, this PI, into his orbit way before the fall of 2023 when Kate Peter was brought on as a PI working for Kraft to investigate Karen Reed, Aidan Kearney, etc., and handle some of the people around the investigation so they wouldn't find out about the cover-up of the Birchmore probe. Marty Kraft in 2022 was going around on Brian Tully's behalf trying to influence or prevent, according to my sources, witnesses in the orbit of the Birchmore cover-up, the other girls, witnesses, etc., victims, from cooperating with the FBI. Now, is it any coincidence that right as Lindsay Gattani's phone leak, which could itself be a federal crime, happens, this network starts targeting Lindsay, Broyles, Christy Citroni, Kate, Marty Kraft? Did Lindsay know too much? Potentially, could she have even figured out, although maybe she wasn't told anything, but was she in the orbit of people, Tully, Yuri, John Fanning, Kate, Morrissey, who knew about the Birchmore cover-up? And is it possible that, just like with the women who knew about the Birchmore cover-up, when Lindsay realized what happened to her phone and potentially thought about cooperating with the FBI, did Brian Tully, Jason Broyles, Christy Citroni, Kate Peter, Marty Kraft target Lindsay through proxy? Oh, it's possible. And ladies and gentlemen, I think we start to see a pattern here, because just a few days ago, Ashley Bell, another survivor in the area of the Sandra Birchmore cover-up investigation, has been targeted, according to my sources, by Mr. Kraft, Mr. Citroni, and Mr. Broyles, and Miss Peter.
I don't believe it was actually Christy involved in that. I really do believe Christy kept getting brought up in this because she was so close to it. But I don't necessarily know if she was actually doing much of it. I think she just wanted intel. Maybe because she finds it interesting. I don't really know. She's a wild card.
Now, I think this all ties together for the following reasons. What you got going on here, fundamentally, is that Jessica Leslie started leaking in August of 2022, in my opinion, because there was a grand jury investigating the Norfolk DA and Brian Tully State Police Unit for the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder. Although that unit did nothing wrong as to the investigation of John O'Keefe's death and Karen Reed, that unit...
Let me pause there. They did nothing wrong in the sense that I think the investigation was pretty clean. I just think they treated Karen very poorly. One, she killed a cop. Two, she killed Jen McCabe's friend. Three, she was a woman. Karen was a woman. And four, she was hot. So five, they treated her like they degraded Karen. So I won't say their investigation was all fine, but I don't believe it was compromised like the Birchmore investigation was compromised. I just want to be clear about that.
Was being investigated federally. Alan Jackson manipulated what he was told via leaks in order to present to Karen Reed an ostensible defense, which was basically, we have dirt on these people.
Now, that I believe Alan Jackson was the first one to know about these grand jury leaks, but I think they got released on a Facebook group in the summer of 2023, and that caused a lot of tension because Alan was okay knowing it. He wasn't okay with the public knowing it. That's my opinion.
The MSP, let's try to just get this to go away. When the MSP wouldn't make it go away, and the Norfolk DA, Karen Reed and Alan Jackson ramped up the pressure, so did the feds. It wasn't just to make it go away for Karen. It was more like Karen said, if you make a lot of I think Karen was saying, and her team knew, that their strategy was to, if the Norfolk DA and the state police are going to push this, okay, then we're going to expose all their secrets indirectly. And we're going to use my case to get a lot of attention, too. That's what we get out of it. That's what Alan Jackson would want out of it, a media deal. That's his thing. It's a brilliant legal strategy. It's fucked up, but it's brilliant, okay? Now, he needs to get his pay, and his pay is not going to come from Karen and her parents who don't have millions. It's going to come from a media deal, okay? And that's how this was probably all engineered. Now, Alan weaponizing his inside knowledge about the Tully's unit and their liability for the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder, I think, is what it pieces this all together, okay? Yeah, you had the U.S. DOJ under Levy and Rollins who knew they were doing bad things. They were interfering politically. Arroyo Hayden, Goldberg, O'Brien, Morrissey. But they also had Morrissey's unit on the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore. Then, okay, you have this unit, for whatever reason, hell-bent on not allowing the DOJ to investigate this cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder. Things, however, all take a turn when the liberals lose power, okay, in the fall of 2024, all right? Because, unlike before, where Rollins and Levy had an incentive to really only investigate Birchmore and not what they were doing and Leslie was doing, Leah Foley comes in as U.S. Attorney in January of 2025, and Hank Brannon comes in on the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed case in the fall of 2024. I think initially, Morrissey, it's really my opinion that Morrissey brought Brennan on. Morrissey brought Hank on. He said I can call him Hank. Morrissey brought Hank on. The only thing he's ever said to me. Morrissey brought Hank on in order to find out what the feds were doing. Okay, and I think Hank quickly figured out that Leah Foley, U.S. Attorney Leah Foley, knew about the Leslie leaks and knew what Karen had done and knew how Levy and Rollins had weaponized the old DOJ. That's big, because that's liberal Democratic establishment people in Massachusetts eating their own and weaponizing the U.S. Attorney's Office. Those are big charges. You see Levy on the screen, Rollins. I think they're targets, in my opinion. But at the same time, I think Leah Foley and Hank Brennan probably had a discussion, and Leah Foley was probably candid and said, listen, I realize Rollins and Levy did bad things here, okay, with that office. But your guys totally, like this unit, and I bet you said it to Morrissey too, your guys covered up Sandra Birchmore's murder. I don't think the DOJ knew about Lindsay's phone leak yet, but it's the same pattern. They covered up Sandra Birchmore's murder, and then they tormented people who they thought were going to cooperate with us. Give them up. Now, Hank, I don't think ever was involved in anything bad. I think he negotiated this deal, in my opinion. And so in December of 2024, I think this was really brilliant. I think what Hank Brennan and Leah Foley did as she was coming into office, and this syncs up with Leah Foley confirming through law enforcement partners after giving an interview on Dan Ray, saying like that was really the only way she could do it, that the federal probe of John's death was closed. She confirmed that around February 13th or so of 2025, okay? Simultaneously, Leah Foley in a TUI request, which is a section of the U.S. federal regulations. It's an interpolation of a case from 1985, U.S. XRL 2 v. Reagan. And this is not legal advice. And then that's interpolated in 28 U.S. Code of Federal Regulations 126.000, which is itself interpolated in Section 25 of the DOJ Operations Manual, okay? It allows for federal authorities to turn over to both sides of a state court criminal case information that's like obtained during the context of a federal investigation. For the first time over 2.5 years, the Norfolk DA had been trying to get TUI requests like filled for years. Hank Brennan gets a responsive TUI request with a headline, with a header that shows an invoice from a company called ARCA that had been initially retained from the federal government and then paid by Reed's defense, which confirmed that ARCA, Levy, and Reed facilitated the violation of a federal protective order in the spring of 2024 during Reed's first trial in order to help ARCA frame their testimony. Like, Levy was really helping Reed, okay? And then also hide payments from Judge Cannoni and state prosecutors from ARCA to Reed, which is relevant to impeachment questions on cross, so it sabotaged the integrity of the first trial. This was a very serious situation, and I think what happened was U.S. Attorney Leah Foley knew about the Leslie leaks. She knew about how badly Reed's team had corrupted the first process, and so I think it was very likely she tipped Brennan off to it, okay, and then her and Hank Brennan and the Norfolk DA made a deal. The Norfolk DA gives up Tully's unit on the Birchmore cover-up, and then the Norfolk DA and Brennan helped on an operation. I'm positive that second Karen Reed trial was not real. Yes, the verdict will never be challenged. It's not guilty. We're not revisiting it, but it was fake. It was in the sense Hank Brennan, like, I'm not going into details. I'm not going to talk about the redacted. Hank Brennan did redacted with Leah Foley's permission to allow the U.S. Attorney to investigate whether Reed would do anything to attempt to compromise the jury. It's obvious. And Reagan Communications was involved. At first I thought they were involved for Karen, and then I was like, oh no. They just had to get the person out of there who maybe like was well-meaning and good-hearted but couldn't like keep a secret, which is fine. Like, most of us can't keep a secret on this level. I'm a reporter. Like, you know, I can do it, but most people can't. And so I understand, like, Reagan Communications was probably involved, and I see how this deal came together. And the reason why I'm tying this all into one big picture here is I think what we're really looking at is two simultaneous sort of boxes of federal investigations, as I drop my keyboard. Two boxes of federal investigations. The first box is Jessica Leslie and the leaks from the federal grand jury between August of 2022 and March of 2024. We know that at least there are at least two cases, okay, that we know about related to Leslie leaking, confirmed by the Boston Globe Towel in federal court by federal prosecutors, basically, okay? The CDL case with the state police and the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed case, which was described by federal prosecutors in court as a federal grand jury that was open in February of 2024 but is now closed. Okay, that's the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed case. Shelley Murphy with the Globe confirmed it. That's the best, like, long-standing reporter we have in Boston. I confirmed it as well. Like, I'm not there with as Shelley Murphy's level, but I'm telling you, we both confirmed it. It's the real deal. Okay, there are two other cases that the U.S. Attorney's Office was very hush-hush about in pleadings and in open court. And we know because of the information filed against Leslie, and I'll bring it right back up on the screen for you right here. We know that Leslie was originally leaking from August 11, 2022 through March of 2024. Right now, the U.S. Attorney has only talked about leaks that Leslie did between January 25th, 2024 and February of 2024 related to the CDL case and the Reed case. That means there's two other cases, very hush. One of which was probably going on as early as August of 2022, and the other one I have no idea about. And that one, at least that one starting in August 2022 that she was leaking about, might have started back in May of 2022. Leslie started leaking about it in August of 2022. It was probably Birchmore. Now, why would they be so hush-hush about Sandra Birchmore's probe unless it was still ongoing? And what if Matthew Farwell, who's in jail right now facing indictment and the death penalty for murder of a cooperating federal witness in the context of the Birchmore case, what if he just found out that Sandra's baby wasn't his? What if he knows he was told that it was his baby by his own colleagues to manipulate him into murdering Sandra Birchmore? What if he's cooperating? What if that means the scope of the federal probe is not just Leslie's leaks and Karen Reed and Alan Jackson and Turtle Boy and their involvement in the manipulation of the state court criminal process, but what if it's also on the other side, Tully and John Fanning and Yuri Buchanan, related to the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder, and now potentially the leak of Lindsay Catani's phone extraction by Brian Tully, Kate Peter, and Jason Broyles. Do you see the nets that are cast here? If the big fish on one side are Rollins, Levy, Goldberg, Sean Collins, that's huge. You destroy the Democratic establishment in Massachusetts. You made me, the Democrats, by doing some of this shit, basically made me a Republican. I already loved President Nixon. I hate the damn commies. You know what I'm saying? Like, JFK was like a moderate Republican. I was already going that direction. But the Democrats in this state made me, someone who used to be a Democratic standard bearer, was going to party conventions as a delegate, classically liberally trained as a philosopher and a law student. Okay, I'm not a lawyer. None of this is legal advice. They alienated me from the party because of what I saw. I know how the public's going to react to this. If you get Rachel Rollins, by the way, who's subject to bar disciplinary proceedings as of June 2025, yet has not practiced law since she left the U.S. Attorney's Office, you think that's coincidental? If you get Rachel Rollins on federal charges, if you get Josh Levy on federal charges, Karen Reed, Aidan Kearney, and Jessica Leslie all related to the leaks, but then you also get Brian Tully, John Fanning, Yuri Buchanan, Matthew Farwell, Billy Farwell, Robert Devine. If you get all them related to Birchmore, and then you get Tully and Kate Peter and Jason Broyles related to Lindsay Catani, do you understand this could be the biggest public corruption probe of all time? And then on this chart, now this whole chart makes sense to you all, we've covered every name. On this chart is not the Shannon O'Brien and Deb Goldberg situation, which also exposes Rachel Rollins and Josh Levy, in my opinion, to an incredible amount of liability related to that fall 2023 leak in the Boston Globe, trying to frame the federal investigation as somehow targeting O'Brien, when in reality it was Goldberg and Collins who were getting a favor from the U.S. Attorney's Office when they should have been investigated. That leak to try to smear O'Brien was tactical to protect Goldberg and Sean Collins. If you get Goldberg and Sean Collins and Rachel Rollins and Josh Levy, do you understand that is basically the core, like, of one nest of the Democratic establishment in Massachusetts? You would decimate the party. People would vote Republican. You might actually get some of the numbers down. Now, this isn't election interference. I want to be clear. The DOJ, will think about this. It's not election interference. You can simultaneously dislike Democrats and commies. I hate commies. You can simultaneously dislike Democrats, okay, and expose their wrongdoing. Now, the fallout of the wrongdoing being exposed might be that their share of the vote goes down, and you may like that, but those motives are completely independent. If all you have to do to get people to not vote Democrat is expose something like this and show them the nitty-gritty of the Democratic machine and what they do with the vulnerable, and how people like Lindsay Catani and Sandra Birchmore and the memory of John O'Keefe and the families and the witnesses, how those without political power become pawns in larger proxy wars. If you want to do something about that, then you have to focus on fundamental reform. And the way you do that is simply by showing people what has happened. You don't need to tell them that they should now vote Republican. That's election interference. Just to be clear, I'm doing some analysis now. You simply need to present what has went down here. And this is the beginning, let me just tell you, of a long road. Jessica Leslie has been escorted out of the federal courthouse twice now, undercover, and not allowed to be filmed by the media. If she's cooperating, and we'll listen to my report here in a second, it was quite clear at the hearing on August 4th, Monday of this week. I was one of 4 reporters in the courtroom, that Judge Talwani, the federal judge, was not willing to accept the disposition proposed by the U.S. Attorney's Office related to Leslie's case. And by that, I mean Judge Talwani was not...
This reporting ended up being correct, by the way. The plea was rejected, and Judge Talwani sentenced her to 2 months home confinement.
Not willing to accept the prosecutors, at least as it stands, provisionally recommended sentence of 1 day in jail, time served, 24 months supervised release, no fine, $100 special assessment. Judge Talwani glared when saying, I'll accept the guilty plea to Miss Leslie. Judge Talwani then glared at the prosecutor, I was there in court, and the defense attorney when she said, I'm uncomfortable with the proposed disposition, and I'm not yet ready to accept it. I'll look at more information. Now, how's more information about those leaks and the extent of Leslie's behavior going to help Judge Talwani, who swore in Miss Leslie herself? Judge Talwani was the judge who swore in Miss Leslie. Feel more comfortable with that sentence. The more Miss Leslie leaked, the more Judge Talwani finds out, the more upset she's going to be, the harsher the sentence. Now, Judge Talwani is within her rights to accept a guilty plea and reject the proposed disposition. If she enters a sentence that's harsher, Jessica Leslie can just withdraw the plea. We start again. So it's not like she just goes to prison. She's allowed to per the plea, and Judge Talwani told her this in court. If I reject your disposition, you can just withdraw the plea, and that will happen, okay? Now, she can withdraw the plea preemptively, and here's why I think this might happen. Jessica Leslie is clearly cooperating with something. She got smuggled out of the courthouse twice so the cameras couldn't film her. I think the DOJ doesn't want to say Jessica Leslie is cooperating in open court. But under the rules, okay, Jessica Leslie in her sentencing, her plea, the U.S. attorney lays out where she falls on the sentencing matrix, okay? Jessica Leslie fell originally at a step 12 offense with 0 criminal offender history, which brings her down, it would have been a little bit higher than the 6 to 12 that the guidelines recommend that she got, because she went to step 10, but it was like 12 to 16 or something, maybe 16 to 18 initially. She got bumped down to level 10 for a clean criminal history, which was 6 to 12 months in federal prison, okay? Now, judges are not bound by these guidelines, but judges they can go up, they can go down. But they really can only downward depart in that way that the prosecutor wanted, the DOJ. They can only downward depart if they're...
This part turns out to be a lot more nuanced. Cooperation is one way that they can downward depart. There's other ways they can too, but very nuanced. I didn't learn it until I actually went into federal court and listened.
There's an indication under 5.1K of substantial
501K.
Cooperation. Okay, that's a legal term of art that says if the prosecutor stands up and says, this person who's charged gave us substantial cooperation, the judge doesn't second guess it, barring some extraordinary circumstances. The judge will maybe have a colloquy at sidebar, impounded with the attorneys about the scope of the cooperation, but it never is made public because that would compromise ongoing investigation. So the judicial system has a built-in check, and the U.S. attorney has to activate it. The judge doesn't activate it. You don't do it in secret. You must assert it. We've seen these kind of plea agreements, okay, with Juror 11's father-in-law, where it says there's substantial cooperation, basically, okay, because you have to give back documents, you have to give testimony. Those will be in the plea. However, sometimes you see it in what's called a PSR.
Now, we didn't see it in the Leslie case because it really seemed to be more her friend that she leaked to that actually released it to other people. But yeah, I was thinking at the time, I wouldn't be surprised.
Our pre-sentencing report. Now, Jessica Leslie's sentencing, as you're going to hear this video as we close out this recap stream here in a second, you're going to hear Jessica Leslie's heading for sentencing September 26, 2025 at 3 p.m. in front of Judge Talwani.
Oh, okay, and then I just do my overview of her sentencing. She ended up getting sentenced in October, I think October 6th. Okay, so that was fun. That was a good recap. I was glad we got to do that, Little Towels. It was great to meet some new towel friends, Flintstone, Nunya. We could just start a bootleg court channel, make Grant a judge, and offer to settle disputes. Apparently, you're allowed to do that. I don't know if you can just make a random civilian a judge. But yeah, you can like sign an agreement where you're like, okay, I'll go before this arbiter and you can film it. That's how they do all the court shows. And the thing's binding. I don't know if you have to actually be a lawyer to do that, but also my mom used to be on Power of Attorney back in the day. Did you know that? I used to go out to LA with her and like we'd hang out with like, I think I've met like Donahue and Montel and Geraldo and who else did I know? I've met all these people. I met the president. I know all these random people because of my mom. She's a towel mom. At least I think I did. The towel mom just takes me to places. One time, apparently, I met the governor of Massachusetts when I was just a little baby. Towel mom just takes me around. Yeah, that's true. I bet towel mom would know the rules. What if we can we have a YouTube channel where I just sit here? Well, I mean, it doesn't have to have any formal meaning, but can we do like a mock thing where people just bring their grievances to me, like Hammurabi, and I just preside and just resolve them? You know, I don't think we can do it with any legally binding, and we shouldn't, and we wouldn't. But what if we just have, like, a theater production where you come to me with your real grievances, and then we do a mock sort of resolution, and I just sit here and listen to them. And I'll be like, yes, or no, or like, I issue an edict that you shall be expelled to Siberia, and then we'll send people to Siberia. Now, I don't think we should give me any powers of equity or law as a judge. I'm just saying, at least right now. I think I need some more time, because I really would just, at least right now, try to send people to Siberia. Now, some judges are doing that, so I don't think it's too far out of the realm. They want to send the Abuelo Garcia guy to, like, I don't even know, like, at this point. I think they're running out of countries to send him to. Like Guana or, like, somewhere in Mozambique or whatever. But, yeah, Siberia is a valid option. You know what I'm saying? Why not, you know? So I do think it would be fun. But, yes, if you're new to this channel, I like to end the same way every time, which is first I like to go through and say hi to people in the chat. So, Nunya, Flintstone, Bunny Towel, thank you so much for your lunch donation. I'm so grateful for you, my friend. It was great to chat with you, Flintstone. I think you are wonderful as well. Come back anytime. 3 Clerk Monty, it was great to hang out with you. Irene Grillo, my dear friend, I enjoyed seeing you so much, as well as Bunny Towel. Bunny Towel got Peep Towel all excited because Peep Bunny Towel now thinks he's going for a ride in a big truck and he's going to fight the commies. Nancy Kirkpatrick, it was great to see you, my friend. JI5, great to see you. We had fun today, friends. I am so glad I got to spend this time with you before the start of college football. We're not doing towel trivia, by the way, because I had a rule on that, which is either the vote had to go in favor or Bossy Texas Chicken Bella had to show up. They didn't. We'll do trivia another day. LA Connection, my friend. It was great to see you. Thank you so much for popping in. We had quite a chat today. You all were just having a great time talking with each other. That makes me a happy little towel. Elijah Towel, thanks very much for spending some time with us this morning. It was great to see you. And Joan, it was so good to be able to offer you that wonderful super towel wrench, as with Flintstone 88. So yes, thank you very much for watching this public information service. I'm going to drop those donation links one more time. I got a donation from Bunny Towel, though, so you know what that means. I'm excited to go get a towel cheeseburger as soon as we finish this outro. But yes, Monica, my dear friend, hello, Monica. You are a super towel. I am so glad I got to see you today, my friend. I am so happy you popped up right at the end there. I always love saying hello to the towel friends. We had a fun stream. I am going to watch college football today. That's what I like to do to relax after I get my towel cheeseburger. All right? I am so excited for that. But yes, let me do the second part of the outro and then one part after that. This is a public information service. We went for about 4 or 5 hours today, so if you found this content interesting, if you learned something today, if it helped you become a more informed, erudite, and cogent member of our polity, that is wonderful. We do try to educate, inform, and entertain people here, at least I do, such as to engender cogent public discourse and ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide. There's no ads, there's no sponsors other than the YouTube ads, and it's truly user-supported. I would not eat without you. I would not survive. I would have given up long ago. God bless each and every one of you. But yes, much like PBS every 2 hours here or something, I like to do a reminder that we're ending here, but I like to do a reminder that you can support this stream in a number of ways. You can subscribe to the channel. You can like the channel, tell your friends about the channel, clip things from the channel. Feel free to share things about the channel. There are also ways to become a member. Thank you as well for everyone who's been supporting the channel that way. I've been putting out some members-only content, press conferences, things like that. Monica, you're awesome as well, my friend. It's so great to be able to chat with you. I saw you pop in the other day to wave as well, and I was so happy to see your name pop up. But yes, just in general, if you want to make a direct donation so Towel can continue to live, we'll maybe see each other on Monday or Tuesday for another stream. I'll drop the links in the chat. If you want to find out how to contact me, you can do that as well on social media, at Grant Smith Ellis on all platforms. I even just made a TikTok. If you want to follow Towel on TikTok, that would be great. I've been putting up some videos. I think they're pretty good. I got to learn how to use that platform, though. But then, yes, I have a Venmo, Cash App, and a PayPal. I know some people were asking earlier. The Cash App is # Grant Smith Ellis. The Venmo is at Grant-E1. You'll know it's me because a picture of an inflatable Elmo will come up. I like to have that picture there because my friend who was a veteran, his nickname was Elmo. Now, every time someone asks me, is your Venmo the one with the Elmo? Why do you have an Elmo? I get to tell them about Elmo. It's a genius plan. You don't understand. His name will never be said for the last time. God bless him. But yes, and then I also have a PayPal, which is paypal.me/Grant Ellis. I will drop those links in the chat. Please don't feel obligated to donate. Please don't donate if it would be a burden or if there are other causes that you need to support. A lot of people are going to need help over the coming month, and you should focus on whatever it is enables you to do the most good in this world. Furthermore, that is a perfect transition to the last part of my outro. You all know I like to end the same way every time, which is if you really benefited from today, if you found camaraderie here, if you learned something today, look for a reason to do a small act of service or kindness today. It could be something like donating to our homeless veterans, ladies and gentlemen. There should not be one veteran in the United States homeless against their will. If they want to go live in the woods, we're not going to stop them, but there should not be one homeless veteran in the United States, or we have failed as a society. So consider donating to help our homeless veterans today. Likewise, have you thought about maybe donating to an animal shelter run by veterans? You can help animals. You can help veterans. What a wonderful idea. Likewise, you could donate to an animal shelter in general. Everyone likes animals, as I mentioned. You also, if you live in the UK, may consider donating to the Big Issue. That is a great way to help populations experiencing homelessness. But it could be something also really as small as smiling at someone on the street, reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or even donating 200 tomato plants and having them designated honorary towels forevermore, like Francis Futrell did that one time. Yes, and in that way, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we can all bring about a change in the current realpolitik, see what I did there, from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power to instead one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service and compassion rooted in unconditional love. Yes, may those acts of service and compassion ripple outwards, and may we find our towel eudaimonia or summum bonum, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively, and in turn bring about a new digital epoch defined by Aquarius the water bearer standing tall, carrying a towel, and proclaiming the principles of unconditional love and compassion. I know it's possible because of you all, ladies and gentlemen. And I know those ripples of goodness, even in the toughest of times, will continue to inspire a collective resurgence and of will that will get us all through even the darkest moments. We can do it together, and I certainly feel better after spending some time with you today. Oh, God bless you. I agree. Thank you, veterans, Nunya says, for doing what so many of us cannot. That is true. Our veterans are amazing. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, Towel friends. Thank you so much for watching with me today. Enjoy your Saturday. Enjoy the sun. Enjoy college football if that's your thing. Enjoy being you. Reach out to me if you need me. DM me anytime. I try to get back to everyone. I'm doing as good as I can. Towel loved you all very much. Towel friends on the X, you know you got a few minutes extra in the beginning. So I'm going to give Towel friends on the YouTube a few minutes extra at the end. God bless. Be well. Be safe out there today, Towel friends on the X. I enjoyed every minute of it. I hope you did as well. Until we see each other again, No Towel loves you very much. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Until next time. Towel friends on the Towel YouTube, thank you so much. I have a bit of a headache. I haven't eaten yet today. I'm going to get my Super Towel cheeseburger. I'm an excitable little towel. I'm so grateful to have spent this time with you today. Thank you so much for being compassionate to each other, no matter what your views, talking things through, being good human beings, and fundamentally being the kind of decent people that I think can bring about the kind of positive change in this world that we all need. I took a picture of the 1.2 thousand people watching on Twitter. That was nice of them. But yes, I'm so grateful to have you all in my life. I appreciate it. All your comments, all your support keeps me going. Tal's health isn't that great. I fought through it today. Gonna take a rest. We'll see each other next week. Just know, constantly, friends, I'm thinking about you even when I'm not streaming, and I feel bad that I'm not able to as much. But I'll try to continue streaming. We'll play trivia again soon, and we'll look for reasons to inspire that compassion, camaraderie, and kindness in others that I think make this channel so special. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. I'm a towel. I love you all very much. Thank you for watching today. Truly, God bless you. Enjoy your Saturday. Until we see each other again.